The main character was completely shocked when he discovered that his skill was so absurdly overpowered that he could create anything he could imagine. To test it out, he started with something simple and created a wooden axe. But before long, he got carried away and ended up creating an actual supercar. Thankfully, he quickly realized that this world's technology was about 1,000 years behind. And honestly, that's probably for the best. Just imagine a sports car driving through a medieval town. Suddenly, he heard a desperate scream coming from nearby. Rushing toward the sound, he found an aristocrat desperately fighting for his life against an armored bear. Without wasting a second, the main character charged forward and decapitated the monster with a single swing of his wooden axe. The aristocrat was left speechless, while the main character casually asked if he was all right. After that, he introduced himself and claimed to be a craftsman while casually holding the severed head of the monster. Yeah, very believable. The nobleman couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. Someone had just killed an armored bear with a single strike from a wooden axe. He then explained that the creature was actually an A-rank monster, capable of wiping out an entire village on its own. Ko asked why someone so important was wandering around without protection. Turns out he did have an escort. The problem was that they all abandoned him the moment they saw the bear. Together, they headed toward the city while the main character couldn't wait to see elves and beast folk for the first time. You can probably guess where his imagination was already going. Meanwhile, at the city gate, a group of adventurers was tearfully telling everyone that the aristocrat had been killed by the monster and that they had failed to save him, all while the real victim stood nearby watching the performance. Then the aristocrat stepped forward and casually announced that he was very much alive and that the person who saved him was the main character. To remove any remaining doubt, the main character smiled, pulled the armored bear's head out of his inventory, and introduced himself. The guards were completely stunned. They had practically already held a funeral for a man who wasn't even dead, while the adventurers couldn't say a single word. The aristocrat then revealed how his so-called protectors had abandoned him and run away the moment things became dangerous. Realizing their lies had been exposed, one of the adventurers flew into a rage and attacked the main character, blaming him for saving the nobleman. In response, the main character simply pulled a stool out of his inventory and blocked the sword strike with it. Yes, a stool. And honestly, I don't think this scene needs any further commentary. The armored bear roared and the terrified merchant pulled out a dagger, ordering the beast in a trembling voice not to come any closer. Meanwhile, our hero watched them from behind the bushes. As the bear advanced on the man and his cart, the young man clenched his fists. Just yesterday, he was an ordinary person, but now he faced a choice: watch or act. The young man gritted his teeth. There was no chance for him to escape. Fortunately, the bear was preoccupied and hadn't noticed him yet. The thought of saving the man was frightening, but he had no other option. Since childhood, he had admired firefighters and dreamed of being like them, a person who saves lives. But he had given up on that dream a long time ago, or had he? He suddenly realized he was in an unfamiliar place. Not long ago, he was just returning home on the last train after working overtime, and now he found himself in darkness. A sign appeared before him with a message. He had been summoned to another world. He was offered a choice of 3 paths: a great warrior, a sage, or a demon lord. Out of habit, he rubbed his chin, pondering the suggested paths. It all felt like a strange dream. None of the options suited him, so he decided to refuse the choice altogether. He voiced his decision aloud and stared intently at the window. A hidden option appeared on the screen: no choice made. If he could see it, it meant something unusual awaited him. The system initiated the transfer to another world, stating that Kusuk-ku was now blessed by gods and spirits. He tried to stop the process, but it was unsuccessful. The morning sunbeams pierced through the foliage, illuminating Ku's face, and he had to shield his eyes with his hand. He found himself in the middle of a forest and couldn't understand what was happening. Ku touched the leaves and realized that everything around him was too real to be a dream. Amazing birds flew overhead. Had he really been transported to another world? The young man checked his pockets and realized all his belongings were gone. What was he supposed to do in this forest? The answer came instantly. Suddenly, a window with his personal status appeared before Ku, which greatly startled him. As Ku looked at the window, he noticed that much depended on mana, and the ability descriptions resembled a game system, which only intensified his interest in what was happening. The young man activated full assistance mode, gaining absolute freedom in using his skills. As soon as Ku confirmed his choice, hundreds of images flooded his mind. The window notified him that the installation was complete, and our hero froze in bewilderment. Ku felt the information filling his head and immediately wanted to test his skills. To use his inventory, he touched a nearby tree. Immediately after he spoke the command, a magical seal glowed under the tree, completely engulfing Ku. A beep sounded and Ku found the tree in his inventory. He found this to be very convenient. The young man decided to use the disassembly skill to get food and materials from monster bodies. However, he first disassembled the tree and after a beep, received logs. The young man was amazed by his incredible skills and then decided to try out creation. The description promised that the item's effectiveness would be higher than usual, but there was only one option: turn logs into sticks. Ku did this to the same beep and extracted a stick from the magical seal. The young man read the item description. The stick turned out to be very durable and practically fireproof. It was surprising despite its simplicity. The window beeped again and the young man saw that his creation skill had increased to rank 2. Ku realized that he gained experience points for new recipes, which allowed him to conveniently improve his skills. Ku thoughtfully rubbed his chin, carefully examining the window. He became curious about what other possibilities it offered. He noticed that he could switch modes and the window began to change, revealing new knowledge to him. Now he could see everything he could create in his mind, but he realized he needed to be careful with this. Kusuk decided to create an axe and after a sound, a wooden tool as strong as metal appeared in his hand. The young man decided to try out the axe as he now had the necessary skill. Ku powerfully threw the axe at a nearby stone, using his agility skill. The axe accurately hit the stone and split it in half. Ku froze in shock, unable to believe that a wooden axe had split a stone. He possessed many skills, the meaning of some of which he had not yet fully grasped. Ku wanted to learn many things about the world, but first and foremost, he aimed to focus on improving his creation skill. After several hours, our hero tiredly wiped the sweat from his brow. Only an empty clearing remained, but he had successfully raised his creation skill to rank 5. While creating items, Ku realized that he gained experience points for new recipes and leveled up his rank upon reaching a limit. However, creating items from existing recipes didn't grant any experience. After crafting 8 items, Ku noticed that each had its own unique effects. Even a chair possessed a weakness effect. How could such an ordinary item be dangerous? Our hero looked at the position of the sun and decided he needed to find a settlement before it set. He didn't want to spend the night outdoors, so he simply headed straight through the forest. Ku walked for quite a long time but didn't even feel tired. He realized this was due to his max rank transfer skill. It not only improved his physical stats but also sharpened his senses and allowed him to understand any language. As soon as Ku realized his senses were heightened, he immediately heard something behind him and sharply turned around. He clearly distinguished the cry of an unknown man. Understanding that he needed to find out what was happening, Ku rushed towards the sound through the forest. Soon, Ku ran out onto a road and saw a huge armored bear attacking a frightened merchant. A window notified him that it was a demon-craving battle. Ku immediately took cover behind a bush. The bear made a terrifying impression and he had no desire to fight it. And how would he even attack it? Our hero decided that the bear hadn't noticed him yet, so if he wanted to leave, he still had the chance. The frightened merchant's face made Ku look away. He didn't want to die either. But the young man wasn't sure if that was the right thing to do. He remembered how he once dreamed of becoming a firefighter, watching their work on TV. He also wanted to help people, unafraid of danger, with a calm expression on his face. Little Ku wanted to be like them. Ku squeezed his eyes shut and gritted his teeth. He realized that at this moment, he was doing the exact opposite. A clear realization dawned on him. If Ku ran away right now, that person would surely die. He had to do something. Kusuk's face gradually became calm. He had given up on his dream of becoming a hero, but now he had the necessary skills. Suddenly opening his eyes, Ku rushed to the merchant's aid, bursting through the bushes with a shout. A wooden axe appeared in his hands. Using his agility, our hero hurled the axe directly at the bear. The axe, whistling as it flew, pierced the air and struck down the demon, severing its head. The merchant's mouth hung open as the bear's head fell heavily to the ground. Ku realized he wasn't striving to be a hero at all. Nevertheless, he extended a hand to the man, asking how he was doing. The man got to his feet with the help of our hero, Ku, and expressed his gratitude for the assistance. He introduced himself as Chrome, a local merchant. Ku stated his name and wondered how important it was to be honest if he didn't want to be perceived as a strange guy. Picking up the bear's head and the bloody axe, Ku introduced himself as a carpenter. Chrome noted that Ku didn't look like a carpenter at all. Then he asked if Ku had made the axe himself, an axe capable of defeating an armored bear. Our hero was astonished by how dangerous a monster this bear was. Chrome, in turn, was surprised by his new acquaintance's ignorance. It turned out that the bear was an A-rank monster and, in a fit of rage, could single-handedly destroy a small village. Even if you managed to pierce its body, there was still its tough armor. Inflicting damage on this demon wasn't easy, yet it lay right here, decapitated. Ku even felt embarrassed. He had managed to defeat such a monster with a simple wooden axe. To himself, he mused that these effects scared him. Aloud, he asked if he had truly managed to create something amazing. The bewildered merchant confirmed his suspicion. The sun would soon set, and the rescued Chrome offered to go to the nearest town with our hero, to his mansion. Ku inquired if everything was all right with the luggage in the carriage. The merchant replied that both the coachman and the horse had fled during the attack. He felt bad leaving the goods, but there was no way to transport them. However, our hero had an idea. He suggested to Chrome that he could take his carriage into his inventory. The merchant agreed but asked if there would be enough space. He demonstrated his impressive knowledge of the ranking system. However, Ku assured him that there were no limitations. Our hero extended his hand and uttered a spell, after which the carriage was completely absorbed into a magical seal. The merchant was greatly impressed by Ku's abilities, and he even added the bear's remains to his inventory. Chrome asked Ku who he really was. To Ku's assertion that he was just a carpenter, Chrome replied that if that were true, carpenters would rule the world. Then Ku remarked that he had been practicing in the mountains until now, which was why he didn't understand common sense. This explanation was more than sufficient. Ku and Chrome headed to Anand City together, and along the way, our hero managed to gather some useful information. From a friendly merchant, Ku learned a few interesting facts. There are two types of skills, talent and intellect. For example, swordsmanship and persuasion are considered talents, while the ability to load items into an inventory is an intellectual skill. People are born with these skills, and their number cannot exceed 3. People in this world completely lack an understanding of levels. No matter how many monsters an ordinary person kills, they shouldn't expect an explosive growth in power. Ku pondered that his abilities were far from ordinary. Maybe he should aim to become the strongest. Ku asked his new friend why he traveled without guards if such a terrible monster could jump out onto the road. Chrome replied that such occurrences were infrequent. The merchant confessed that he had hired guards, but when the guys from the Adventurers Guild saw the armored bear, they panicked and fled. While Ku was reflecting on this terrible story, Chrome explained that he usually hired more experienced adventurers from the guild, but this time they were busy. He would definitely discuss it with their leader. Ku decided that the guild shouldn't have sent such irresponsible adventurers as escorts. At that moment, Chrome announced that they had arrived. Anand City unfolded before our hero in all its splendor. Ku was amazed by the city in another world. He wondered if there were elves or demi-humans here, his heart filled with excitement. But as they approached the gates, a noisy crowd stood before them. 3 mercenaries were assuring the guards that they had encountered an armored bear and fought it desperately. One of them, with tears in his eyes, claimed that the merchant Chrome had panicked and fallen under the bear's paw. The tragedy in his words sounded almost plausible. Chrome let out a tired sigh, and our hero realized that the adventurers had not only fled but were also lying to save their own skins. Just then, the guards noticed people approaching the gates and called out to Chrome. No one could believe that Chrome was still alive. He quietly stated that Ku had saved him. However, from the guards' expressions, it was clear they didn't believe it. Ku decided to present proof and pulled the bear's head from his inventory. With a nervous smile, he reintroduced himself as a carpenter and declared that he had defeated the armored bear. The guards roared in surprise. Now it sounded like the truth. The townspeople immediately began whispering among themselves. At this time, one of the guards cautiously coughed. He sharply turned to the trio of adventurers and demanded an explanation. The adventurers began to mumble uncertainly, clearly embarrassed. Chrome publicly announced that these liars hadn't fought the bear. They had simply abandoned him and fled. The guard trusted Chrome, then pulled out a rope and stated that in this country, such behavior could lead to prison. Therefore, they would have to interrogate the adventurers. The guards rushed to arrest the irresponsible trio despite their resistance. However, one of them became significantly angrier than the others. The adventurer angrily shouted and lunged at the merchant Chrome, pushing a guard away with fury. A sharp blade gleamed dangerously in his hands, ready to strike. The guy began to mercilessly accuse him of his misfortunes, sparing no words. But Ku simply waved his hand, opening his inventory, displaying complete indifference. Such behavior revealed his extreme selfishness. A piercing clang echoed in the silence. A chair proved sufficient to deflect the adventurer's attack. Genuine astonishment appeared on the warrior's face. Ku spun the chair and sharply pulled it towards himself, knocking the blade from the attacker's hands. Ku raised the chair with a flourish and simply hit his opponent on the head with the chair legs. The man immediately cried out in pain and fell onto the cobblestones. Ku stared at his chair. This was what that weakness effect meant. It immediately became obvious that the crowd was staring at our hero in shock, and he looked back at them in confusion. But the townspeople admired how the newcomer had dealt with the arrogant adventurer. Approving shouts rang out. The crowd lifted Ku onto their shoulders, enthusiastically swaying him and praising his unique talents. After some time, the young man was already riding in a carriage with the rescued merchant. Looking at his reflection, Ku remembered how he had been interrogated all night because he had engaged in a skirmish with an official representative of the guild. Despite the long interrogation, he managed to withstand the pressure. From the guards, he also learned that the Adventurers Guild had been facing serious problems lately, even though it was a legitimate organization. This worried Ku. But thanks to Chrome now being his supporter, he could safely stay in the city. Chrome offered his savior a place to rest in his home. They were now heading to his mansion, and Ku didn't have to worry about lodging. Soon, Chrome announced that they had arrived, pulling the young man out of his thoughts. Our hero froze with his mouth agape at the sight of Chrome's residence. He never would have guessed that the merchant he saved on the road could be so wealthy. His mansion was truly awe-inspiring. At the entrance, a dozen maids stood shoulder to shoulder, greeting them. When Chrome invited his savior inside, the latter even hesitated, wondering if he was allowed. He was treated to a magnificent meal, and the guest room looked like a luxury hotel suite. The bed seemed incredibly soft. Ku collapsed onto the small sofa next to the bed and concluded that he had eaten more than he should have, and without a doubt, he didn't want to return to his home world. He covered his face with his hand and pondered. Even if he managed to return to Japan, only office work awaited him. He had no beloved woman, and his parents had passed away long ago. There was no reason left to miss his home world. Ku looked at the intricately carved ceiling and concluded that this world was significantly better than his own. The thought of traveling this world certainly appealed to Ku. Now he just had to decide where to go tomorrow. In the morning, Ku was in for a pleasant surprise. During breakfast, Chrome announced that he was willing to let his savior live on his property for free for a whole month as a token of gratitude. Chrome knew that living in the mountains wasn't easy, and as the owner of several establishments in the city, he could guarantee excellent service. Ku was very touched by this offer. After all, Chrome wasn't just a merchant, but the head of a significant enterprise, the Scarlet Company. He had pretended to be a simple salesman to avoid awkwardness in conversation, but it seemed he was already planning to hand the company over to his son. Chrome happily announced that it seemed the gods themselves had brought them together, and he wanted to thank his savior in any way he could before retiring. Ku became even more embarrassed, as all of this was merely the result of his skills, not his own efforts. But Chrome decided to share some seasoned advice with our hero. He noted that artistic talent and outstanding execution don't always go hand in hand. Not everyone with skills is capable of using them for good. Ku froze, recalling his duel with the dishonorable adventurer. Chrome added that his savior should be proud that, by using his abilities, he had saved his life. Ku sincerely thanked the merchant, promising to remember his wise words. Chrome suggested that his savior join the Adventurers Guild if he wished to see the world. With such skills, achieving a high rank would be very easy, plus he could obtain documents. Ku decided this was a very reasonable offer. However, the merchant recommended finding armor so that Ku wouldn't look too weak. Furthermore, he shouldn't speak so politely. After breakfast, Chrome said goodbye and went about his business. After this, Ku wondered where he would get armor, and then it hit him. He summoned his creation window and got to work. It didn't take long, and the system requested permission to equip it. Of course, the guy confirmed it. At that very moment, a bright magical light enveloped our hero. From the body of the armored bear, Ku managed to create incredibly durable armor, which, among other things, enhanced his physical abilities and even his hearing. Now our hero was ready to begin his journey as an adventurer. The door to the Adventurers Guild creaked open, and silence immediately fell over the bustling hall. Several adventurers seated at a table near the entrance recognized the armored bear in the incoming armor. This meant the guy in the armor was the one who had defeated the adventurer at the city gates. Our hero calmly walked inside as conversations gradually resumed. As it turned out, he had been nicknamed Bear Killer. The whispers grew louder, and Kusuk, thanks to the armor's effect, caught how he was being discussed from all sides, with people guessing his rank. And yet, he was just a beginner adventurer. Ku approached the reception desk, and his appearance startled the elderly secretary. He quickly fled, citing health reasons. However, a cute girl sat at the next window and smiled at him. Secretary Milia welcomed Ku to the Anand City Adventure Guild. She complimented his armor and asked how she could help. Ku remembered Chrome's warning not to be overly polite. He resolutely asked the girl if he could register as an adventurer. Ku stunned the girl with his question. She was clearly not prepared for such a turn of events. Milia quickly composed herself and apologized for her reaction. She explained that Ku looked so well-equipped that it gave her the impression he was an active adventurer from a neighboring city. Our hero was a little embarrassed, but the secretary assured him it was just her inattentiveness. The girl handed Ku the guild registration form and asked him to fill it out. She also informed him that he would need to take a practical test afterward. Taking the quill, Ku began to fill out the form, muttering to himself. The documents were very similar to Japanese ones. Finishing his writing, he returned the sheet to the girl. Milia scanned the form and her face fell. She decided that the note "I'm not good at combat" was some kind of joke. Ku awkwardly assured her that he wasn't joking. He really wanted to avoid battles if possible, even if it meant disappointing a beautiful girl. The secretary took the form and offered to take the test right away. The guy clarified what actions would be required for the exam. Milia explained that the practical test was a sparring match with an instructor. However, today the exam would be conducted by an A-rank adventurer who constantly boasted about being stronger than an armored bear. Therefore, the exam might be quite challenging. Soon, the secretary led Ku to the underground training area, followed by a portion of the crowd from the hall. At first, Ku didn't quite grasp what they wanted from him, but as he listened, he realized the crowd was simply curious and already starting to place bets. He also learned the instructor's name was Jisoo. The guy winced. He wasn't keen on putting on a show. Meanwhile, Milia warned him that winning against the instructor wasn't mandatory, and Ku had nothing to lose anyway. She was confident he would manage and win. The hero understood that he shouldn't forget about defense, so he pulled out a massive wooden hammer from his inventory. He was fully prepared for the upcoming trials. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet cracked. He liked this hammer, even though its weight exceeded 100 kilograms, but thanks to the armor's effect, he barely felt its heaviness. Ku swung the enormous axe, kicking up sand and small debris into the air. The adventurers standing nearby had to hold their breath and cover their faces with their hands. Whispers immediately broke out in the crowd. If the bear killer could maneuver so easily with that huge hammer, then the instructor's chances of survival today were close to zero. However, in the next moment, silence fell. A middle-aged man approached our hero. Taking off his glasses, he placed them on a nearby bench. The instructor raised his wooden blade and noted that the young man standing before him looked quite strong, but he knew he would soon realize that there was always someone stronger. Ku realized he was facing a former adventurer and was sure the man possessed considerable strength, but he couldn't afford to lose. The fighters stood opposite each other, and Milia began the countdown. The guild secretary announced the start of the exam, but no one rushed to attack. Kusuk initially felt bewildered, but soon the instructor offered him to start first, which spurred his resolve. It was time to act. The guy couldn't ignore the offer and swiftly lunged forward, swinging his hammer. The instructor skillfully dodged the first blow, demonstrating his mastery as an experienced fighter. Ku tried to land a few more hits, but they all missed. Only fragments of crates and clumps of earth flew around. But this didn't stop our hero from recognizing the A-rank fighter's strategy. He was avoiding powerful attacks with minimal movements, and if Ku continued like this, he wouldn't even be able to graze him. Instructor Jisoo dodged another hammer blow and noted that the opponent's attacks were indeed powerful but contained gaps. It was hard to miss a massive hammer. However, at that very moment, Ku's weapon vanished from his hands in a flash of magical light. At this point, the man launched a counterattack, which the candidate successfully dodged. He circled around his opponent from the side. The mystical light of the seal flashed again, and the reappearing hammer delivered a devastating blow. This time, the instructor had to block with his sword, but under the weight of the 100-kilogram hammer's impact, it shattered into splinters. The crowd gasped. In the next moment, Secretary Milia swiftly approached them, interrupting the duel. The exam could be concluded. The girl raised our hero's hand, proclaiming him the victor. For a moment, the adventurers froze, mouths agape. The crowd roared, congratulating the newcomer on his victory and warmly welcoming the bear killer into their ranks. Everyone unanimously declared the fight magnificent. The instructor, unperturbed, calmly put on his glasses and admitted his defeat. Ku instinctively wanted to apologize, but Jisoo just smiled back at him. He wasn't offended by his loss. The instructor noted that they had all witnessed an unusual way of using the inventory skill today and sincerely thanked the young man, extending his hand. The newcomer heartily shook it in return. Congratulating him on successfully passing the exam, the instructor said he had high expectations for such a fighter. A few minutes later, Ku was handed his own guild card. The secretary was amazed by the guy's victory over the instructor and showered him with compliments. Our hero didn't know how to respond, as he himself considered it somewhat impolite towards the instructor. Milia offered the newcomer a brochure to familiarize himself with the guild rules and readily offered to explain everything herself. Looking at her enthusiastic eyes, Ku simply couldn't refuse her. From the girl, our hero learned that adventurers are divided into 7 ranks from F to S, and Ku was currently at the lowest level. The guild raises ranks for completing quests and for the stories of their completion. There were 3 prohibitions, the violation of which could lead to severe penalties: false reports, client betrayal, and forging guild cards. Adventurers also received rewards for successfully completing quests. Ku came to the conclusion that all of this was very similar to a game system. The secretary recommended reaching B rank first and foremost. This would allow him to receive compensation for injuries and provide a pension after retirement. Concluding her speech, Milia expressed gratitude to the newcomer for his attentive listening. At this moment, Ku decided that he had nothing to lose by reaching B rank, and therefore he should focus on that. The efficient girl also immediately offered him a quest. He needed to find and collect 50 stems of naos grass. Surprised by such promptness, Ku clarified what kind of grass she was referring to. Milia patiently explained that it was a medicinal herb. The client was an apothecary who often made requests to the guild because the grass grew in an area full of monsters. The reward for 1 stem was 400 comms. Considering he could earn 20,000 comms, Kusuk found this job quite appealing. The secretary explained that the demand for medicinal herbs was high, but there were certain risks. The most important part remained to be explained. For his first quest, it was better for the newcomer not to go alone, but to team up with an experienced, high-ranking adventurer. Milia offered to arrange for him to complete the quest with other adventurers without payment. When Ku hesitated a bit, wondering if he should bother the girl, she confidently stated that with her negotiation skills, success was 100% guaranteed. And once again, our hero had no arguments against it. When the secretary disappeared, Kusuk leaned tiredly against a pillar and exhaled in relief. He was glad he had become an adventurer without any unnecessary problems. He definitely ought to thank Chrome the next time they met. After all, the kind merchant not only welcomed Ku into his territory, he helped him join the guild and gave him almost 80,000 comms to start with. Ku decided he would always buy things exclusively from her company. At that moment, Milia's voice brought our hero back to reality. Turning around, the guy froze, instantly blushing. Red hair like a sunset, crimson-red eyes sparkling like jewels, and dragon horns. Milia solemnly introduced Ku to an A-rank adventurer named Irisnet Fafnir. The horned girl smiled slightly with the corners of her lips and noted that she had heard of the bear killer. She was happy to meet him and asked him to just call her Iris. Kusuk Ku, out of habit, bowed to his new acquaintance, thanked her for her time, and added that he was counting on the senior's help. The girl stared at him in surprise, and in that awkward pause, Ku realized he had been too polite again. However, the next moment he heard laughter. Iris smiled at the newcomer and asked him not to be afraid. After all, they were both adventurers, so why all the formalities? A flustered Ku promised to speak normally and told her to correct him if he made a mistake. The secretary began to explain that Ku was a very talented person, but he had lived in the mountains before and knew little about city life. Given the disagreements between Dragonborn and humans, she thought it was a good idea. Iris's eyes darkened with sadness, but it became clear to her why Milia had approached her. When the adventurers went outside, Iris asked the newcomer what he thought they should do first. He replied that they should start by gathering information. Ku remembered that when he was into games, he always gathered information and bought equipment first. He confessed to Iris that he knew nothing about Naos grass, neither what it looked like nor where it grew. He wanted a map of the area and to learn about the local monsters. Iris agreed with his thoughts, calling them correct. The Dragonborn winked at the newcomer, noting that good preparation leads to success. Ku's thoughts confirmed his reputation as a rising star, and even she herself couldn't have answered so precisely. However, Ku objected that she was overestimating him. Iris recommended that the guy look at the booklet from Milia with the necessary information. Ku, interested, took out the booklet and began to flip through it. Ku was surprised that the guild information took up less than half of the booklet, while the rest was dedicated to all the information an adventurer needed. The guy mumbled that this booklet resembled a guidebook. Iris, not understanding what he was talking about, noted that Milia had written it. The secretary had previously worked at the royal capital's headquarters and was now called to restore the guild branch in this city. Iris expressed hope that Milia could improve the situation and atmosphere in the guild. She was doing an excellent job and could rise to the rank of executive. It seemed that Ku had become her favorite, but that didn't matter much. Ku latched onto that thought. Favorite? Did he look too impressive in the eyes of others? Iris asked if the newcomer wanted to know anything else. Kusuk inquired where he could buy items for adventurers. The girl led him to Adventure Street. Soon, our hero successfully bought a sturdy rope, a quality torch, flint, and several waterskins. Ku placed the equipment in his inventory, and Iris began to worry about the lack of space. Hearing that the newcomer's box was infinite, she didn't immediately believe it. On the way out of the city, the Dragonborn told Ku that standard inventory had limited capacity, which is why almost no one used the skill. Because items that handled this task much more effectively had long since appeared. For example, Iris kept her spear in a compact waist pouch. Putting her spear back, Iris noted that all high-ranking adventurers had similar items, and Ku's inventory was simply abnormal, but she still didn't realize that the newcomer had many more tricks up his sleeve. Convinced of their complete readiness, the adventurers set off into the forest known as Yahello. As soon as they delved into the forest, Kusuk began to look around for Naos grass. After a few minutes, he found what he needed but decided to ask Iris how to properly collect it. Iris warned that he needed to be careful. He shouldn't damage the roots or pull too hard so as not to injure the stem and leaves. Kusuk initially decided to dig up the grass but soon realized there was a simpler way. The guy knelt by the bush and extended his palm. Iris didn't have time to realize his intentions before a magic seal flashed under the plant. When the light faded, Iris opened her eyes and was surprised to see that Ku was holding a perfectly intact Naos grass. Iris asked what he had just done. Ku replied that he had simply moved the grass into his inventory. Now, completing the mission would be significantly easier. Iris confessed that she had never thought that this skill could be used in such a way. Meanwhile, Ku noticed another similar grass but found its leaves covered in spots. The Dragonborn explained that this was Naelan grass, similar to Naos but with characteristic red spots. That's why the task was considered difficult. The grasses grew far apart, and at first it might seem that the correct one was found, but it often turned out to be a mistake. To complete the task, a full day of patience would be required. However, Ku decided to use his special skill. Closing his eyes, he activated the spell Artisan God's Eyes. When Ku opened his eyes, the nearest sources of Naos grass flashed before him, illuminated by a mystical light. Artisan God's Eyes was a rare skill that allowed one to easily find any items. With such a gift, the task became significantly simpler. Iris was at a loss as to how the newcomer could know about such places. The mission took only an hour to complete. 50 Naos grasses were collected in record time. All that remained was to return to the city. Iris realized that she never would have thought this task could be completed so quickly, and for that they had Ku's skills to thank. Milia would undoubtedly be shocked by their speed. On the way to the city, the girl asked if the newcomer wanted to ask anything else. He, in turn, inquired if he could ask a personal question. Ku asked who the Dragonborn were. The adventurer merely gave a wry smile, finding the question not too personal. Iris explained to our hero that dragons were the most powerful beings who ruled the world in the past, and the Dragonborn, in turn, were their descendants. Their lives are noticeably longer than humans, and their bodies are much stronger. Ku couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. These simple words shocked Iris so much that she stared at the guy with wide eyes. Apologizing for her reaction, the dragonkin admitted that she had never heard anything like it before. When Ku asked what was so unusual about his words, she replied that people usually kept their distance from them out of fear. It's terrible to be considered a monster. The rookie apologized awkwardly, but Iris clicked her tongue and turned away, suggesting they not dwell on it. For a moment, silence hung over the forest, broken only by a gust of wind. Ku couldn't see her face, but the word envy lingered in the air. The next moment, Iris turned around with a radiant smile and admitted that those words truly made her happy. Our hero couldn't help but return her smile. When the adventurers returned to the guild, Milia was indeed in complete shock. How had they managed to complete the gathering quest so quickly? The rookie reported that he had 50 naos herbs. Milia spent a few minutes counting them and confirmed that the quest was complete. Intrigued, she asked the adventurers how they managed to collect so much fresh herb without damaging the roots and leaves. Kusuk told the secretary how he used his box skill. It turned out the method of completion didn't matter, but she had to reflect it in the report. Milia handed our hero his well-deserved reward and noted that if his collection method was approved, he could expect an additional reward. Even though the guy considered it a mere coincidence, Iris praised the guild's rising star. All he could do was thank her, and so Kusuk completed his first mission. That same evening, Ku arrived at the lodging Chrome had assigned him, and he certainly didn't expect it to be a room in a luxurious hotel. Such a place definitely wasn't suitable for an adventurer. The guy entered an alley between the houses, and magical light filled the street. Ku appeared in clean clothes, ready to enter the luxurious place without shame. Inside, Kusuk was even more stunned. Was this room really for him? It surpassed even his house in Japan in size. Kusuk wanted to have dinner, but the food prices were high. He checked his adventurer's booklet and found Anand's gourmet guide. The gourmet guide recommended the Golden Bear restaurant, where grilled chicken was considered the menu's hit. Dinner cost Ku 7,500 koms, even though the attempt to serve him wine made him uncomfortable. He was ready to give his all tomorrow. The next day, the mission led the newly minted adventurer to the Fatos Mountains. These places were shrouded in a dense, dark forest. Today, his task was to weaken lone wolves. From the name, it was obvious they attacked alone. Milia informed him that for one killed wolf, he could get 5,000 koms, and Ku decided it was excellent work. However, in a whole hour, he didn't encounter a single wolf. Instead, he managed to discover 3 types of materials: the healing naos herb, the lilium plant, perfect as an antidote, and a moist mushroom with magical power. Using his crafting skill, he could make a healing potion and a detoxification potion from these ingredients. The process required adding water containers, and the water skins he bought the day before fit perfectly. Of course, he approved their use. A few seconds later, Ku held a pouch with a potion in his hands. This potion not only restored health to maximum, but also provided invigoration. Its minty taste reminded him of a company that sold anti-drowsiness pills. For a moment, he even felt dizzy. However, the detoxification potion, despite its useful properties, looked like mouthwash. The hero, relying on his appraisal ability, worried for nothing. The potion's taste turned out to be surprisingly similar to exquisite grape juice, and Ku even apologized to his skill. Suddenly, footsteps sounded behind him. A low growl followed. Ku flinched and sharply turned around, meeting the bared fangs of a predator. The lone wolf growled at the adventurer, but he was ready for the encounter. He quickly drew his cypress sword from his inventory. The wolf's growl made our hero's heart pound faster, but he wasn't going to run away. If the target found him, letting it go would be a crime. Habitually opening the seal, Ku drew his cypress sword, preparing for the attack, but the wolf lunged at him first. With a menacing growl, the wolf charged at the adventurer, but he, letting out a fierce battle cry, activated his agility skill. Dodging the beast's paws, Ku struck with his blade. The sharpness of the wooden sword was enough to cut the wolf in half with a single blow. Ku was once again amazed by the power of his weapon. However, there was no time for surprise. He needed to retrieve the wolf's body. There might be an additional reward for its pelt. He still needed to eliminate 4 more wolves to complete the mission. Dealing with the first one was relatively easy, but the next moment, the guy heard a growl behind him again. Turning around, Kusuk saw an entire pack of lone wolves, who, contrary to their name, were approaching from the forest thicket in a whole crowd. The wolves snarled, charging at the adventurer, but he didn't wait for them to get close. Instead, he lunged forward, swinging his weapon. The wooden blade effortlessly severed a wolf's head. At that very moment, Ku received a notification that he had reached level 9. Besides improving his stats, he also gained a new skill, automatic collection. The demonstration was instantaneous. The freshly killed wolf suddenly glowed with magical light and vanished, teleporting into his inventory. Ku fearlessly plunged his blade directly into the maw of the next attacker, and just like the first, it vanished into the depths of his inventory. The monster corpses continued to automatically enter his inventory, allowing him to stay focused on the battle. Killing the wolves one by one was becoming increasingly difficult, so Ku drew his axe and hurled it with all his might at an enemy. The axe flew in a wide arc and struck down 4 monsters at once. But it turned out that wasn't all. The number of wolves didn't seem to be decreasing. As he continued to hack at the monsters, Ku couldn't help but wonder what was going on. Did he have such an attractive scent for wolves? How many more of them were there? Another wolf lunged at our hero, but he wasn't about to back down. But when Ku knocked it down and prepared to fend off the next attack, he realized this was the last one. There were no more wolves left. The guy continued to ponder the mystery of why solitary wolves were attacking in packs. When he checked his inventory, he was stunned. There were over 2,000 wolf bodies inside. This was clearly not normal. He needed to report it to the guild. However, as soon as Kusuk took a step back, he heard a loud growl behind him again. Just how many of them were there? Spinning around sharply, Ku spotted another wolf. However, his appraisal showed that it was a female. Reading in the window that males abandon females during pregnancy, the guy realized that the males had been constantly running away, and now he was also responsible for it. He even felt a bit awkward. But he certainly didn't want to become prey. The she-wolf met the same fate as her failed partners. The next moment, Ku received a notification that he had reached level 16. He had leveled up several times already today. As his level increased, his skills also improved. Perhaps he should continue to develop them. By noon, our hero reached a lake and decided it was time to rest. However, he suddenly discovered he wasn't alone. To his surprise, he noticed a pair of breathless individuals. A guy with a sword and a girl with a magic staff looked as if they were fleeing from a terrible danger. Ku approached closer, drawing their attention by asking what had happened. The pair shrieked in fright but quickly realized there was no danger. The guy instantly recognized the bear killer standing before him. Ku was so flustered that he even introduced himself in full but asked to be called by his first name. The frightened girl mumbled that they should get down the mountain faster. Ku asked if an armored bear had attacked them. However, the other adventurers suddenly refuted this with a trembling voice. Trembling from the horror they had experienced, the young man described a giant black spider that, despite its size, was unusually agile. The girl added that if it really was a black spider, it probably lived deep within the mountain, but today it had come out. Ku then remembered that these guys were E-rank adventurers just like him. From the kid's story, the guy understood that they had gone into the mountains for a gathering quest which didn't involve high risks, but they were unlucky and encountered a black spider. That wasn't a monster that rookies could handle. The kids also recalled meeting an A-rank adventurer. It seemed she was a dragonborn named Iris. Cold sweat ran down Kusuk's back. Iris, the same dragonborn who had accompanied him yesterday. The girl began to mumble that the black spider was a monster higher than A-rank and much more dangerous than an armored bear. The adventurers owed Iris a great debt, but they had no idea what had happened to her now. Watching the guy hug the girl who was almost crying, Ku pondered. Despite Iris's words that Dragonborn were stronger than humans, he was worried about whether she was even alive now. Ku asked the kids to show him the shortest path to where they encountered the spider. After getting directions, he announced that he would go look for Iris and they both should return to the city. The guy jumped up, resolutely speaking against this dangerous adventure. Ku reassured him, promising that he wasn't going to fight alone. The girl interrupted them, adding that they would call people from the guild and asked him to take care of Iris. Although there were fewer objections, the adventurer declared that she heard the voices of spirits telling her to let Ku go to battle. Ku even became curious. He knew about spirits from games and anime, but had no idea what they were like in this world. The girl explained that spirits are invisible beings that influence natural phenomena. Thanks to her spirit direction skill, she could sometimes contact them. The guy admitted that spirit direction had saved them more than once, so he couldn't stop Ku. However, he asked the adventurer not to overdo it. With an approving smile, Ku nodded to the adventurers and headed in the indicated direction. Iris was waiting for him. The others could only wish him luck and ask the gods for their blessing. Our hero raced through the forest, trying to catch any sound using the effect of his armor. He prayed that Iris was still alive. Her bright image flashed before Ku's eyes and he hoped he wasn't too late. He had to believe the Dragonborn was alive. Suddenly, the guy froze, always calm. He couldn't understand his emotions. His heart was pounding wildly. At that moment, his heightened hearing picked up a strange sound. An incomprehensible noise broke through the rustling leaves, and Ku turned in that direction. Seeing that the path led in the right direction, Ku decided to go and see what was there. The guy rushed towards the source of the noise and, after a few meters, saw that the trees along the path were shattered into splinters. Everything looked as if a giant had raged here. Wolf corpses lay scattered and our hero's heart beat faster. Could this be the work of the black spider? Soon, he burst out into a forest clearing. He stopped, noticing someone lying ahead. Looking closer, he realized with horror that it was Iris. The girl lay in a pool of blood, wounded but still alive. Ku rushed to the Dragonborn, thanking all the gods that she was alive. But before reaching her by a couple of meters, he remembered the spider. It could be a trap. And he wasn't wrong. A noise under his feet made Ku jump back, and the ground where he had just stood erupted. A huge mass swiftly flew out from under the ground, snapping its jaws and hissing disgustingly. It seemed it really was the black spider. The giant black spider snapped its jaws greedily. The hero quickly assessed its agility, magic resistance, and venomous fangs. Using Iris as bait only confirmed that this was an A+ rank monster. The spider lunged into battle, emitting an unpleasant hiss. With astonishing speed, the monster rushed towards Ku, aiming to paralyze him with a venomous bite, but at the very last moment, he managed to dodge. But scaring the adventurer wasn't easy. A wooden blade appeared in his hands. Ku delivered several swift blows to the opponent, but he only managed to scratch the monster. Delivering a fatal blow proved difficult. But he had to save Iris. He needed to finish off the creature before it was too late. The spider had no intention of letting its prey go. With a new piercing shriek, it lunged at our hero again, knocking him off his feet. Ku flew back to the nearest tree, hitting it with his back. Only the attributes of his armor saved him at this critical moment. But the cypress sword slipped from his hands. He urgently needed to create a new one, and Ku struggled to get up from the ground. The spider clearly had other plans. Something burst from its body, hitting the guy and pinning him against the tree. Ku immediately realized that the spider had used its web against him. Having performed its trick, the spider shrieked joyfully. The adventurer was caught and there was no way for him to escape. The spider tightly bound him to the tree with its nimble threads and, without rushing, approached him. Drops of venom dripped from the approaching spider jaws. If they pierced his flesh, Kusuk would die. He urgently needed to come up with a plan. And then it hit him. All he had to do was put the tree in his inventory, just like on his first day in this world. A sudden bright light caught the spider off guard. The magical flash momentarily blinded the monster. When the light faded, it only saw an empty hole in the ground. The freed Ku rolled to the side on the ground. Breathing a sigh of relief, he turned to the spider. The creature's surprise gave him a pleasant feeling. Using the unique ability of his inventory, Ku easily moved the tree, along with the web inside. Picking up his sword, Ku got to his feet. Now he needed to figure out how to defeat this monster. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Iris's spear, discarded on the ground. The adventurer grabbed the weapon. Now the adventurer held two weapons. Channeling Iris's power, he charged into the attack. With a strike of his wooden sword, Ku managed to distract his opponent. But now he also had a spear, which proved much easier to handle. Ku accelerated. The monster had no chance to dodge the blow, and the sharp blade plunged into its flesh. The spider shrieked in pain. Ku pulled the spear back and black blood splattered onto his boots. A new sword strike immediately followed. The spider tried to counterattack, but its opponent deftly dodged its legs. And once again, he swung his arm with the spear. The spear pierced the base of one of the monster's legs, once again breaking through its tough hide. The spider's leg flew off to the side. Its body fell heavily, and Ku barely managed to jump out of the way. Moments ago, the guy had no chance against the monster, but now he was ready to unleash the full power of his abilities. The spider turned, and its 8 eyes met the human's determined gaze. It seemed to realize there was nothing left for it. The wounded monster bolted away from the adventurer. But Ku wasn't about to let it go. With all his might, he hurled the spear at the fleeing spider. A flying spear gleamed inevitably in the air. The weapon plunged into the monster's back with a dull thud, piercing its chest and pinning it to the ground. With a battle cry, our Kusuk rushed forward, ready to deliver the decisive blow. The wooden blade pierced the monster's body and cut it in half. The halves of the creature crashed to the ground with a deafening roar before disappearing in a flash of a magic seal and seamlessly transferring into his inventory. Ku let out a sigh of relief. At that very moment, Ku received a notification that he had reached level 24. The automap skill was now available to him. For a few moments, the map of this world captured the adventurer's attention, but there was no time to study it now. The guy rushed to the wounded Iris. Ku placed his palm on the Dragonborn's forehead. She was barely breathing, and he needed to heal her quickly. He took a healing potion from the magic seal. He poured the potion onto the girl's open wounds, hoping its properties would help her. Clutching the empty water skin in his hands, Kusuk prayed, "Just let it work." After some time, Iris was enveloped in a sparkling magical mist. Under the potion's effect, the Dragonborn's wounds began to close, and she opened her eyes again. When Iris coughed, Ku felt immense relief. In a weak voice, she warned her friend about the monster, but he assured her that it was no longer a problem. Despite her condition, she worried about others, which spoke volumes about her kind heart. Ku anxiously asked about the Dragonborn's well-being. Iris's voice was still weak. She struggled to admit her willingness to sacrifice herself, but now she couldn't even move her leg. Ku realized this was the result of the black spider's poison. Ku poured a detoxification potion into the weakened girl's mouth. Just one sip of the potion restored Iris's vitality. She opened her eyes wide. Ku anxiously asked Iris how she was feeling. She raised her hands and, stretching her wrists, was surprised that the poison's effect had passed so quickly. The girl sincerely thanked Ku for saving her, admitting that she was now indebted to him. He, in turn, asked if she had a free evening. In response, she agreed to spend time together. Ku suggested they have lunch sometime. With a sly look, Iris clarified, "Will it be a date?" Ku froze in surprise. The Dragonborn confessed that she wanted to cheer him up with her joke. Trying to stand up, she unexpectedly stumbled from dizziness, and Ku quickly caught her. To his concerned remark that it would be difficult for her to walk on her own, Iris apologized sheepishly. Ku carried the Dragonborn girl into town on his back. On the way, the girl noticed that the rookie had managed to defeat both a black spider and an armored bear. He handled it all by himself. Wasn't he scared? Kusuk paused for a moment and admitted that he was too focused on protecting her to notice anything else. A blush appeared on Iris's face. She pressed herself against him, burying her face in his shoulder. Ku asked if she was okay, but Iris just quietly thanked him again. Ku, carrying Iris in his arms, finally entered the Adventurers Guild. The adventurers he had met earlier in the forest rushed to greet him joyfully. One was surprised that Ku had managed to kill the black spider, while the other was happy that our hero was completely fine. Milia also greeted him and congratulated him on completing the mission. The guy was happy to have returned. Still smiling mysteriously, Milia asked if he wanted to have dinner or take a bath. However, he wanted to report on the quest first. After a while, Kusuk was invited to the guild's reception room. Milia wanted to speak with him. Now that Iris was resting peacefully, the girl decided to hear his mission report. But before he began, she wanted to share one of her secrets with the adventurer. With those words, Milia showed him her guild card. Ku peered at the ID, trying to find something unusual about it. The girl was only covering her age with her fingers. The new information stunned Kusuk. Milia turned out to be not just a secretary, but the assistant to the guild master, who was currently away on business. A surprised Ku asked why, despite her high position, she was still working as a secretary. The girl replied that due to a shortage of staff, she had to help out. Our hero was so astonished by her high position that he couldn't recover from the shock. Milia decided to get straight to business. She politely bowed to the rookie and thanked him for defeating the black spider, which could have killed many guild members. The assistant expressed her sincere gratitude on behalf of the guild. The hero hadn't expected such a gesture. Milia returned to her seat and suggested they discuss the adventure informally. She wanted a detailed report. Ku began a long account of everything that had happened to him since leaving the guild. As Ku expected, the news of the pack of lone wolves alarmed the girl. She assumed they might not have enough information and promised to report it to the guild headquarters. She was even more astonished to learn that he had indeed defeated over 2,000 wolves by himself. Milia, with shocked eyes, asked who he was. A messenger from God. This even embarrassed Ku. The conversation went smoothly. A pair of adventurers also told the guild about the black spider. In the end, Milia asked how he managed to neutralize the monster's poison, as there was no known cure for it. Ku explained that he had created a potion and handed it over to the guild for mass production. Milia also promised that a meeting with the guild leadership would take place the next day. Such achievements needed to be recognized with an adventurer rank up. Furthermore, Ku deserved a reward for defeating high-ranking monsters. One black spider was valued at 5 million. The guy thought that was too large a sum, but the assistant explained that usually a team of adventurers is assembled to hunt a black spider, and the reward is divided equally. Ku remembered that as he approached the city, he had encountered a whole crowd of well-equipped adventurers who had gathered to help him. He also reminded her about Iris. The girl was willing to sacrifice herself to save other lives. Milia promised that the Dragonborn would receive a worthy reward, as the guild valued such actions. The assistant went to submit her report, and Ku calmly went downstairs. In the guild hall, he met instructor Guise. Guise admitted that he had heard about the rookie's exploits. A talent capable of defeating a black spider alone is born once every few hundred years. However, Ku felt he was being overestimated. The instructor asked our hero about his free time, to which he replied that he was going to have dinner at the tavern. However, Guise suggested something more interesting and led Ku to the Golden Bear restaurant, where they were already expected. A crowd of guild members had gathered at the restaurant, greeting Ku as a local hero. A debate broke out over what to call him, Bear Slayer or Spider Slayer. The evening was full of joy and warmth. Wine and beer flowed freely, and everyone rushed to congratulate the hero on his victory. The fun continued even when some were barely standing. This town made Ku feel like he had already become one of them. Just 5 minutes before midnight, the tavern door swung open and Iris walked in. She had fully recovered. The moment the Dragonborn entered the restaurant hall, conversations ceased and silence fell. Watching this scene, Ku realized that people truly avoided dragon descendants. Could he fix it? Yes, he could. He nudged the young man Iris had saved in the forest, reminding him that he and his friend wanted to express their gratitude to the adventurer. The young man quickly snapped out of it. The pair rushed over to Iris and bowed deeply. Both sincerely thanked the girl for saving them that day. Iris froze in surprise, unsure what to say. Ku walked up to her and offered a glass of wine. Then he turned to everyone present, drawing their attention with his voice. The newcomer explained that he wasn't the only hero that day. Iris had single-handedly faced a black spider to save 2 rookie adventurers. He raised his glass and proposed a toast to the brave girl. The adventurers cheered Ku on and raised their glasses as well. Iris blushed with embarrassment, but her eyes sparkled with joy. Ku hoped that the Dragonborn would now be accepted as one of their own. 10 days had passed since that evening. Ku had adapted to life in the new world despite minor skirmishes. He was instantly promoted from F to D rank. Milia excitedly announced that it was the fastest promotion in history. To achieve C rank, one not only had to fight monsters and gather materials, but also actively help the city, excluding trade. Today, the hero was assigned to help in the kitchen of the Golden Bear restaurant. Ku entered the empty hall and greeted the owner. The owner told him not to stand on ceremony and just work hard. The guy was ready as he had new equipment, and today was the perfect day to try it out. Ku tied on an apron made from a lone wolf's hide, which made kitchen work easier. Everyone was happy to see him, both the cook, Akami, and a familiar adventurer. the guy had never cooked on his own before. Rapid vegetable chopping, quick breading of meat, and preparing a delicious sauce were all made possible thanks to his agility and master chef skills. The lunch sandwich only appeared on the menu thanks to Ku. The restaurant owner had a feeling this guy was incredibly good. In the owner's opinion, Kusuk deserved an additional reward, though Ku doubted it was proper. Good work, good money. The owner of the Golden Bear believed that was the price of a man. Ku even teared up, and the owner thought he'd gotten a spicy piece in his food. In reality, Ku just wanted to share this wise thought with his old manager. The second task for the day was to help build the city wall. Due to population growth and the condition of the old wall, it was torn down and being rebuilt. This was the fifth task Ku had been personally invited to. The dwarf in charge of the section warmly greeted him. Dwarves are cheerful creatures who excel in production. The adventurer's job was to clear construction debris. All the debris was simply placed into Kusuk's bottomless inventory. Afterward, he headed to the eastern part of the city, where the dwarf workshops were located. His task here was to carry bricks from production to the warehouse. The dwarves were always amazed by the capacity of our hero's inventory. In gratitude, the generous craftsman tried to treat Ku to a drink, but he couldn't allow himself to drink on the job. His work for the day was now complete. He could return to the guild to submit his report. All 60,000 coms of his reward were credited to his account. But his plans for the day weren't over yet. Iris met the adventurer, praised him for his excellent work, and asked if he was finished for the day. The girl had also completed her tasks and offered to have dinner with Ku if he didn't mind. Today, Ku wasn't particularly craving meat, but beef seemed preferable to chicken. Iris knew an excellent place, the Silver Deer restaurant, which served stewed beef. She invited him almost every day, and if the guy were younger, he might have misinterpreted her intentions. The dish was incredibly delicious, and the Dragonborn happily noted that her companion enjoyed it. After eating, Iris unexpectedly asked why Ku decided to move to this city. Ku, recalling his arrival in this world, replied that circumstances had led him there. He asked Iris why she had come here. The girl seemed a little flustered, and Ku noted that if it was difficult for her to talk about it, she didn't have to answer. Iris countered that wasn't the issue. They say a huge underground city is hidden beneath Annan. Iris came here to find the ruins of this ancient civilization. On this continent, a highly advanced magical civilization once flourished, living in a world free from the threat of demons. The ancient civilization vanished, leaving traces across the continent. Recent research revealed a large underground city near Annan. Iris was searching for only one thing in this city: traces of an ancient civilization. Speaking of a highly advanced civilization, it was just a normal world, the one our hero came from. Ancient superweapons must be hidden in the ruins. Ku was clearly intrigued. Iris had clues about the civilization mentioned in numerous works and documents. However, she hadn't yet managed to find its exact location. Ku, without much hope, decided to look at the automap. Iris, noticing it, was greatly surprised. Kusuk explained that it was a map of the area and offered Iris a look. She agreed and sat down next to him, carefully studying the map. However, he unexpectedly noticed he couldn't take his eyes off her collarbones. Iris, noticing his intense gaze, asked if everything was all right. The guy instantly looked away. Ku requested the location of the underground city, not believing it would work. To his surprise, a marker appeared on the map with the label Underground City 0, entrance. Iris noticed that the marker appeared in Yahello Forest, but our hero doubted its accuracy. He asked the girl what she thought about the discovered marker. She was surprised at how quickly they found the underground city. They decided to go there tomorrow for reconnaissance. The next morning, the adventurers set off for Yahello Forest. They easily found the right spot using the map. But their destination turned out to be a very ordinary-looking rock. Ku looked at his new gauntlet. He had made it from the remains of a black spider, but it seemed he wouldn't need it today. Deciding there might be secret passages in the rock, the adventurers began tapping on the rock formation. Ku soon stumbled upon an unusual boulder that made a dull sound. He tried to lift it, but even with the effects of his armor, he couldn't budge it. Iris suggested putting the stone into inventory, and Kusuk supported her idea. The magic seal habitually opened on the ground. When the stone disappeared, a huge carved door appeared before the astonished adventurers. So this was the entrance to the underground city. The girl touched the door and noted that it was warm. Perhaps it was orichalcum. Ku was surprised that was the name of a material in one of the fantasy games. His friend's reaction surprised Iris a little. Orichalcum, though not the rarest metal, had excellent anti-physical and anti-magic defense. However, the technique for processing it had long been lost. The door clearly led to an underground city, but how could they open it without a handle? Ku touched the surface, trying to assess its strength, and suddenly words began to appear under his fingers. One who comes from afar, blessed by spirits. What did this mean? A status update notification sounded in Ku's head. The system recognized him as the transmitter of the underground city, but to become its full owner, he needed to. At that moment, Iris screamed. Ku sharply turned around and saw a magic seal glowing on the ground behind them. A notification about the start of a preliminary trial sounded in his head. A figure resembling a robot emerged from the seal. The appraisal system identified it as an orichalcum golem, an ancient humanoid weapon with orichalcum armor and a high-speed laser cannon in its eyes. Ku quickly realized encountering this orichalcum thing was a bad idea. The appraisal had never deceived him. The golem focused on the adventurers, who immediately grabbed their weapons. Target confirmed and subject to destruction. Without looking at her friend, Iris spoke to him. With her spear at the ready, she volunteered to be a decoy so he could escape. This golem posed an S-rank threat, higher than the Black Spider. The Dragonborn had already fought it before. It took 20 A-rank adventurers to defeat it. They had no chance against the golem as a duo. Ku wasn't going to abandon his friend. They wouldn't know anything until they tried. Only then should they decide whether to run or stay. He would have a bad taste in his mouth if he abandoned someone for survival. Iris wanted to object, but the golem didn't wait. Its eye glowed brightly. A bright laser beam shot through the air and struck the ground. Ku and Iris barely managed to jump out of the way in different directions. The laser's power was terrifying. Ku didn't even want to imagine what would have happened to him if he hadn't managed to dodge. Our hero realized that the golem was using a magic laser. He turned to Iris and asked how they managed to defeat it last time. Iris replied that they aimed for the eyes. That's where there was no orichalcum protection. To defeat the golem, they needed to get close, but Iris noted that the laser would kill them first. Ku confidently replied that he would be the shield. He could deflect all attacks so Iris could disable the golem's eyes. The Dragonborn was surprised by such a proposal. Iris asked for an explanation but then agreed. If they won, it would confirm Ku's strength equal to 19 A-rank adventurers. The guy replied that it sounded intriguing and it was time to act. They rushed towards the golem, and it began its attack once more. The glowing eye fired another magic laser, and Ku braced himself to deflect it with his gauntlet. The beam hit its mark, and Ku squinted from the blinding light. And it worked. The magic beam was absorbed by the Black Spider gauntlet. Iris couldn't believe her eyes. The gauntlet truly had an amazing magic absorbing effect. Thanks to it, Ku could now absorb the magic laser. Now he was confident his plan would work, while the golem prepared for another attack. The laser beam was absorbed by the gauntlet once more, allowing the adventurers to get up close to their opponent. As soon as the golem finished its attack, Kusuk signaled Iris, and flying over her friend, she prepared her spear to strike. With a furious cry, the Dragonborn plunged her spear directly into the orichalcum golem's eye, and cracks spread across its helmet. Magical sparks ran along the spear, but the monster miraculously remained on its feet. It prepared to attack the girl, but Ku couldn't allow that. He raised his hand with the spider gauntlet and it shot out a web. The thin thread tightly bound the golem, allowing Iris to jump aside. Ku used his black spider thread ability to convert the absorbed magical power into this thread. The monster began to lose its balance. Even though the golem's other hand was free, Ku quickly ran up to it and plunged his sword into its second eye, deepening the damage. The golem sparked, emitting a deafening sound of damage. Ku was forced to release the sword's hilt, leaving the blade inside the monster. The golem powered down with a loud sound and crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up dust. The defeated golem vanished. Iris stood, unable to believe her eyes. They had truly won. Notifications flooded Ku, and Iris noticed he froze. He had reached level 38, the trial was complete, victory over the golem was confirmed, and ownership of Underground City No. 0 was transferred to him. So he was now the owner of the Underground City and could open that door. The adventurers returned to the entrance. Iris unexpectedly thanked our hero for his help. She was still alive only because of his efforts. Ku also had to thank his partner. They couldn't have done it alone, but together they worked perfectly and could make a great team. Looking at her sparkling eyes, Ku couldn't help but respond with his warmest smile. It was time to enter the underground city. After a quick magical sample check, the system welcomed its master. The doors hummed open, revealing a path into darkness. Underground City number 0 awaited the adventurers. Our hero told Iris his secret, that he possessed a large number of abilities, from a map display skill to an item creation skill. The girl suggested that Ku might be a transmitter. She then recounted a legend that circulated among her people. A peculiar entity from afar, possessing an excessive number of skills. Ku had to admit that it made sense. The guy was indeed a transmitter, but he asked her to keep it a secret. Iris understood, though she was interested in learning more about this mysterious aspect. The Dragonborn asked where he came from. It's probably not from this continent, is it? Ku wondered if she would believe him if he said he came from another world. Instead, he replied that it was the farthest place imaginable and asked her not to delve deeper into the topic. Iris quickly apologized for her question, but Ku confessed that it was difficult for him to talk about it. The girl replied that she also couldn't return to her hometown, so she understood his feelings. When the guy apologized for his secrecy, Iris responded that she already realized she could trust him. At that moment, a light glimmered at the end of the dark tunnel they were moving through. Ku drew the girl's attention to this passage. Exchanging glances, the friends sped up and entered the archway. Bright sunlight blinded them. The air suddenly smelled of fresh grass. Completely unexpectedly, the adventurers emerged into a green meadow under a high blue sky. A fresh spring breeze blew, and a small stream quietly gurgled nearby. Iris even clarified, "Is this really an underground city?" Ku looked closely at the sky and noticed a stone ceiling beyond the clouds. The city was indeed underground. Suddenly, there was a rustling in the grass. The adventurers nodded to each other. Both drew their weapons in case of an unexpected attack. The grass in front of them began to stir. Instead of a terrifying creature, a small, jelly-like being popped out of the grass. It squeaked, assuring them it wasn't a bad monster at all. In reality, it wasn't a monster. The adventurers stared at the tiny creature in confusion. The appraisal skill informed the hero that they were looking at an assistant slime, a magical creature created by an ancient civilization that managed Underground City 0. The main purpose of these creatures was to care for their masters. Kusuk was listed as the current master. It became clear that this slime served as staff in this place. Both adventurers decided the little one wasn't an enemy. Calming down, the small assistant opened its eyes and let out a sigh of relief. It admitted it was scared, greeted Master Kusuk, and for some reason started referring to itself in the plural. Kusuk latched onto the word we. At that moment, dozens of little slimes emerged from the grass, all eagerly greeting their master and trying to get his attention. They had been waiting for a chance to work for 4,000 years. A disorganized chorus of voices asked the master to take care of them, and all the little ones bowed. Kusuk hesitantly agreed to do so. Meanwhile, Iris approached one of the little ones and, by tickling it with her finger, made it laugh. The girl melted with affection. When Kusuk asked what she was doing, the girl immediately became flustered and covered her face with her hands. He guessed that Iris just liked cute things, and she didn't argue with that. The little slimes explained that this place was built underground as a shelter for emergencies. Although it was just meadows now, a city could soon be built here. The little assistants believed it was the perfect time to complete the preparations. Kusuk wondered about the preparations, but the system answered first, establishing a connection with the underground city's mainframe. The status check was complete, hidden conditions were met, and the abilities of the creation skill expanded. Information was once again uploaded into Kusuk's head. When the process was complete, he understood everything. Iris, surrounded by playful little ones, looked at him questioningly. 2 new functions for the underground city appeared in the creation skill. Extending his palm, Kusuk summoned a glowing sphere and decided to build something, anything. The ball of light, following his command, flew forward and descended to the ground, blinding everything around with a flash. In that very spot, a sturdy 2-story house, resembling the buildings of Anan, literally grew out of thin air. Kusuk himself was surprised, and the others were simply stunned, unable to believe their eyes. The first new function allowed Kusuk to convert excess magical power into building materials, up to 5 per second. The second function gave him the ability to create structures from these materials. With the photosphere configured, he could erect a house. It all felt like a city-building game. Kusuk turned to the others and said it was a lot of fun, but he saw that the little assistants were shocked by his actions. Kusuk asked if this was how they were supposed to build the city. The little ones objected, saying that wasn't it at all. The master needed the construction directive's skill to give instructions, but our hero didn't have such a skill. The confused guy looked at the notifications and learned that the construction directive's skill was only available to heroes, sages, or demon kings. However, to get the creation functions, the skill itself was needed. It turned out that he was a special case. But then it dawned on the assistant slimes themselves that perhaps the master possessed creation. This skill was considered divine, one that only recognized individuals could possess. The little ones concluded that their master was simply amazing and began to praise him enthusiastically. Iris admitted that she had never heard of the creation skill before. She realized that with this ability, Kusuk could turn all carpenters into his enemies. However, Kusuk noted that his abilities weren't limited to just houses. He could create weapons, armor, potions, dishes, and furniture. The girl realized her mistake. With such a skill, he would become the bane of all artisans. One of the little slimes reported that the underground city was not yet complete, and they were glad that the master would continue its construction. The assistants believed that the underground city would be useful to the master in the future, but he had to temper their enthusiasm. The remnants of an ancient civilization were a significant archaeological discovery. Kusuk asked Iris what she thought about it, and she suggested informing the guild. Kusuk agreed with Iris. Reporting, informing, and consulting were the cornerstones of Japanese business. Bidding farewell to the little slimes, the adventurers headed back. On the way, Iris regretted that she couldn't take the little ones with her. They couldn't leave the underground city. At the guilds, the adventurers approached the new secretary to ask if Milia was there. The secretary adjusted her glasses and reported that Milia was at an emergency meeting as the deputy head. She could relay the information. Kusuk decided that they could make their report without waiting for the deputy. The secretary prepared to take notes. Kusuk announced that they had found an underground city of an ancient civilization. The secretary, mechanically copying his words, froze for a moment like an old computer. Then, with a surprised exclamation, she jumped up, staring at the adventurers in shock. Iris added that it was indeed the underground city near Annan that rumors spoke of. The ruins were still functional, and the adventurers wanted to know what to do next. The secretary became flustered and rushed deeper into the building, asking them to wait in the reception area. The adventurers merely watched her go with surprise. Soon, the friends found themselves in the guild master's reception area, awaiting a professor from the royal capital. They decided to have lunch before his arrival. Iris noticed our hero's appetizing sandwiches. Kusuk offered her a bite, and in return, she offered her lunch. The guy saw a very appetizing treat in her container. Kusuk decided to try the fried meat and put a piece in his mouth. Iris doubted he would like it, but it seemed she was wrong. Kusuk didn't know his friend was such a good cook. The Dragonborn explained that she loved to cook in her free time but usually ate alone. She enjoyed sharing a meal with someone. Iris loved cute things and cooked wonderfully. Kusuk decided that today was a great day to discover unexpected sides of Iris. At that moment, the door creaked and an unfamiliar voice was heard. The door swung open and a young man with long, well-groomed hair burst into the reception area, friendly greeting the adventurers. When Ku heard they were talking about a professor, he expected an old man. The stranger adjusted his glasses and apologized for the wait. The young man introduced himself as Larich Dubert, the third son of the Duke and an archaeologist. Hearing his title, Ku wanted to stand and bow, but the guy stopped him, asking him not to bother. He was indeed a nobleman, but he asked to be addressed as an equal. Larich confessed that he wasn't good at formal meetings and found them irritating. With glowing eyes, he asked his friends to tell him everything about the underground city. Larich Dubert was thrilled when the adventurers led him to the entrance of the underground city. The scholar examined the door, amazed by the abundance of orichalcum. The divine gleam of the metal beckoned him, and he almost licked it. Iris noted that some people only needed a door to be happy. Ku moved the archaeologist aside to enter. The door once again performed a magical sample check. The door opened, and a mechanical voice greeted the master. Larich was surprised when Ku was suddenly called master. Our hero realized he hadn't told the scholar everything. Although he had mentioned the automap, Larich wanted to see for himself. When he learned that the two adventurers had defeated an orichalcum golem, he was astonished, and they hadn't even gone inside yet. Once inside, Lerich was speechless. Had they really entered a dungeon? The smell of grass and the wind, it didn't feel like a dungeon at all. Feverishly writing down information, the archaeologist mumbled that it was beyond imagination. The history of archaeology would change forever. Why hadn't he written down the contents of his dissertation? At that moment, a small slime assistant emerged from the grass and greeted the master and his little sister. Seeing the stranger, the little one cheerfully greeted him and introduced himself. A new wave of excitement washed over Lerich. Weren't slime assistants ancient magical creatures? The little one was surprised that the stranger knew about his nature. The archaeologist, a connoisseur of ancient civilizations, had considered them myths and thought their name was just a joke, but it turned out they really existed. Professor Joubert noticed a solitary house and wondered if the slimes had built it. With a smile, the little slime reported that the master had built the house in an instant. Professor Joubert turned to Ku with a silent question, and Ku explained that the owner of this place could create almost anything, but only within the underground city. The archaeologist noted that despite the name, it was empty here. However, possessing the master's right, Kusuk had the ability to develop this place. The new master was hesitant about his right to meddle with this place and returned to submit his report. Lerich, however, was so grateful to the adventurer for the discovery that he was ready to kiss his feet. Unlike others who claimed ruins for themselves, Master Ku understood how important this place was for history. He was endlessly grateful and ready to help in any matter. After making sure the archaeologist was all right, Ku asked him to talk about ancient civilizations. The archaeologist readily agreed, but they decided to continue their conversation inside the house. The three of them settled into the cozy living room, facing each other. Without his shoes, Lerich felt cold and didn't understand why he had been made to take them off. Kusuk noted that it seemed ancient civilizations forbade wearing shoes indoors. This partly reminded him of Japanese traditions, and he had a hunch that he had ended up in the distant future. He had never thought about it before, though he could be wrong. For some reason, he was called the transmitter. Professor Joubert managed to compose himself and began his story. 4 to 5,000 years ago, there was a flourishing civilization with now lost magical technologies that allowed them to conquer the sky and explore other stars and planets. They couldn't do without magical lamps, showers, and ovens. Even guild maps and historical knowledge were inherited from ruins. This was just a part of their past. They traveled to other continents using a mechanical flying bird and communicated over long distances using a small, palm-sized box. Ku, rubbing his chin, pondered. Space travel, airplanes, and smartphones. This ancient civilization was strikingly similar to his own world. However, here, magic predominated instead of science. One day, the entire civilization was destroyed. Having lost their advanced magical technologies, their ancestors lost their former glory. Ku asked why they were destroyed. A world war was one possible reason, but Lerich just shook his head. He didn't know all the details, but had heard about recent research. This phenomenon was called the calamity. Historians believed that a monster was the cause of the destruction. The cause of the calamity was an unknown monster, and Ku was worried about its fate. His intuition told him that this was why he had come to this world. Iris mentioned that her people's legends spoke of this calamity when dragonkin and humans united forces against the monster. It was a brutal defeat. Iris's people lost everything. After the calamity raged, it fell asleep somewhere in this world. A somber Lerich reported that over the past 6 months, monsters had started to become aggressive across the continent. If these weren't signs of the calamity awakening, he didn't even know what to think. The dragonkin reminded them that armored bears and black spiders, usually found high in the mountains, had appeared near Annan. Lone wolves were now gathering in huge packs. What was happening felt like a road to hell. Kusuk was dismayed that, despite their magical technologies, the civilization had perished. He never would have thought that the calamity could awaken in this century. The room fell into a gloomy silence until the slime assistant broke it. Bouncing with impatience, the little one brought tea and snacks. He quickly arranged everything on the table and offered them to help themselves. Everything looked very appetizing. Just one small piece of dough with fruit and honey brought true bliss. The dessert was so delicious that the plates were empty in a matter of minutes. Lerich declared that he envied their ancestors if they ate like this every day. He'd get fat if he stayed here. But then the scholar became curious. Where did the slime get the dishes and food? The little one explained that slime assistants had an inventory skill that was linked to their bodies. Ku looked questioningly at his assistant, who, claiming to have all sorts of things, began pulling a chair out of his mouth. The process looked unpleasant, and everyone present gasped in surprise. The slime interpreted their reaction in its own way. Placing a rocking chair on the floor next to itself, it was clearly proud of the master's and his guests' astonishment. Ku noticed his assistant putting the chair in place and realized that all the ingredients for the tea and pancakes had spilled out of its mouth. Lerich suggested returning to the topic of the disaster and expressed a desire to build something with Ku. Our hero clarified what he was referring to. The professor stated that his main motive was archaeological research, and the second was preparation for the future. Recent events in Onan could foreshadow a catastrophe. If that happens, the underground city could become an excellent evacuation center, and Kusuk supported this idea. Nothing bad would happen, and the archaeological research would be beneficial. Besides, our hero found the idea of creating a city-building game interesting. They decided to try it right away. They went outside. Ku estimated that after half an hour of being there, he had accumulated 8,000 building materials. He could build houses one by one, but he wondered, what if he tried to create everything at once? Just like last time, Ku created a glowing orb. When Lerich asked what it was, he replied that it was a construction egg and asked him to just observe. The orb flew forward, gradually growing larger. A bright flash of magic filled the space, and an entire city block grew right before their eyes in the middle of a clear field. The sparkling streets resembled local architecture, and the glowing lanterns added a cozy touch. Iris, pressing her hands to her lips, called her friend a god in the flesh, to which he replied that she was flattering him, it was just his talent. Trying to prove her friend wrong, the Dragonborn almost called Ku a transmitter but quickly switched the conversation to the weather. He just rolled his eyes. Professor de Hubert, having received permission, sincerely thanked them and eagerly rushed to inspect the streets. Meanwhile, slimes gathered around the master and asked if they could fill the empty spaces inside the houses. Ku didn't refuse, and the little assistants got to work. Kusuk based the city on Onan. With a residential area, agricultural lands, and a commercial district, the city was completed. Iris couldn't believe that just 2 hours ago there was only grass here. The hero shared her surprise and pondered the hidden potential of this creation. Where could his skills lead? At that moment, an enthusiastic Lerich returned to them and declared that the discovery was of great significance to archaeology. He promised to tell the king about both of them. Kusuk didn't understand what an archaeologist had to do with his majesty. Admitting his fault, the professor pulled out a business card. He actually had an academic degree. Thus, the adventurers learned that Lerich de Hubert had his own archaeological laboratory. Kusuk hadn't expected this strange man to be so significant. Professor de Hubert shared his developments: magical city lamps, kitchen stoves, and showers. This month, he planned to introduce a new generation of magical tools, and it was worth waiting for. He sincerely hoped that their attitude towards him wouldn't change. Sometimes he felt lonely. Ku expressed a desire to befriend the archaeology professor, and all three expressed hope that they would get along. But a moment later, the atmosphere changed dramatically. The ground shook with a rumble, as if from an earthquake, and the trio barely managed to stay on their feet. Ku even cried out in surprise. In the end, only he managed to keep his balance, quickly catching the frightened Iris and Lerich. When everything calmed down, they pulled away from Ku and apologized, but he was more concerned about what had just happened. Lerich noted that the incident was intriguing. Suddenly, the tiny voice of the slime assistant rang out, who, rushing, ran up and warned of some terrible event, asking the master to follow him. Now everyone felt uneasy. The trio, following the assistant, emerged to an enormous black crystal that had suddenly appeared in the clearing. At its base, a vaguely familiar magical seal glowed brightly. Slimy reported that a huge crystal grew during the earthquake. Ku and Iris noticed that the seal at its base matched the one that summoned the golem. Lerich discovered that transfer magic was involved, but as soon as he touched the seal, he vanished in a flash of light, scaring the adventurers. Iris asked her friend what they should do, and he decided that they could not abandon the archaeologist. They exchanged glances, nodded, and simultaneously touched the seal. A flash of light carried them into the unknown. The next moment, they found themselves in a dark corridor. Ku immediately opened his map and found that there was only one path here. Lerich was also there. The scientist happily rushed to the adventurers, seeing that they had come for him. The hero stated that they were obligated to solve any problem. Lerich was glad for their concern. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the darkness. Ku sharply turned around. The adventurers, grabbing their weapons, took a defensive stance around Lerich. Something was approaching them. It turned out to be an assistant slime with glasses who shrieked that he was not dangerous. The others froze in indecision. Slimy adjusted his glasses and bowed to the master. Lerich explained that this was a type of assistant slime. Ku asked where they were, and the little one replied that it was the deep area, the darkest part of the underground city. He added that they were monitoring the Black Dragon, one of the calamities. The mention of calamities in the plural made Ku ponder. He asked if other calamities existed. Slimy replied that they did not know how many there were, but definitely more than one. An alarmed Lerich exclaimed that if it was true, it was a shocking discovery. Iris also did not know about other calamities. The assistant understood the people's shock, but he needed to convey extremely important information. This area is regularly maintained, but under certain conditions, maintenance can be cancelled. Slimy also confirmed that the Black Dragon could resurrect. This news terribly frightened the friends. Ku covered his face with his hand. The Black Dragon, which destroyed an ancient civilization, would be the final boss in a game. Kusuk was just beginning to adapt to his new life, but suddenly the mode became hardcore. The assistant continued his story. To the north, near the Fathos Mountains, there is a huge elevation, the resting place of the Black Dragon. It is likely less than 10 days until its awakening. The little one was ready to continue the story, but they needed to change locations. The friends exchanged anxious glances. The assistant slime led the group to a hall where a small magic sphere capable of recreating images lay on a pedestal. At the little one's request, Ku touched it. A mechanical voice announced the lock's release and the start of playback. A projection of a large city appeared on the wall. The recording was 4,000 years old and showed the city of that time. A huge black dragon appeared in the frame. It opened its maw, concentrating a fireball within it. Gathering strength, a colossal blow struck the city. The city was instantly destroyed. Its inhabitants perished in the fire, not even having time to understand what was happening. The dragon watched its creation with satisfaction. The explosion of flames wiped the city off the face of the earth. The recording ended there. Horror paralyzed Ku. The assistant slime grimly reported that hundreds of people were injured and thousands of lives were erased in seconds. The Black Dragon was responsible for everything. A treacherous shiver ran through the hero. He had never encountered anything like it. Iris realized that it was similar to an earthquake or a flood, but it turned out that there were many calamities. Lerich interrupted their gloomy thoughts, drawing attention. Trembling with horror, he urged them to return to Anand to evacuate the residents to the underground city. Ku agreed. The assistant reported that they had 3 days. The hero realized that evacuating the residents before the Black Dragon awakened was a race against time. The slime with glasses magically teleported the team to the exit, after which they hurried to the city. To their surprise, the guild was especially crowded today. There was tension in the air and the adventurers were alarmed. The friends wondered what on earth was happening. Milia ran out to meet them. She thanked them for the quick check and asked what the legendary underground city was like. Lerich confirmed that the place undoubtedly belonged to an ancient civilization. Milia noted that such a historical discovery would normally call for celebration, but it was difficult under the current circumstances. Ku asked what was going on. The girl said that signs of a stampede had been spotted in the north, near the Fathos Mountains. Our hero did not understand what she was talking about. Iris explained that it was a flow of monsters, gathering from thousands to tens of thousands in just a few hours. Milia nodded and added that a strong magical concentration had been detected near the Fathos Mountains today around 10 in the morning. According to guild estimates, about 50,000 monsters would appear in the nest in 3 days, possibly intending to attack Anand. Lerich was horrified. This was reminiscent of the century-old catastrophe. Anand's vanguard had been destroyed 3 months ago during the last stampede, and they could not be counted on for help. Anand's military potential consisted only of mercenaries and adventurers. Defending the city promised to be extremely difficult. Milia lowered her lifeless gaze. The deputy guild master asked an important question. Could they consider the underground city a reliable refuge? The friends exchanged smiles and Ku voiced their collective answer. There would be no problems with that. Ku and his team soon led the members of the Adventurers Guild to the recreated settlement in the underground city. sparkling with the lights of the night. Milia could not believe they were underground. At this time, the head of the Adventurers Guild, Zitten Barden, approached them, surprised by his subordinate's success. He had not expected Kusuk to go so far, truly anomalous. All the residents of Annan could definitely fit here and find refuge. Ku replied that this had been his plan from the beginning. Zitten expressed his sincere gratitude. Milia, who had befriended the slimes, declared that they would help safely evacuate all the city's residents. But that was not all. Ku had not had time to mention the Black Dragon. He did not want to add to their troubles, but he had to discuss matters with the guild's leadership. Suddenly, a loud cry rang out. Someone was calling for Master. People turned around. A small slime in glasses was running towards them, shouting that all of this was becoming ridiculous. Ku was surprised to see the little one from the deep area. He squatted down next to him and hugged him, urging him to calm down. The slime asked if a stampede had really started in the north, in the Fados Mountains. Before a large stampede, many magical particles are generated, and they had started to shake. This meant that it was quite likely the Black Dragon would awaken prematurely. The panicking assistant begged Master to act, which filled Ku with dread. The spectacled slime brought a magic orb to the surface to show the guild the terrible events of 4,000 years ago. Milia was horrified to learn that they had been living so close to a sleeping monster. She could not stand on her feet, and Ku caught her. Zitten agreed that the situation was already difficult due to the stampede. The slime confessed that the stampede had come earlier than expected. Would they have enough time until morning? Ku habitually rubbed his chin, pondering that the monsters and the dragon might attack Annan simultaneously. The guild master announced the need to return to the city to prepare for evacuation, but the little assistant interrupted the conversation. He asked Master to stay to show him something important. Kusuk was surprised. The spectacled slime led the hero to a new room with 3 locked doors in the deep area. The hero was struck by the presence of a crypt in this place. The slime said that 4,000 years ago, treasures for Master had been hidden behind the doors. Ku asked which door to open, to which the little one asked for a little time to check the records. He read the following: if you are a hero, open the left door. If a demon ruler, the central one. If a sage, the right one. You are our guide. Ku looked at the doors and realized he did not belong to any of the categories. The slime was horrified. But before he could clarify what Master meant, a mechanical voice announced the completion of the status check. Kusuk did not meet any of the conditions, but thanks to his creation ability, he met the hidden requirement for opening all doors. A sharp click sounded, and the 3 doors opened simultaneously. No one could believe their eyes, but all 3 passages were indeed free. The assistant did not understand what was happening. Ku suggested starting with the left door and, upon entering, was amazed by what he saw. Inside, a sword of extraordinary beauty and craftsmanship hung on the wall. But it was broken. The slime said it was the magic sword of the Dragon Slayer. Ku nervously chuckled, admitting that he was not a hero, after learning that the mythical sword, destroyed in a battle with a black dragon 4,000 years ago, would revive history if a hero obtained it. Nevertheless, he decided to take the sword. Ku reached out, but it suddenly vanished in a flash of light. His appraisal skill worked instantly, and the adventurer understood everything. Ku summoned a magic seal, and an updated sword named Graham appeared in his hands. This mythical fire sword, bestowed upon a hero by the god of war, possessed incredible power against dragons. The slime assistant squealed with delight, unable to believe its eyes. It asked its master how he managed to fix the sword without heroism. Ku explained that he possessed the skill of creation. The little slime, remembering that this was a god's ability, was greatly surprised. Kusuk learned this method when he placed the sword in his inventory, which allowed him to restore and enhance it. The blessing of the god of war increases the weapon's strength and sharpness, and also grants the ability to self-repair. Dragon Slayer enhances the owner and the sword's abilities, and War God's Strike delivers a fatal blow when magic is infused into the sword. This sword is perfect for hunting dragons. Can Ku defeat the calamity with its help? The adventurer put the sword into his inventory and suggested checking other doors. The bewildered assistant obediently followed him. Behind the second door, Ku discovered an astonishing find: walking artillery, next to which a person looked tiny. The bespectacled slime explained that it was a super high-power magical railgun, capable of burning everything and perfectly suited for fighting a stampede. Ku decided to take the railgun and simply sent it to his inventory, leaving the slime in a daze. The only way to get the cannon out of the room was to use the Demon Lord's infinite storage. At that very moment, Kusuk received a notification that his storage had indeed become infinite due to its unnatural nature, but he had already realized this. Then an idea came to him and he activated a magic seal. The little slime only mumbled that it was time to stop being surprised. With a loud mechanical noise, a restored destroyer golem appeared in the room. The appraisal skill identified it as a trump card against escape, which seemed promising to the boy. Improved processing, monster radar, and a perpetual motion engine made the orichalcum golem even more useful. The metallic head turned to its master, and the golem greeted him. The enhanced processing clearly increased its intelligence. The master and his creation exchanged a handshake. The golem asked to be relied upon in a stampede, and even the slime received a greeting. Ku promised to call the golem as needed, to which the machine responded with readiness to await instructions. In the third room, Ku saw a charred and broken shield. The assistant reported that it was the dragon god's shield, used in a battle 4,000 years ago. Its broken state clearly indicated the black dragon as the culprit. The slime assistant added that even a sage could not restore it, but perhaps the master could handle the task. Ku took the fragments into his inventory for inspection. The little slime anticipated how its master would strengthen the shield, but he suddenly announced that he could not fix it. It turned out that an additional material was required to fix the shield, but the slime did not know the details. The dragon god's ruby appeared in the dragon country once every 10,000 years, and Ku did not have time for travel. All that remained was to hope that Graham and the destroyer golem would be enough to defeat the dragon. The slime assistant praised its master for excellent work, and he expressed gratitude for such combat power. But the little one replied that that was not all. It placed its paw on the master's palm and asked to allow the spirits to accompany him. A warm light enveloped him, and Ku froze, trying to feel the moment. The assistant said that it was enhancing the master's luck. Even in a difficult moment, a spirit would come to help. Ku petted the slime in gratitude. Kusuk wondered what a spirit was. From notifications, he learned that spirits arose from human emotions. Despite being invisible, they always watched over their hero. Later, returning home, Ku asked Iris about the evacuation status. Iris reported that evacuation preparations were going excellently. The guild had helped with its persuasion skills, and panic had been avoided. Ku was delighted by this news and said that in the crypt beneath the city, he had found things that would help in the battle with the black dragon. Iris became thoughtful, and Ku, not understanding why, asked what was wrong. She explained that she had not yet shared her motives for seeking ancient civilizations. She had left the dragon country in search of a lost treasure, the dragon god's shield. Ku was astonished. The shield had been lost in a battle against a dragon 4,000 years ago, and Iris had decided to search for the ruins that had been destroyed then. The boy clarified whether this would be a problem, as the shield already belonged to him. It could simply be returned. The boy was about to open his inventory, but Iris stopped him with her hand. The adventurer looked at his friend in confusion. The Dragonborn asked if his creation could fix this shield. Ku replied that it was impossible right now. The slime reported that he needed something called the Dragon God's Ruby. To his surprise, Iris immediately reached into her bag. She took out a scarlet orb and placed it in Ku's palm. Inside the stone, a flame seemed to burn. And it was also a little warm. Iris explained that if the transmitter possessed the shield, it needed to be adorned with the ruby. That was what the Dragonborn people said. Therefore, Ku had to use it. Kusuk threw the stone into his inventory, then closed his eyes, focusing on the shield. When he opened his eyes again, they held an expression of surprise. A moment later, he pulled a magnificent shield with a ruby in the center from his inventory, a true creation of the dragon god. Iris involuntarily admired its beauty. Ku's face showed displeasure. Seeing how his friend was looking at the shield, Iris asked if everything was all right. Kusuk replied that the shield had been restored, but he could not use it without the skill of the dragon's sanctuary maiden. However, the girl assured him that it was not a problem. With a slight smile, the Dragonborn declared that she possessed this skill, and Kusuk froze as if struck by lightning. According to ancient legend, every few hundred years, a girl is born with the gift of Dragon God's Sanctuary Maiden. The possessor of this gift has only two missions: to find the Dragon God's shield and to pass it on to the reborn. Every sanctuary maiden before had failed, but Iris was the first to successfully complete both tasks. What were the chances of such a series of coincidences? It was expected that only one door would open, but all of them did. Iris turned out to be with what he needed. Ku had an unpleasant suspicion. It seemed like someone was orchestrating all of this. That evening, Ku returned to the Quiet Moon Hotel and pondered what had happened, lying on his bed. He returned to Annan to report the events to the guild. Guild Master Zitin gave them complete freedom of action and told them to rest before tomorrow's battle. The calm before the storm made our hero truly nervous. Then there was a knock at the door. Ku met Milia at the door of his room, who asked for a moment of his time. The girl apologized for the late visit but strongly noted that she had something important to discuss. Ku let her in. She had heard that if the black dragon appeared, Ku and Iris would fight it alone. The boy confirmed this with a serious expression. While he and Iris would fight, other adventurers would remain to protect the townspeople. Ku had gone to the crypt to prepare for this battle. Milia nodded and said that going alone was dangerous. She handed the boy an item that was supposed to help him. In his hands was a ring with an encrypted inscription which Ku read without difficulty. One who comes from afar, if you meet a dragon, empty the vessel that holds the blessing of the spirits. Ku did not understand what it meant to empty the vessel. Milia was surprised that the adventurer could read the inscription. When asked about the artifact, she replied that it was a spirit ring. This item was given to the deputy by her grandfather, who told her to give the ring to whoever was going to fight the dragon. As Kusuk examined the ring, he received a notification that a connection with the artifact had been established. This meant that our hero met the special requirements, and the ring unlocked the skill material enhancement for him. The girl was initially scared, thinking he had been cursed, but Ku reassured her, saying he had gained a new skill. Milia was horrified for a moment, realizing that skills were usually given at birth. But she soon understood that the adventurer sitting before her was the one to whom she was supposed to give the ring. Moreover, Ku noticed that the ring fit him perfectly. Convinced that Ku liked the ring, the girl realized with relief that she had fulfilled her mission. This ring was one of the reasons for her joining the guild. The boy even suspected that she was going to quit. But Milia was not going to leave. She still had a lot to do. She wanted to see the future exploits of this special adventurer, capable of dealing with monsters and the black dragon in an instant. Ku only chuckled nervously, noting that she clearly overestimated him. The deputy was sure that he would succeed. Ku just smiled in response. But the next moment they both yawned. The yawns proved too contagious, and finally it was time to part ways. Agreeing to meet in the afternoon, the adventurers went to sleep. A difficult day lay ahead tomorrow, and they could rely on each other. The next morning, barely awake, Kusuk decided to test his new skill. Material enhancement allowed him to create higher quality materials from the same type. For example, a lone wolf's hide became a Fenrir werewolf's hide. This material had excellent resistance to attacks and was blessed by the god of speed. After collecting 20 such hides, Kusuk was able to create special equipment, which he immediately put on. The Fenrir cloak provided the adventurer not only resistance to attacks but also incredible speed. He realized that he had acquired high-class equipment for battle, and all he had to do was give his all. Meanwhile, hundreds of residents of Annan City were transported to the underground city. No one could believe that such a world existed underground. In addition, several dozen cute slime helpers were ready to show maximum hospitality. Our hero cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. He introduced himself as the master of the underground city and an adventurer of Annan. The dwellings were set up, and they needed to follow the guild's instructions for house assignments. Kusuk realized he sounded too important but did not change anything. The townspeople recognized him as the Bear Slayer and remembered how he had worked for the good of the city. He was not only strong but also kind. Iris quietly laughed behind his back, and Ku realized that he had made a good impression. It was pleasant but awkward. At that moment, hurried footsteps were heard, and Milia ran up to the podium. The girl reported that reconnaissance had detected monsters advancing from the northern ridge of Mount Phatos. Ku understood that the rampage had begun. Iris asked about the number of evacuees. The deputy guild leader replied that it was about 70%. This was faster than expected, but Ku was the first to notice that they were not keeping up. Although Milia did not want to burden her friends, she had to ask for help. But they themselves were not averse to warming up before the fight with the dragon, so they did not see a problem with it. Without losing time, the adventurers hurried to the exit. By sunset, Ku and Iris approached the meadows at the foot of Mount Phatos, awaiting the monsters. They stood between the mountains and the city, and it was here that fate would be decided. Iris was worried that they were in an open area, but her friend did not share her concern. They did not need to fight alone. To Iris's surprise, the hero summoned a destroyer golem. Ku admitted that he had planned to blow everything up anyway. The Dragonborn noticed that her friend was surprising her again, even if it was just his skills. The golem already sensed the approaching monsters and was ready for battle. The golem's eyes glowed and it hissed, releasing steam from all its crevices. The golem was happy to help its master. However, before Ku could dispute this, dust began to rise on the horizon. A whole crowd of various monsters was moving towards them. The adventurers were preparing for battle, and the weapons from the crypt were just waiting for their moment. The golem reported that the magic railgun was charged and awaiting the master's commands. Ku closed his eyes for a moment. Ku pointed at the monsters and gave the command to fire. A powerful magical laser erupted from the golem's eyes. The beam rushed towards the furious crowd. Upon finding its target, it caused a powerful explosion at the foot of the mountain. The laser relentlessly swept forward, emitting a loud crackle. Iris was stunned by the golem's power. With wide eyes, she watched the flames curling into the sky. Looking at the aftermath of the strike, it seemed that the giant could easily destroy an entire country. Suddenly, Ku heard a notification that his level had risen to 71. Although the golem was killing the monsters, the experience was still credited to him. After the system cooled down, the golem was ready for cleanup again. The adventurers became bored watching and decided to intervene in the battle while the golem fended off the persistent monsters. Dividing the flanks, the fighters rushed into battle. Iris proposed a competition. Whoever killed fewer monsters would pay for dinner. Ku agreed but had no intention of holding back. The battle was escalating, and Ku decided to test his cloak made from Fenrir hide. Ku activated the cloak's Grace of Speed property. He was amazed by the effect. Time seemed to slow down, and even 3 black spiders no longer caused fear. When the adventurer swiftly jumped out, the spiders did not even have time to understand what was happening. A powerful sword strike hit the monster that reared up. Ku easily cut off the head of the next spider. The third fell after the blade split it into 2 halves. Breathing heavily, Ku stopped. The battle lasted only 2 seconds, but each acceleration consumed 6 mana points. He should be more careful with the skill. Mana regenerated at only 1% per second, but it seemed the new batch of spiders was scared enough to try to escape. But the hero was not going to let them go. He activated Graham's special technique, the God's Strike, and a bright flash of light blinded the enemies, erupting from the sword's blade. The spider had no chance to escape this attack. A bright light tore through its belly with a characteristic sound. The hero's level increased again, and his status now showed ridiculous numbers. He realized that the more mana he invested in the divine technique, the greater its range and power became. Ku was about to try another of Graham's abilities, but Graham suddenly trembled. The sword spontaneously rose point up and glowed brightly. Notifications sounded like a bolt from the blue. The black dragon has resurrected. The Dragon Slayer ability has been activated. Ku understood that the real battle was just beginning. At this time, Iris found herself surrounded by a pack of wolves. The Divine Dragon Barrier activated just in time, allowing the adventurer to more easily fend off the wolf attack. With a battle cry, she plunged her spear into a wolf. But the monster seemed endless. But in an instant, the wolves' heads flew in all directions, severed by an unknown force. The Dragonborn froze in bewilderment until she saw her friend. Ku apologized for stealing the loot, and Iris was amazed by his incredible speed. Now the shield began to tremble, and Ku anxiously announced that the black dragon was about to appear. Hardly had Iris time to be scared when the loud voice of the golem rang out, calling his master. The big guy offered to leave the remaining monsters to himself and for the humans to focus on fighting the black dragon. He wished them good luck. Iris smiled when her friend thanked the golem, noting that they got along well. Ku saw nothing strange in this. More important was that the dragon was already close. It was sleeping in the mountains, and Kusuk intended to track it on the map. A new marker appeared on the map. This was where the dragon appeared. It was decided to head straight to this location. The adventurers rushed towards their goal, but before they could reach the foothills, the setting sun was obscured by a pitch-black shadow. The sphere sparked with black lightning, emitting a low hum. The adventurer's weapons trembled. The dragon was preparing to appear. Ku froze, staring intently at the sphere. He realized that it would hatch soon. The sphere cracked on both sides, and the sound grew louder. The dragon of calamity returned with a deafening roar, spreading its black wings. The black dragon, heralding extinction, was definitely becoming a threat. Seeing the armed fighters, the dragon raised its head and let out a deafening roar. Ku squeezed his eyes shut. An ordinary person would not have been able to withstand such a thing. Thanks to his reincarnation status, all debuffs disappeared, but this did not ease the situation. He asked Iris how she was and realized that she was holding up thanks to her blood. According to the assessment, ordinary attacks would not harm the dragon. The only weapon against it was the sword in Ku's hands. Good heavens, if he hadn't found Graham then, he would be running away with his tail between his legs now. But now the blade was ready for the test. The adventurers prepared for battle. The black dragon rose so high that Ku could not reach it. But a plan formed in his head. With a furious cry, he swung Graham. A powerful charge of light broke from the blade, aimed at the dragon. The monster reacted instantly. But it failed to dodge. The charge pierced the dragon's chest and it roared in pain. The sight of the wounded dragon inspired our hero. The wound was not fatal, but now it was clear it was not completely invulnerable. Taking a fighting stance again, Kusuk was confident that he could strike the monster. But the dragon was not going to give up. A ball of flame began to concentrate in its mouth, and Ku remembered the terrifying images of the ancient calamity. Only the dragon god's shield, which Iris held, could deflect this blow, and she understood that. Kusuk had saved her life, and she would repay him in full. She shouted that she would always protect her comrade. A protective dome, like a honeycomb, shielded the adventurers from the deadly blow. The dragon instantly attacked, its raging flames striking the protective dome, making it crack under the powerful pressure. But Iris, gritting her teeth, continued to resist the onslaught. And the barrier held, the stream of flames dried up and its remnants extinguished. Displeased with its failure, the dragon roared and circled above the adventurers. Two tense gazes followed the dragon, anticipating its next move. The monster suddenly lunged forward like a fiery arrow, and its sharp-nosed snout slammed with a hum against the magical barrier. And suddenly, the dragon god's shield cracked from the impact. The barrier shattered into fragments that disappeared before reaching the ground. Ku realized the situation had become more dangerous and pulled Iris aside. The dragon was displeased with its prey's attempt to escape. Ku pulled Iris aside so quickly that she didn't even notice how it happened, and she thanked him in confusion. Ku suggested slowing the dragon down, and as soon as the monster noticed them, he raised his hand and released a strong thread from his spider glove. The dragon became entangled and, displeased, began to lose altitude. The monster crashed to the ground with a roar, raising clouds of dust. Growling viciously, it tried to break free from its bonds while the adventurers figured out what to do next. Iris asked if they had truly defeated the black dragon. The hero raised his sword, preparing to finish off the opponent. He only had 40% of his mana left. He poured all his remaining mana into a final strike. A magical orb headed straight for the dragon. But the dragon noticed his intention and again exhaled a fiery stream. The humming flames and bright magical light rushed towards each other. At the moment of impact, a deafening explosion occurred, and the air filled with smoke. Ku covered his mouth and nose with his hand to avoid inhaling the smoke. When he finally opened his eyes, he saw his friend's back. Iris reminded him that she would protect him to the end. Ku sincerely thanked his friend, but Iris wondered about the fate of the black dragon. The guy expressed hope that the monster was already dead. The dragon god's weapon trembled again, and two ominous eyes flared in the gradually dissipating smoke. With powerful wing beats, the monster dispersed the smoke, and a dragon's roar echoed in the night. The wounded dragon met the gaze of the two adventurers. Smoke rose into the sky. The monster soared, spreading its wings, and the sky turned black. The next second, Ku fell to his knees, unable to stand. His head spun and his breathing became heavy. Ku covered his face with his hand to comprehend what was happening and noticed that his mana was rapidly draining. Was it because of the black dragon? As soon as he thought about it, he received a notification. The black dragon of extinction had activated a dark field, draining mana from all creatures within a 2-kilometer radius. This ability exceeded Ku's recovery, and the situation was becoming critical. This meant that Kusuk would not be able to escape with the blessing of the god of speed. If the battle dragged on, he would be at a disadvantage. He needed to deal with the calamity faster. There was no other choice. Ku raised Graham above his head to pour all his mana into it. The war god's strike, full of the adventurer's despair, rushed towards the dragon. The next second, a protective barrier formed around the dragon. Ku intensified the strike, tempting fate. If it didn't work, he would only have to give up. The beam of light crashed into the barrier with a deafening crack. The tension grew. Ku urged himself not to give up as success was so close. The barrier began to crack, and this surprised even the dragon itself. Shards of the magic barrier flew in all directions, clearing the sky of darkness. A booming echo resounded over the mountains. But as soon as this happened, Ku's mana ran out and only pathetic sparks reached the monster. Terror gripped our hero. Ku could no longer hold his sword and lowered it, feeling the internal tension tearing him apart from the inside. His strength left him. The dragon roared triumphantly. The calamity breathed fire again, but Iris, running forward, covered them both with her shield. She declared resolutely that she had promised to protect Ku until the very end. A loud rumble sounded as the stream of flames crashed into the mesh barrier. But suddenly the barrier cracked, after which it shattered into pieces with a deafening crash. The flames crashed directly into the shield and the dragonborn screamed. At that moment, a chilling sensation that this was the end gripped Ku. Would he really die like this? While Kusuk worked at an unscrupulous company, he was not afraid of death. But upon arriving in a new world, he began to enjoy life. He was a stranger, but here he was warmly accepted. He did not want to lose this happiness. The faces of his friends filled his thoughts. Ku refused to die. A burning desire to live raged within him. He swore that he would definitely return home to his friends. Suddenly, the spirit ring on his hand shone, and Ku remembered, if you encounter a dragon, empty the vessel containing the blessing of the spirits. Notifications sounded in his head. All conditions for activating the artifact have been met. The one reborn in battle with the dragon has exhausted all mana. The light grew brighter and brighter, enveloping Ku's entire body, scattering sparks in all directions. He could not understand what was happening. The amount of mana sharply increased, exceeding the limit. Ku did not know what had happened, but this was his chance. He swung his sword and again launched the war god's strike, filling it with such power that sparks flew in all directions. The strike transformed into a huge flash of light, and even the air was filled with a hum. The dragon's flame collided with the light, causing a deafening explosion. Putting all his strength into this attack, Ku let out a furious cry. Gradually, the light began to overcome the fire, approaching the monster. A little more, and the fire finally went out. The dragon was swept away by a powerful wave of irresistible force. Burning in a bright vortex of magic, the monster crashed to the ground with a deafening roar. The smoke gradually dissipated, and the bleeding dragon, scratching the grass with its last strength, raised its head. A burst of fire erupted from its open maw, but Ku was no longer afraid of its flames. With a furious battle cry, he rushed straight at the weakened enemy. Magical power again burst from the blade of his sword, piercing the dragon with dazzling might. The force of the blow tore the dragon apart. The dragon's remains began to crumble in fire and smoke, rising into the air. Ku stopped trying to catch his breath. The moment the last remains of the monster disappeared into his inventory, he was overcome with the realization he had won. In the distance, a song is heard, in those times when the black dragon burned the earth to ashes. When the people of antiquity created an underground city, for 3 days and nights, the worshippers they brought to the surface became one in spirit. The spirit could not fight the black dragon, but one day, years later, it would return and thank its creator. Ku became the one who answered the call of the 4,000-year-old spirit and deserved the best reward. A few days later, the city held a grand feast to celebrate the victory over the Black Dragon. Zittenbarden, the head of the Adventurers Guild, gave a speech, noting that only thanks to Ku and Iris were they able to emerge from the trials completely unharmed. The townspeople enthusiastically responded to the proposal to raise their glasses in their honor. The heroes were surrounded by compliments and invitations to drink in their honor. Ku received a new nickname, Dragon Slayer. At the end of the celebration, Ku was approached by an old acquaintance, Chrome, whose life he had once saved. Chrome thanked Kusuk for saving the city. He truly reflected all the qualities the wise merchant expected. However, Ku humbly replied that he was not worthy of praise, he was just lucky. Looking back, our hero realized that coincidences often played into his hands. Finding the underground city, Graham, the divine dragon shield, and the ring of spirits. This all caused apprehension and made him wonder if he had missed something important. But at that moment, Chrome pulled the guy out of his sad thoughts and reminded him of his previously spoken words. Showing your best side and applying your strengths are different things. Those who can use their strengths in any situation are better at tasks in which they are especially strong. Chrome noted that it would be more accurate to say, "Let fate take its course." Ku clarified if he meant that luck was his strong suit. The merchant agreed that it was an excellent way to express his thoughts. Ku successfully used his strengths, showing the city wonders and accomplishing incredible deeds which he could be proud of. The man urged Kusuk to believe in himself. From that moment on, he eagerly awaited news of the adventurer's successes. Making luck his strength, Ku chuckled slightly. He wouldn't have understood it if he had stayed in Japan, but now, it seemed, he was beginning to understand. Believing in himself a little more wasn't such a bad idea. The next day, Kusuk met Iris in the central square, where the dragonborn, dressed in a beautiful summer dress, seemed unable to find her place. But as soon as her gaze fell on her friend, her face lit up with a smile and her eyes sparkled. Iris confided her plans for the day to Ku, and the guy noticed that she looked completely different in that dress. The guy took the girl to a familiar restaurant. After they were served food and wine, Ku noted that the dishes were still amazing. The Dragonborn recalled that it was here they had discussed the ancient civilization. If not for that conversation, Annan City would not have been evacuated. Wasn't it thanks to Ku's skills that they found the ruins? Iris admitted that, besides the panic and rampage, the Black Dragon was indeed very scary. She would not want to encounter him again. But besides him, didn't the adventurers have other problems? And Ku agreed that they did. But if another misfortune befell them, he would be able to deal with it using Calamity Call. Iris froze, not bringing the napkin to her mouth, and nervously asked if her friend had a new skill related to the Black Dragon, and Ku confirmed it. After defeating the Black Dragon, our hero increased his level by 19 points and gained new abilities. This skill is Calamity Call. By consuming mana points, Ku gained the ability to summon and control a beast subservient to his will. Iris concluded that by summoning one, he increased the number of calamities, and he was truly abnormal. Maybe Ku was the real calamity here. Ku took this as rudeness, considering himself an ordinary person. Iris was just joking. It didn't matter to her whether he was normal or not. She knew that Kusuk was a good person. Ku recalled that on his way to the meeting, he met Milia, who informed him that she would soon return to the guild in the royal capital. Iris was upset. Without this bright personality, the branch would become too quiet. The heroes seemed to be about to receive awards in the capital for defeating the Black Dragon. Iris was surprised. Had rumors of their triumph already reached so far? Ku admitted that he didn't know what else to expect from life. Iris not very confidently agreed with him, clasping her fingers together. 5 years ago, when she left her country, she had no idea that everything would turn out this way. Foreshadowing a serious conversation, Ku remained silent, giving his friend the opportunity to continue speaking. The truth was that her people treated her with indifference. Iris said these words with a grim expression on her face. Kusuk inquired about the reasons. Iris had a twin sister, Ferris. Both possessed the rare skill of Dragon God Shrine Maiden. It turned out that the skill was encountered more often than once every few hundred years, which seemed strange to Ku. Iris continued to say that besides the rare skill, she also had spear mastery, and Ferris had premonition. The skill of foresight dominated Ferris almost all the time. She could predict all approaching threats. When she turned 6, she became a true divine maiden. Iris fell silent, lowering her head. Her sad gaze was fixed on the table, and Ku didn't know if he should interrupt her now. Iris and her sister were trained in the temple. In general, she herself was only prepared as a backup. But then, when they turned 15, the Dragonborn closed her eyes. Monsters attacked the temple and Ferris died. The Divine Maiden's mission was to find the Divine Dragon Shield and return the ruby to its rightful owner. To accomplish this task, she set out on her journey with 3 guardians on her 16th birthday. However, after 3 days, both the travel money and the guardians themselves disappeared. This left a deep impression on her memory. She raised her glass of wine. Kusuk realized how Iris had started her journey. The girl drained her glass in one gulp and finally smiled. Thanks to Ku, she had fulfilled her duty and was no longer ashamed to be that girl. Iris sincerely thanked her friend from the bottom of her heart. Ku smiled with a slight feeling of guilt. He became curious about what Iris was going to do now. Since she had fulfilled her destiny, did she not want her return? But the girl decided to postpone that decision for as long as possible. Iris asked a counter question: would Ku continue his journey in these places? He replied that sooner or later he would set off and would definitely see all the most interesting things in the world. The girl thought for a moment. Iris asked Ku if he would mind if she went with him. The guy clarified whether the Dragonborn would get bored if they spent most of their time sightseeing. She replied with a smile that it would be a lot of fun. Ku returned her smile and noted that she had also changed. Iris initially disagreed with this, but after thinking about his words, she realized that she was wrong. Until then, she had been sure that no one could help her, that she had no friends in this world. That's why Iris used her powers only for survival. Now Iris was not alone, and that was thanks to Ku. When he killed the black spider, he came to save her. It was difficult for her to describe the joy she felt when Ku saved her twice, not only physically, but also emotionally. These words surprised the guy. Iris was incredibly happy to meet her friend. From that day on, she would gladly accompany him everywhere. A happy smile shone on her face. In response, Ku just smiled. Meanwhile, night asserted its rights and it was time to part ways. It was cool outside and the wine had cleared from the Dragonborn's head. Realizing that she had said too much, she felt very ashamed. Iris covered her face with her hands and asked Ku to pretend he hadn't heard it. It was all the alcohol's fault. She got a little carried away and Ku admitted that he had also had a bit too much and his thoughts were starting to get muddled. A blushing Iris stared at her friend with disbelief. Ku couldn't help but laugh and asked if she would ever want to repeat it. Still embarrassed, Iris readily agreed. They didn't even immediately realize that their palms had met. Realizing this, they froze for a moment and silently exchanged glances full of unspoken questions. Joyful laughter echoed down the street. They continued their journey through the night city, holding hands. Sunlight filtered through the leaves of the trees and Ku covered his eyes with his hand. Everything reminded him of his first day in the new world. It was impossible not to notice that nothing could compare to the tranquility. Iris's voice called his name. When he paid attention to her, the Dragonborn called him to look at a pile of mushrooms growing on the bank. Ku followed the girl, expressing gratitude for her help with his task. Iris, full of happiness, replied that helping was her own desire. Lately, they had been spending a lot of time together. Ku decided to apply to the guild to form a group, but Iris explained that due to the significant difference in their ranks, it was impossible. But she added that she would be happy to be on the same team with him. There was no need to rush. The Dragonborn was sure that Ku would soon receive an invitation from the Adventurers Guild in the capital and would be able to take the rank up exam, although they might allow him to do so without an exam. After that, they would be able to form a group. During the conversation, Iris collected some mushrooms by the water and handed them to the guy. She clarified if Ku would agree. He nodded with a smile as they were planning a trip together. Tossing her hair back, Iris noted how much fun she was having with him. Suddenly, Kusuk noticed something strange. A couple of mushrooms were floating in the air between the trees. For a moment, Kusuk thought they were monsters, but Iris reassured him, saying that everything was fine. These were harmless flying mushrooms that quickly ran away at the sight of a person. The appraisal skill confirmed Iris's words, adding that the mushrooms were blessed by the wind deity and granted a hovering effect when consumed. Our hero found the effect of the mushrooms amazing and useful. He could use it for creation. He needed to collect them. Iris noticed her friend's interest and suggested they go around them from the other side to block their escape route. But the guy refused help and activated his divine speed. From the gust of wind caused by his dash, leaves swirled in the air, making Iris cover her face. The guy moved so fast that she couldn't catch his movements, but this had already become customary. 2 seconds later, Ku was in front of her and reported that he had collected 56 pieces. Iris admitted that she hadn't noticed anything but praised him for his excellent work. Then they continued to collect materials along the shore of the forest lake. When they returned to Annan, it was already morning. The city was just waking up and coming to life. Suddenly, a small girl approached the adventurers. Shyly, she confessed that she was a fan of Kusaka Ku and wanted to shake his hand. A surprised Ku shook her hand. On their way, an older boy joined them, wanting to become an apprentice to the legendary adventurer. A shop owner invited him for a drink on the house, and another girl asked Ku for advice with her mother's permission. When they finally reached the guild, Iris noticed that her friend had become quite popular. For Ku, this seemed like a problem. Milia waved happily to her friends from behind the counter, calling them over. She sincerely thanked the adventurers for their good work. The friends arrived on time and received 2 invitations from the Adventurers League. The joyful deputy handed them sealed envelopes. Ku opened the envelope and quickly read the letter. It was an invitation to an awards ceremony. Milia added that the trip would be organized by the Scarlet Company, and they would need to visit their office the next day at any time. Kusuka remembered that the Scarlet Company belonged to Mr. Chrome. The friends asked Milia if she would go to the awards ceremony. She replied that she would definitely come. She had a lot to do and could only meet her friends at the ceremony, but despite this, she wished them a pleasant trip with beautiful views and a good time. Ku and Iris exchanged smiles. They were both eager to see the capital. That same night, Ku, alone, headed to the foot of the mountains. In an empty field, he wanted to test the new items he had managed to create before going to sleep. First, a ring made from the body of a black dragon adorned his middle finger. It shone with a mysterious glow. This fire dragon emperor's ring granted the wearer the highest predisposition to fire magic, and only their hero could equip it. Notifications confirmed the activation of the ring's effects, and new skills appeared in the skill list. This meant that not everyone in this world could use magic. A corresponding skill was needed. Ku carefully looked at his artifact. Fire Emperor is the highest level available to a fire mage. Ku could only use magic within the Fire Dragon Emperor's ring. Ku couldn't resist and, extending his hand with the ring, released a fire arrow. The arrow hit the nearest tree, scattering into many bright sparks. Flames instantly engulfed it. The tree smoked and the smell of burnt wood spread around. Looking at this sight, Ku couldn't help but admit that it was a useful skill. The tree burned to ashes unusually quickly, and Ku noticed that nothing else was damaged. Perhaps he could attack with an area of effect. Ku surveyed the meadows and chose a target, grass 30 meters away from him. He intended to burn everything within a 10-meter radius of that point. A fire arrow again burst from his palm. And everything happened exactly as he intended. The arrow reached its target, plunged into the grass, and a bright flame erupted at that spot. As soon as the grass burned out within the specified radius, the flame immediately extinguished and thick smoke rose into the sky. It was amazing. The spell only burned what Ku intended to set on fire, which was extremely useful in battles. At that moment, strange sounds came from behind him. Ku turned around, and the first thing that caught his eye were long rabbit ears. A whole crowd was heading towards him. Appraisal showed that these were fighter rabbits, monsters with swollen arms. Their special attack was a punch. The fur of these creatures could be used to create underwear. With a loud squeak, the rabbits rushed at the man, swinging their fists. But Kusuka realized that they would be perfect for a test, so he extended his palm towards them. He launched a fire arrow, ordering it to destroy all the monsters. The arrow split into many smaller fire blobs, each accurately hitting its target. Less than 2 seconds passed, and soon the field in front of Ku was littered with the smoking bodies of the fighter rabbits. The accuracy of the spell was impressive. All monsters were hit directly in the heart, and the flames did not harm their pelts. A notification came that he had reached level 92, which further increased his stats. Ku looked at his status window and found that it no longer even fit. Next, Ku decided to test the potion he had created from flying mushrooms. He pulled a pouch with the potion from his inventory. Appraisal reported that the flight potion contained the blessing of wind and allowed him to fly for half an hour. Burning with impatience to feel the sensation of flight, Ku took a few sips of the potion. It tasted like exquisite Japanese sake. The next moment, Ku realized that he was hovering in the air just a few centimeters from the ground. The sensation of flight enveloped him with delight, and he decided to try to rise higher. He only needed to make a slight movement with his foot. He rose higher and higher until he reached a height above the clouds. Before him stretched an endless starry sky dotted with millions of sparkling stars. The sight was breathtaking. Ku could not tear his admiring gaze away. After that, the adventurer tried various ways of flying and fully enjoyed the experience until the effect wore off. He returned to the hotel after midnight. After recovering a bit, Ku came up with a new recipe. He disassembled the body of a fighter rabbit and created underwear from its fur. The result was a wonderful t-shirt, soft to the touch and capable of regulating temperature. Ku could not help but press his cheek against the soft and warm fabric. Changing into his new clothes, our hero settled into bed and fell soundly asleep with a smile on his face. He wished this world a good night. The next day, Ku and Iris went to the underground city again. They had been there many times, but each time its beauty still amazed them. This was something the friends absolutely agreed on. The helper slimes rushed to them, happy about the return of their master and little sister Iris. The happy faces of the slimes made the friends feel awkward. They did not know how to deliver the latest news. The little ones noticed the changed expressions on their friends' faces and became worried. The news of the master's imminent departure saddened the little ones. Ku was indeed going to leave Annan and temporarily lose access to the underground city. The reactions varied. Some spoke of how lonely it would become, others hoped for a quick return, and some urged caution on the journey. One of the slimes wanted to go with the master, but the helpers could not leave the underground city. Ku had just managed to process these words when he received a notification. By rewriting the main system of the underground city, the master could take one slime with him. Soon, a proposal to do this arrived. Ku agreed to the rewrite, and in response, Iris gave her friend a puzzled look. At that moment, the little slime suddenly glowed. Frightened, he asked the master what was happening to him, noticing his body starting to heat up. Ku explained that he was currently rewriting the system. Once the process was complete, the helper slimes would be able to go outside. The little one did not immediately believe that he would have the opportunity to go with the master. When he realized it, he started jumping joyfully in place, immediately calling himself a companion slime. The system asked to come up with a name for the helper slime who would accompany the master. Ku thought about it aloud, and Iris overheard his words. She suggested the names Ozes and Savava. Ku considered them unsuitable, but he liked the idea of using a race name, and he came up with a new name. Ku knelt down next to the slime and suggested naming him Sorara. The little one repeated the name as if trying it out. After that, he started happily jumping and thanking the master for the new name. He clearly liked it very much. However, after a dozen jumps, he was suddenly overcome with drowsiness. His slime body trembled, and the poor thing fell right onto the grass under the surprised gazes of his kin. Kusuk assumed that this was due to changes in the system, just like a computer that needs a reboot after an update. Several slimes carried the sleeping one to bed, and one of them announced that he had a gift for the master. When the master asked what the gift was, the little one was scared that he had been overheard, even though he had said it aloud. The helper slime explained that if the master was going on a journey, he should check out useful items from the underground city. After that, the little slime put his hand into his mouth. The useful items were so huge that their shadow covered the adventurers, causing them indescribable surprise. Right on the grass in front of them were now several magnificent carriages of unusual shape. Climbing into Iris's arms, the little slime explained that these were carriages created in the era of ancient civilization, and the interior of each was unique. The friends began to explore the carriages. One of the carriages contained a kitchen, and another had cozy soft beds. One of them was even a bunk bed. Iris suggested that if all these carriages were combined into one, they could get a magnificent travel carriage. The helper slime agreed with her. The little one wanted the master to apply creation to these carriages and create the coolest carriage from them. Ku took all the carriages into his inventory and began to think about a new recipe. It took him a minute to figure it out. He stretched his hand forward, and Iris and the little slime froze in anticipation. A magical seal brightly flashed on the grass in front of them, obeying the will of its creator. A carriage of incredible beauty and grandeur appeared before the friends. It was so heavy that they had to reinvent car tires. This two-story carriage had a living room, a dining room, a kitchen, and a bedroom. In addition, it had the effects of increased protection from any attacks and wind. Ku named this transport the Majestic Carriage. Its size amazed Iris. At that moment, Ku received a notification that he had gained enough experience points to reach rank 16 in the creation skill. The expansion of this skill's functions was a pleasant bonus. Previously, he could only use creation on items from his inventory, but now he could affect objects he could touch or step on. Thus, there was no longer any need to move items into inventory to use them. Ku suggested looking inside the carriage, and Iris enthusiastically supported him, barely containing her impatience. The door opened with special solemnity. The first thing they saw was a very cozy living room, where the scent of new things lingered. Iris settled the slime on the sofa and sat down next to him. He turned out to be surprisingly soft and comfortable. Then they headed to the dining room, where a table with 4 chairs and a sideboard were conveniently placed. In addition, there was a fully equipped kitchen and 2 cozy bedrooms for the crew on the 2nd floor. The carriage's restroom even contained a comfortable and elegant bathtub. This carriage looked literally like an ideal home on wheels. But then a much more practical thought occurred to the slime. How was the master going to move this carriage? Iris agreed. Such heavy transport would require at least 10 horses, but our hero had an idea for this too. He got out of the carriage, helped Iris down, and put the contraption into his inventory. After that, he simply summoned a golem. The golem was very pleased to be remembered and expressed readiness to follow its master's orders. Iris immediately guessed why he was there. Kusuk explained to the golem that they were going on a journey and asked if he could take control of their huge carriage. The golem readily agreed to this. The system asked the master for permission to combine the destroyer golem with the majestic carriage, and Ku readily approved it. With loud metallic clicks, the golem began to connect to the carriage with strong fasteners. As a result, the majestic destroyer golem was created. Thanks to the carriage's additional effect golem combination, the big guy significantly increased his intelligence and strength. The majestic carriage sped along with astonishing rapidity. They would reach their destination much faster than if they had traveled by ordinary cart. The friends were convinced of this, watching mountains and forests rush past on their way to Annan. After discussing with Scarlet's company, the adventurers planned their route. They decided to leisurely head towards Coastal Fort, exploring cities along their way. 5 days before departure, Kusuk managed to say goodbye to those who had helped him, tidy up his room, and restock his items and ingredients. However, 2 days before departure, a letter addressed to Ku arrived at the hotel. The letter was from Lerich. He reported that the ruler of these lands, Count Millard, was undergoing treatment in the northeastern city of Surriere. The scholar was very concerned about his condition, so he planned to visit him. And then our hero thought. From the very beginning, he had been interested in why the city's ruler had done nothing when the rampage began and the Black Dragon appeared. Apparently, Lerich was also interested since he decided to visit him. The archaeologist mentioned that the Count took his work seriously, and so Ku began to worry that something unpleasant might have happened to him. In his letter, Lerich reported that rumors had reached him that Kusuk was being honored in the royal capital and congratulated him on this event. He intended to attend the ceremony and expressed hope for an early meeting. Finishing reading, Ku assumed that he would be able to meet Dr. Hubert in Surriere. The next day, the adventurer went to the bookstore in the market square to find a travel guide and books to read during the trip. Having collected a whole bunch of books into his inventory and paid for them, Ku left the store in a good mood. He ran into Milia, who was holding a huge package. The guild vice master looked somewhat unusual without her uniform. At some point, Milia, not noticing a small stone on the road under a pile of books, tripped over it and fell. The paper bag tore and the volumes scattered across the pavement. But no sooner had the girl had time to be scared than a gust of wind whistled and picked her up. To her surprise, Milia noticed Ku in front of her, holding all the books she had dropped. He asked if her friend was all right. Ku helped the guild vice master carry the books to her house. The girl was very grateful and wanted to do something nice for him in return. Ku told her not to worry because he was just returning a favor. He didn't realize that Milia was a real bookworm. The girl felt awkward because she couldn't repay him, but Ku suggested they just consider her in his debt. She was just about to go to the awards ceremony. Milia could thank him during their meeting in the capital by telling him about the best restaurants or showing him local attractions. Ku trusted her choice. The girl lit up with enthusiasm. She would definitely figure out the best way to repay Kusuk, promising that the wait would not be in vain. Now Milia eagerly awaited their meeting in the capital. Looking at her reaction, Ku realized that the events in the capital promised to be interesting. On the day of departure, Ku and Iris, almost the entire city came out to see them off. People thanked the heroes of Annan for their protection and help, wishing them to be careful and have a good time. A bouquet of roses appeared before their eyes before the giver. Milia brought the flowers for good luck to the heroes, for which she received her share of thanks. The friends settled into the carriage and the golem asked if they were ready to set off. Ku gave the command to begin the journey. Thus the two adventurers left the city of Annan. On the way they picked up Sarara. The little one glowed with happiness when Iris gave him a cute hat. Thanks to this, Sorara became impossible to confuse with a wild slime. Climbing into the carriage, the companion slime greeted the golem, introducing himself by his new name, and then unexpectedly asked if the golem itself had a name. The golem froze, and Ku remembered that he had forgotten to give it a name. Iris suggested Distez and Tomtom, again confirming Kusuk's opinion that trusting her with names was a bad idea. However, after considering her suggestions, Ku came up with a concise name, Dest. The golem liked it. After choosing a name for the destroyer, the friends continued their journey to the capital. The next destination for the day was the city of Tao, which was famous for its beef. There was a place called Meat Street where many meat restaurants lined up, so Ku was looking forward to dinner. On the way, he spent time reading a book and realized that it had been a very long time since he could leisurely read like this. When he became a full member of society, he was busy with work every day. It was like a dream where he could spend time so peacefully. The tranquility of the road enveloped our hero in sleep, and he only woke up when he was called. Ku admitted that he had dozed off. Sorara reported that they were almost there, and he was looking forward to their arrival. Indeed, the stone walls of Tao City appeared ahead. To the friends' surprise, guards in full gear were crowded near the city gates. Sorara's curious face instantly pressed against the window. Iris suggested that they were being met, but the atmosphere was too unsettling. Assuming that a monster had appeared near the city, the adventurers got out of the carriage. One of the guards immediately approached them, asking if the dragon slayer Kusaka Ku had indeed arrived in the city. As soon as our hero confirmed this, an elderly man ran out from behind the guards and fell to his knees before him. He had been waiting for Lord Kusaka's appearance and begged him to save the city of Tao. The friends unanimously decided that trouble was brewing. In the carriage's living room, the man apologized for asking for help during their peaceful journey. He introduced himself as Popolo, the head of the local adventurers guild. Ku asked the man to explain the current situation, and it took him a few seconds to find the right words. Popolo began his story with events that had occurred about an hour ago. A dangerous, high-ranking monster known as the Trent Devil had appeared on the northwestern plains. During its rampage, it was capable of destroying Tao in less than half a day. Thanks to its advanced regeneration, it was very difficult to subdue. At the moment, the guild master had asked a wandering priest to temporarily hold back the Trent Devil, but since it happened so suddenly, they had not been able to evacuate residents or organize a militia. Popolo was aware of Lord Ku's achievements and had heard of his victory over the Black Dragon. The man begged the Dragon Slayer to use that power to crush the Trent Devil. He was overcome with nervous tremors from fear. Ku sighed and, to the old man's relief, agreed to help. However, he intended to clarify one important detail. The adventurer wanted everyone to know that he had not defeated the Black Dragon alone. Iris had helped him. While the girl reacted shyly to the unexpected attention, Sorara explained that Sister Iris had protected Master from the Black Dragon's fire with a divine shield. Popolo promised to remember this. After all, these two were Tao's only hope. The magnificent carriage set off from Tao City in the direction of the northwestern plains. Sorara asked his master and sister why they were outside the carriage instead of inside. Kusaka replied that it was more convenient for a better view, as seeing everything with one's own eyes was much better. At that moment, the boy noticed that Iris could not suppress a smile. To her friend's questioning look, the Dragonborn expressed gratitude for his words. About the Black Dragon and how she had fought alongside him, Ku replied that Iris deserved it. The girl's embarrassment surprised him, but Iris was not going to explain anything. She simply prepared the dragon god's shield and asked to leave the defense to her. At that moment, Sorara drew his friend's attention to what he had discovered ahead. In the fields by the roadside, a giant oak tree appeared before their eyes. A loud ringing echoed across the plain. Ku's heart trembled. The appraisal reported that before Ku stood the Trent Devil, a gigantic monster with a cruel disposition, hating everyone and everything. It possessed powerful regeneration, turning skirmishes into prolonged battles. Approaching, Ku noticed that the monster was bound by magical chains. The monster was colossal in size. Ku asked about the glowing chains, to which the Dragonborn replied that they were heavenly chains, an advanced holy magic spell that restrained the opponent. Iris admitted that not many were capable of restraining such a monster, and the spellcaster must possess significant experience. Ku assumed that she was referring to the priest mentioned by Chief Popolo. At that moment, the chains began to crack, and Sorara drew Master's attention to their imminent destruction. Triumphantly screeching, the Trent Devil shook off the magical chains, emitting a loud clanging sound. While the monster was tearing off its bonds, Iris noticed something at its roots. A small figure stood on the grass and seemed insignificant compared to the Trent. Judging by the clothes, it was a priest who was trying his best to restore his spell. To the renewed clang of chains, the monster was once again entangled. The priest turned out to be a girl. No sooner had she trapped the Trent Devil again than her strength left her and she fell onto the grass. The chains dissolved into thin air. It seemed the priestess had run out of mana. Ku immediately ordered Des to speed up, saying that saving the priestess was the top priority. The golem obediently increased its speed, raising clouds of dust under the carriage wheels. The monster paid no attention to the approaching carriage. It raised its heavy root, intending to crush the slender figure on the grass, and it was at that moment that Ku jumped from the roof of the carriage directly to the priestess. He picked up the priestess in his arms, intending to carry her to safety, but paused for a moment, looking closely at the spellcaster. The priestess turned out to be just a child. The devil Trent's root was relentlessly approaching, and the monster was making a loud, hoarse sound. But the wood hit the barrier of the dragon's shield, activated by Iris. Even for a creature like the devil Trent, it was not easy to break through this barrier. It covered not only the adventurers but also their mobile home. In anger, the monster began to furiously hit the barrier, grumbling discontentedly. Ku, who had just pulled the young priestess from under the Trent's attack, praised his battle companion. Sorara was already hurrying to the master to take the girl and care for her. The slime decided to inflate a little to make it easier for himself. Unaware of Ku's ability, he paused for a moment, watching the small slime transform into a huge one. He had many questions about this, but there was no time to resolve them now. Handing the priestess girl into Sorara's careful hands, he told him to take her to bed. After that, Kusaka returned to Iris and asked how she was feeling. The girl admitted that compared to the black dragon, it wasn't as difficult, but she couldn't hold the barrier for long. Ku decided to break the distance with the monster and told Des to get away as fast as possible. He accepted the command and the carriage sped away. A shriek from the monster, not understanding what had happened, reached them from behind. A few tens of meters from the Trent, Iris was able to breathe a sigh of relief. Now it was Ku's turn. He took his faithful gram from his inventory, gleaming in anticipation of battle. He intended to leave the devil Trent a small gift and with a battle cry, swung his blade. The war god's strike slid from the sword's blade and struck the monster. Ku planned to use his strike to cut off the Trent's roots to deprive it of the ability to move. The strike hit its target precisely, and the monster roared loudly in pain. Continuing to roar, the huge tree began to tilt, having lost one of its two supports. But in the next moment, the root grew back, and the Trent managed to remain upright. Ku was confused. This was the incredible regeneration ability he had been told about so many times. The Trent began to shake its crown, rustling loudly with its numerous leaves. Iris shouted that the Trent was about to attack them with its branches, and she was right. Screeching maliciously, the tree released sharp branches from its crown. The wooden pieces flew swiftly, like arrows shot from a bow. But Ku had an ace up his sleeve. The Fire Dragon Emperor's ring gleamed on his finger. The adventurer gave the order to target the branches and not let any of them get close. Fiery arrows burst from our hero's palm with a characteristic hum. A short burst of flame pierced each branch, burning them right in mid-flight. A rain of fire seemed to fall to the ground, scattering across the darkening sky in myriads of sparkling embers. Iris froze, struck by the incredible beauty of this scene. After that, she turned to the guy and asked since when he had learned to use magic. He replied with a smile that it was very recently. But if Kusaka could use fire magic, everything became much simpler. The adventurer asked why that was the case. Iris explained that there were only two ways to defeat a devil Trent. The first was a protracted battle using brute force, in which the fighter attacks until the monster's regenerative abilities are exhausted. Ku suggested that he could just circle around using the war god's strike from a distance. Iris nodded but added that it would take a long time. So what was the second way? A short battle using fire magic. The girl noted that if Ku managed to completely burn the devil Trent's head, it would die before it could regenerate. The second method clearly had an advantage. The longer the battle continued, the higher the probability of unforeseen circumstances. The faster they finished it, the better. However, one question remained. Iris explained that the head of the monster was the part with its face. Ku just needed to imagine burning it all. The goal was clear, but the Devil Trent was quite large, so they needed to get closer. Iris noticed her friend taking a potion from his inventory and asked what it was for. Ku replied that it was a flying potion. He had made it from the flying mushrooms they had collected in the forest. It allowed the drinker to fly. Learning that Ku intended to fly with the potion and attack the Devil Trent from above, the girl remarked that her friend was always full of surprises. Kusaka agreed and decided to quickly proceed with his plan. But Iris insisted that he take her with him and grabbed his hand. He needed to focus on the attack while the Dragonborn could focus on defense. Therefore, she believed it would be much better to go together. Ku agreed and asked her to hold on tight. Ku drank the potion and wiped his mouth with his hand. At that moment, the system offered to include Iris in the range of the wind's blessing. After receiving consent, the adventurers were able to lift off from the carriage roof. Iris could not suppress an excited cry as they rose high into the sky. It was such a strange sensation to rise into the air. Ku asked if the Dragonborn was afraid, however, she was perfectly fine. Her friend's presence gave her confidence. Ku barely smiled. It seemed Iris truly trusted him a lot. In that case, our hero should live up to her trust. Ku instructed Des to move to a safe distance. The golem wished his master good luck and the carriage moved towards the city. Now everything depended only on the adventurers. They just needed to get a little closer so his fire arrow could hit the monster. Noticing the carriage driving away, the Trent let out a piercing shriek and rushed after it. The speed of this creature impressed the adventurers. It was unclear if it had realized the approaching danger or simply reacted to the carriage. The answer to the unasked question came instantly. The monster attacked its victims who were hovering in the air with a branch. Iris, raising her shield, shouted that she would not allow it. Mighty blows crashed with a roar against the barrier summoned by the dragon god's shield. While the monster was distracted, Iris shouted to her friend that it was time to act. Ku, exhaling loudly, raised his hand with the ring. The magic seal flared up, bursting into flames. Ku aimed at the Devil Trent's head and ordered to use all his magical power for one final attack. Iris sharply removed the barrier just as Ku released the fire arrow. Furious flames erupted directly into the Devil Trent's face, and its branches began to crackle from the fire. A pillar of flame engulfed the Devil Trent's head, and its roar echoed across the plain. The fire's power was so great that the adventurers were slightly thrown back. A deafening explosion occurred, and a pillar of thick smoke rose into the sky. Less than a minute later, only embers remained of the monster's head. The Devil Trent was defeated. In one of the bedrooms on the second floor of the carriage, the little priestess slept peacefully, exhausted from the long struggle. Iris exhaled with relief, reflecting the shared joy that the girl was safe. But something caught our hero's interest, the emblem on the priestess's sleeve. The Dragonborn recognized the symbol as the emblem of the god of war. This was a religion whose main figure was the guardian of war. It seemed this girl was a priestess of that cult. And only now did she realize that the sword on this emblem was an exact replica of Ku's sword. The boy also noticed it. But then Dest announced that the carriage had already arrived at the city's northern gate. The friends exited the carriage and Ku expressed his gratitude to Dest for his work. He could rest for today. As soon as Ku put the carriage into his inventory, someone called him from behind. The boy turned around. To his surprise, he saw a whole crowd of armed guards and adventurers. A man with a short beard stood in front of everyone. The man explained that they represented something like a suicide squad. Adventurers always supported each other. He assumed they could help, at least as a decoy, which was why they had gathered the group. However, it seemed the heroes had managed by themselves. Ku even felt awkward about it. But the bearded man replied that there was no need to apologize. He sincerely thanked Ku for saving the city. The excited crowd praised the great patron of Tao and, to the boy's horror, carried him on their shoulders to the Adventurers Guild. In the guild building, Ku reported to the branch head, Popolo, about his victory over the Devil Trent. It seemed he intended to inform the guild headquarters of his successes. Popolo acknowledged that if it weren't for Ku, the city of Tao could have been destroyed, and expressed his sincere gratitude. However, Ku could not help but emphasize that without the help of his friends, the priestess would not have survived, and the consequences for Tao could have bbeen serious. The branch head noted that Mr. Ku was indeed a humble person, Possessing great power, he was not arrogant and valued the people around him. Popolo believed that this was what a true hero should be like. The friends went to celebrate their victory at the Plump Cat restaurant on that very meat street. For dinner, they ordered Tao's signature beefsteak, breaded and with herbs, and homemade wine was served with the meat. The food turned out to be incredibly delicious and juicy, and the wine aromatic and sweet. However, only the conversations of the surrounding patrons about the day's events could distract Ku from enjoying his meal. At dinner, people thanked the gods that the dragon slayer was nearby. Ku returned to his wine with a satisfied smile. He was a little embarrassed when people talked about him, but it was not bad. It made him feel like he had achieved something. After a wonderful dinner, the adventurers headed to the moon-gazing pavilion inn to spend the night. During a hot bath, Ku eagerly awaited tomorrow's city tour. The next morning, while little Sorara slept peacefully, Ku decided to use the remaining time before meeting Iris for creation, using the devil treant they had defeated the day before. Unfortunately, he could not come up with a suitable recipe, but by disassembling the remaining wood, he managed to use it for alchemy. 50 devil treant branches allowed him to obtain a branch of the divine tree Yggdrasil, which supported this world. The branch contained sacred power. Looking at the branch sparkling with divine light, Ku remembered the Yggdrasil tree, known in Norse mythology and often mentioned in games and anime. He could not come up with a creation recipe with this branch and decided to postpone the matter. Suddenly, Sorara woke up, rustling and attracting his master's attention. Frightened that his master had woken up before him, Sorara quickly wished him good morning and scurried to the bathroom. The slime assistant's panic surprised Ku, and he decided to check what had happened. The little slime climbed onto the sink, looked in the mirror, and began to stretch, happy with his perfect round shape. Ku barely held back his laughter. After exchanging greetings, Ku, Iris, and Sorara headed to the southern part of the city. Southern Tao looked like a typical district, but an extensive and calm pasture stretched out here. The little slime ran between the enclosures like a small child, marveling at and mimicking the various animals. Ku noticed that the northern and southern districts of the city were two completely different worlds, and Iris recalled that in the ancient language, Tao meant two-faced. This name perfectly suited the city. During their walk, the friends decided to shear sheep. While Iris struggled with the clippers, Ku successfully completed the task, delighting the farmer. They also tried delicious farm cheese, which begged to be washed down with wine. As they walked, people began to recognize the dragon slayer and thank him for saving the city. Before he knew it, they were already seated at a table, and a banquet began. The friends met the sunset on the fortress wall, where they were clearly not the only couple. Iris noted that the farmers were very grateful to him. How did the hero of two cities feel? Ku, in response, admitted that he had not expected such a warm welcome, but the girl shared their feelings. Iris said that the Tao farm had transformed from a desert into a prosperous place over many years. Without their help, it would have become a lifeless wasteland again. The Dragonborn was sure that they had done a great deed. Ku realized that he had saved not only the city, but also all its accumulated achievements. After that, they returned to the guild to meet the priestess, but she had already left, citing urgent matters. Nevertheless, she sent a letter for Ku through the guild secretary. The girl expressed her gratitude to Kukusaku for saving her. In the letter, she noted that she was a wandering priest. She was in Tao when she learned about the appearance of the devil treant and volunteered to detain it. The priestess also mentioned that the adventurers saved her at the moment when she had practically exhausted all her mana. The girl promised to find her savior and express her gratitude in the near future. She also gave her name, Lily Luna Lunaria. Ku thought that if they were also on their way, their meeting in the near future would be a real stroke of luck. After that, the friends decided to go to dinner, although Iris admitted that she did not really want to eat. But she could not refuse Tao's signature meat sandwich. A beef patty enclosed between two beef steaks sounded too tempting. Ku initially did not understand why there was no bread in this sandwich, and the girl asked him where he even got the idea that a meat sandwich must necessarily have bread. Sorara also received his portion. Altogether, they enjoyed the snack and concluded that it was an excellent dish. At dinner, our hero remembered that in the morning they would go to Surrey. Iris said that this city was famous for its hot springs. Ku was excited. For any Japanese person, water springs are a true soul. He eagerly awaited the opportunity to immerse himself in them. It was decided to leave early in the morning, so they needed to go to bed early. Despite Ku's carriage leaving the city at 6 in the morning, many people saw them off. Just as it had been in Anand, people sincerely thanked them for saving the city and wished them good luck on their journey. It was pleasant. The trip to Surya promised to take a long time, and Iris and Sarara unanimously decided to sleep in on the way. Ku had no idea what he could do. The weather was beautiful, and Ku decided to move closer to Des to enjoy the fresh air. The golem happily enjoyed his master's company. Time slowly passed noon when Ku was distracted from reading. On the side of the road, he noticed a familiar girl with the war god's emblem on her sleeve. She sat on a stump under a tree, as if waiting for someone. Ku stopped Dest and jumped to meet the little priestess. The girl cautiously asked if it was indeed Kusaka Ku in front of her, and received a positive answer. Lily Luna Lunaria again stated her name. She wanted to thank the hero for saving her from the dangerous situation that had occurred earlier. Ku replied that there were no problems and asked what she was doing there alone. However, Lily only wanted to express her gratitude, which was why she was waiting in that place. She possessed the skill of foresight, and it was in a dream that she saw that Kusaki's carriage would pass by at this time and in this place. Ku was surprised that the girl so simply followed her dream, but Lily considered it rude to ignore them. She tried to be polite even to her abilities, an amazingly polite child. Ku assumed that she also had a straightforward character. Lily, meanwhile, called him by name. The priestess immediately asked Ku if he had the skill of a transmitter or a reborn. Ku froze in surprise. He had only shared this with Iris. Lily explained that in her dream she needed to ask that question. Ku looked away, not knowing what to answer. Explaining this ability turned out to be a difficult task. Seeing his confusion, Lily added that she also had the War Temple Maiden skill. It was important for her to find out if he was indeed a reborn, because she had something important to tell him and a valuable item to give him. When Kusaka Ku heard the phrase priestess of the war god, his first thought was Iris. She had the skill priestess of the dragon god and a quest to give the dragon god's red jade to the reincarnated one. Perhaps Lily had a similar mission. The friends settled in the living room to talk with the priestess. Lily explained that priestess of the war god was a skill that awakened in a person once every few centuries. The essence of this skill was that she could access the power of items named after the war god. Iris noted that this was similar to her skill. At this moment, Sarara decided to share his knowledge and quoted an ancient scholar. When someone with the priestess of the dragon god skill united with someone possessing the priestess of the war god skill, something amazing would happen. Ku wanted to find out what lay behind this amazing, but the slime assistant could no longer recall the details. Lily stood up and announced that the priestess of the war god had only 2 missions. She reached into her bosom and pulled out a massive bow, which she was to give to the reincarnated one. This was her first mission. Ku couldn't understand where she had hidden such a large item, and Lily explained that her priestess robe was a magical tool. The little slime added that Sister Lily was simply magnificent, which embarrassed the girl. At this moment, our hero realized one important thing. The emblem of the war god depicted 3 sacred weapons that held the power of the guardian, the war god. These were the magic blade Graham, the bow Yggdrasil, and an unnamed holy spear. Lily confirmed his thoughts. It was indeed the bow Yggdrasil that she had just given to the reincarnated one. Using his appraisal skill, Ku understood that he held a sealed bow capable of destroying calamities, and that only someone with the reincarnated one's skill could use it. The guy found this description interesting and moved the bow to his inventory. He wondered if the time would come when this seal would be removed. Then Iris remembered that the Yggdrasil bow should be kept in the great temple of the Holy Land and could only be seen at a major ceremony held once every 50 years. Wasn't it risky to carry such an artifact? But Lily Luna replied that it was not a problem. This was her mission, and that was why she was allowed to carry the sacred weapon. She was glad that she had been able to give the bow to Master Ku. With this, one of her missions was completed. Kusaka asked what the priestess's second mission was. The second mission of the priestess of the war god was to find the magic blade Graham. Lily asked if Ku had any idea where it might be. Ku simply stated that the blade she was looking for was with him and showed Graham to the girl. Deep surprise was reflected on her face. She even jumped up from the sofa again. The priestess felt a powerful divine energy emanating from the sword. The sight of the dragon slayer evoked admiration, and Lily couldn't believe that it was already with Ku. Sitting back down on the sofa, Lily confessed that in her dream she had only seen the moment she gave the Yggdrasil bow to Master Ku and asked where Graham had been. Ku replied that he had found it in an underground city near Anand. Could he keep Gram? Since Gram was one of the sacred weapons, its care was also entrusted to the priestess, and she was not at all opposed to the reincarnated one keeping it. Suddenly, Iris perked up and asked if the girl really had the skill of foresight. Lily confirmed, adding that this skill had helped her out many times since childhood. The Dragonborn's eyes dimmed. She thanked the girl for the answer. Ku guessed that his friend remembered her sister Felicia, who had both the dragon god priestess skill and the gift of foresight. Sorara drew attention to himself and asked what Sister Lily would do now. The girl thought for a moment. The priestess was told that after completing her missions, she should protect the reincarnated one. This meant that, if her friends didn't mind, she wished to accompany them on their journey. No one was against it. Everyone was only happy to welcome little Lily into their party. The girl tilted her head looking at Ku. He congratulated her with a smile on joining the team. The priestess stood up from the sofa and bowed, thanking them for their trust. It was past noon. Iris looked at the clock and suddenly realized her stomach was rumbling. She turned to Ku. It seemed it was time for lunch. After these words, it was decided to go to the kitchen. The friends had many gifts left over from yesterday, and there was more than enough food for lunch. Everyone was ready to help, even Sorara. While Ku made aprons for everyone from hides, the little assistant suggested a menu of beef stew with tomato sauce, cheese omelet, and banana yogurt. Sorara, being a slime assistant, was the best cook on board. However, Iris was also capable of preparing a simple dish without much trouble. But it seemed Lily was cooking for the first time in her life, but Ku was ready to help and teach her. Even the task of cracking a couple of eggs caused panic for the little priestess, although she was ready to put in all her effort. She hit the egg against the countertop several times, but the shell wouldn't break. The girl's trembling fingers dug into the cracks in the shell, showing her determination to break the egg, and Ku had to ask her to relax as it wasn't a battle. But before Lily could realize what she was doing, the egg in her hands broke and its contents mixed with shell fragments. The upset girl almost cried, and Ku suggested they do it together. Apparently, the cooking skill that the wolf hide apron gave was useless if she had never cooked in her life. Kusaka took the priestess's palm, placed an egg in it, and showed her how much force was needed to break the shell. The shell split and the contents fell into the bowl without dragging any fragments with them. Lily was very happy that she managed to break the egg, even with Ku's help. It was suggested that she try it herself. Iris, who had approached, noted that cooking together was a lot of fun, and the others couldn't help but agree with her. They continued to prepare lunch with all their heart, laughing and chatting. Soon, several dishes and freshly brewed tea were on the table, and it all looked incredibly appetizing. Wishing each other a good appetite, the travelers began to devour the food. Iris noted that her friend's cooking was as excellent as always. The Dragonborn remembered that Ku had once helped at Anand's restaurant, and everyone noted that his food tasted wonderful. She expressed confidence that if her friend opened a restaurant, it would be the most successful in history. Lily agreed with this, as it was her first time eating such delicious food. She also had a lot of fun cooking, especially cracking eggs and flipping the omelet. Noticing that Lily's plates were quickly empty, Ku asked if the girl wanted more, but she, blushing, refused. Ku smiled and noted that a growing child should not hold back, meaning she could eat more. The little priestess shyly held out her empty plate. And after an excellent lunch, they all washed the dishes together. Later, the girl confessed that in the sacred lands, she put her missions as a priestess of the god of war first, so she had never done anything like this. She apologized for being ignorant of such mundane things. But Ku laughed and replied that she did not need to apologize, and noted that Lily was too serious. Lily had not thought about this before, so these words greatly surprised her. She said that her parents died during an epidemic. Lily did not remember this as she was very young, but thanks to her skill, the girl was sheltered by the cult of the god of war. Everyone was very kind to the little priestess, and she was happy that she could finally repay them for their kindness. Kusaka expressed hope that from this moment on, Lily would experience many pleasant things, and he was ready to help with that. Iris agreed with her friend. Little Lily was still young, and she should enjoy life more. The girl smiled radiantly, agreeing with her new friends. Sorara immediately raised his paws and declared that Lily should play with him, but the next moment, the carriage shook violently. And everyone felt it. The friends miraculously stayed in their seats, as did the vase of flowers on the table. Dest's voice was heard. He reported that an earthquake had occurred, so he was making an emergency stop. When the carriage braked sharply, the poor slime assistant flew from his seat. But the little one did not have time to fly out the window. Ku managed to catch him. After making sure the slime was okay, Ku returned to the sofa and opened the map to get his bearings. It was good that at that moment they were in the middle of a plain. He asked about the girl's condition and they confirmed that everything was fine. Lily was even amazed at how skillfully the carriage owner caught the assistant. Iris noted that the earthquake was quite strong and expressed concern about the bridge's condition. Ku heard for the first time that there was a bridge on their route. The girl said that this place was called Zard's Bridge, but it was built a long time ago and was already dilapidated. If something happened to the bridge, they would have to make a big detour, and then they would arrive in Surrey a couple of days later than planned. Ku habitually rubbed his chin with his fingers. According to the plan, they were supposed to stay in Surrey for 4 days and 3 nights to relax and enjoy the hot springs. Our hero could only hope that the bridge was fine, but at that moment, the carriage stopped again. However, life was not so merciful. The more a person does not want something to happen, the more likely it is to happen. Dest called his master, looking at the crowd of puzzled travelers. Zard's bridge was indeed destroyed, cutting off the path across the river, which the golem reported to the master. Several travelers huddled in confusion on both sides of the destroyed bridge. Our heroes got out of the carriage, looking at this scene. Lily voiced the common thought aloud that crossing the river would now be difficult. The river was too fast to swim across. Iris suggested using a flying potion. Ku looked confusedly at the people standing around. He thought of using it, but the others would remain in trouble. At that moment, the slime assistant spoke from Luna's hands, saying he had an idea. The little one suggested that the master use creation to repair this bridge, and Ku approved this option. Due to the improvement of the creation skill, it was now possible to use it by simply touching an object. The question was whether the recipe would come to mind. Ku approached closer and placed his palms on the bridge, assessing the availability of materials and its condition, and the recipe was found. Magical light illuminated the bank of the turbulent river, lifting boards from the water into the air. Everyone present gaped, looking at this miracle. When the glow faded, a brand new bridge appeared before the travelers' eyes. Ku said that he created a new Zard bridge using the destroyed parts and branches of a devil treant, and the new bridge was better than the previous one. The brand new bridge would not be subject to aging, and thanks to its ability to attack monsters, it could act as a safe zone. Looking at the confident Ku, the little priestess whispered that she had heard stories about the reincarnated, but did not think they were capable of such things. It was truly incredible. Iris replied that Ku always does everything flashy. Sarara believed that his master was like a deity, but for Ku, it was just the work of his skill and he himself did not do much. Thus, our heroes crossed the bridge without needing to make a detour, and at the same time, they helped a dozen travelers cross the river. It was already getting dark when our heroes reached Surrey. At the guard post, the friends were welcomed with open arms. Rumors of the Zard Bridge's restoration had reached the captain of the guard. He was going to inform the local lord, Count Maillard, so that the heroes could receive a generous reward. Ku did not expect the matter to be more serious than he thought, but the captain explained that this bridge was a major transportation hub, not to mention that it would take a lot of manpower to fix it. Then the adventurer remembered that Count Maillard was in Surrey, which scared the captain. He immediately asked how Ku knew about this, and the guy replied that he had received a letter from an acquaintance aristocrat. The captain calmed down a bit. Count Maillard was in this city to recover from an illness, and it would be better to keep this information a secret. Ku assured him that he and his team knew how to keep secrets, for which he received the captain's gratitude. He apologized for taking up the time of the travelers who were tired from their journey. After that, he greeted them again and released them from the building. The city that appeared before the heroes reminded Ku of his homeland. Since they were staying for 4 days and 3 nights, this should be enough for a trip to the hot springs. In addition, a festival was currently taking place in honor of the city's 300th anniversary, and the captain, bowing, wished them to enjoy Surrey's hospitality. The city was indeed very lively, and many sources of steam surrounded it with a moist haze. Even Sorara noticed that the houses here seemed to hang in the air. The decorations and prepared venues made Iris conclude that the festival would indeed be big. Ku, in turn, was surprised that the city had stood for so long. Ku suggested that there used to be a city of an ancient civilization here, and 300 years ago people used its ruins to build Surrey. The little slime confirmed the master's version and said that 400 years ago there was the city of Sasson here. There was an underground structure that created the hot springs. The little one thought it was still working. Now Kusuk understood why this place was called the City of Hot Springs. Sorara said that such a smart slime as him should be cherished. In that case, the master was sure that the little one should eat a lot of delicious food. And what was Suryar's unique dish? To find out about this, the travelers went to the White Pot restaurant. This dish turned out to be hodop. Just looking at it made everyone's mouths water. This exquisite dish reminded Ku of French cuisine, and Iris noted that even the broth was incredibly tasty. Apparently, they added more meat to soup dishes here. Lily liked that the dish was warm, and the little assistant simply silently enjoyed the food. When the friends learned that every restaurant in the city made hodop differently, they decided to visit another establishment the next day, and having eaten 6 servings, they returned to the hotel satisfied. Night fell on the city when Ku finally immersed himself in the hot spring. He could literally feel his body recovering, which was to be expected from a place called the 5-Star Pavilion. Judging by Iris's voice from behind the partition, she clearly felt the same way. The water was very pleasant. Ku loudly suggested enjoying tomorrow's festival. The sleepy Sorara floating nearby agreed with him and added that he felt like he was dissolving. Ku rushed to get the little one out of the water. In the morning, the city greeted the friends with a festive atmosphere. Walking along the food stalls, Iris noticed how many of them had hodops, and Sorara, sitting in her arms, began to hum. Ku, noting the variety on the menu, asked Lily what she wanted. But the girl was so lost in thought that Kusuk had to call her name several times before she heard him. Lily apologized for being lost in thought and blurted out that she didn't care what her friends chose. Ku asked worriedly what the little priestess was thinking about so deeply. She nervously wrung her hands. In the end, Lily confessed that her foresight had activated last night. It was just that the content was very unclear. Now Iris also became interested in this conversation, clarifying what the girl had dreamed about. Lily said that she first saw Mr. Ku receiving a musical trumpet in a place full of people. This seemed very strange to her friends. Then Lily saw Ku taking out a glowing green branch from his inventory near a fountain. Our hero immediately wondered if it was the branch of Yggdrasil she was talking about. At the moment, he had no recipes to use this material. What could such a dream mean? The last scene of the priestess's dream was the moment when Ku's carriage left Suryar, heading northwest. This surprised Ku. Their next destination was supposed to be a coastal port northeast of Suryar, so why a different direction? To the northwest were only forests and large mountains. What business could they have in such a place? Lily also did not know the answer to this question. For the first time in her life, her foresight was so vague. Ku clarified how clear her usual visions were, and the girl replied that they were usually much clearer. But then the clever Sorara spoke up. The ancient scholar told him that a person has a limit to their foresight skills. The future of a person with immense power like the master is prone to change, and when it comes to events involving such people, it is impossible to see more and the result is blurry. Iris noted that Ku was indeed not an ordinary person. When she turned away for just a second, her friend had already learned to use magic and fly. Ku suggested that if Lily's foresight had never been wrong before, perhaps these events would indeed happen. The girl was forced to agree with this. And this meant that Ku would indeed receive a trumpet from someone soon. Sorara even envied the master. Ku didn't understand at all why they were happy. He had never played a trumpet in his life. However, with the art of dexterity, it became possible. Lily couldn't help but chuckle. All that remained was to continue enjoying the festival. The first thing they decided to do was visit the stalls to the joyful shouts of the little assistant. Thus, the friends were able to try an exquisite beef soup named after a neighboring city, a special dessert hodop with stewed fruits, and a red wine soup that was supposed to make one dizzy. Iris was delighted with the first dish, whose classic taste was almost impossible to spoil. Lily really liked the sweet hodop with fruits, and Sorara was so intoxicated by the red wine soup that he could only squeak enthusiastically. However, the next moment he felt sick. The Dragonborn was scared for little Sorara, who imagined himself as a sake slime, but Ku immediately gave him a gulp of antidote potion. The slime assistant immediately felt better and thanked the master. The master, in turn, was surprised that the potion worked so quickly. At that moment, the captain of the guard noticed the friends and asked if they wanted to participate in an ancient civilization-style lottery game. The captain handed Ku a piece of paper with many squares containing numbers, and the guy immediately recognized it. Suraru was surprised that the master recognized it. This game was called Numbers. If you get all 5 numbers vertically, horizontally, or diagonally, you win a prize. While Lily was surprised such a game existed, Ku realized that it was indeed the game Bingo. The grand prize was a ticket for a trip to the royal capital on a luxurious cruise ship departing from the coastal port, and the second prize was a trombone. Ku and Iris simultaneously concluded that this was the very horn from Lily's vision. All that remained was to find out if the prophecy would come true. The festival organizer, dressed as a clown, attracted the attention of the stands by asking if everyone liked the festival. After all, the main morning event, the ancient-style lottery, was about to begin. He waved to the crowd, but his gaze was directed at our heroes. Ku was surprised to recognize a familiar guard in the organizer. The clown spun the drum, pausing slightly to maintain the intrigue, and then announced the first number from the fallen ball, 29. Lily did not have such a number, but Ku was luckier. He decided that a number matching his age was a good sign. But before the guy could do anything about it, the window with the number marked itself. To which the organizer replied that he had used his unique skill, a magic trick, on all the cards. Numbers could be replaced or rewritten during the game, so the man wished them not to give up and to enjoy the game until the very end. It was getting more and more interesting. In the second half of a bingo game, players often divide into 2 groups, those who enjoy the excitement of many matches and those who are bored and close to giving up. Ku currently considered himself among the first, however his companions were not far behind either. The next announced number was 61. After that, the numbers continued to match and more windows were filled. The organizer asked participants to shout if anyone's rows of numbers started to fill up. Which Ku did. Lily was very interested if the reincarnated would win the second prize, the horn, but before the guy could answer, a familiar voice sounded from behind him. He turned around and saw Kale. The girl saw and recognized Ku, immediately waving to them. This was the same adventurer who had completed tasks with him back in Anan. It turned out that Surrey was her hometown. The little slime was happy that his master met an old acquaintance, and even the organizer found this meeting fateful. The next number was 6, then 18, 26. However, none of the friends got bingo, although even little Sarara managed to fill quite a few cells. But then finally, the next number drawn was 87. Ku looked at his card a little sadly. It was so close. He would have gotten bingo if it had been 88. This was generally expected, as our hero was supposed to get second place. But then, to Ku's surprise, the number 88 distorted and blurred. A moment later, the drawn number appeared in its place. This seemed strange. With this, Kusaka would theoretically get first place, but as soon as he announced it, Kale, standing behind him, also shouted that she had filled a row. This was unexpected. The organizer invited both of them to the stage, surprised by such an interesting coincidence, as first and second place were taken simultaneously. And since there was only one prize for first place and one for second place, the organizer suggested that the winners decide among themselves. Kale looked at the prizes in confusion, and Ku realized what the little priestess's vision was about. He asked to be given the second place prize. The girl was terribly surprised and even asked if he was sure of his decision. But Ku explained that they were already going to the royal capital and had already rented a ship, so the first prize was of no use to him. The organizer stepped forward and placed an envelope with tickets into the hands of the confused but extremely happy girl and congratulated the young lady on her victory. She could not believe it. She sincerely thanked Ku for such a generous gesture. Ku was to receive the second place prize. The organizer asked him to hold out his hands and began a countdown. There was a sound as if a party popper had gone off in his hands. For a moment, everything was enveloped in smoke and confetti flying in all directions. Ku even had to close his eyes for a moment. And when he opened them, he saw the very trombone in his hands. The crowd roared as the trick truly surprised everyone. Iris, fanning herself with her card, even felt a little sad that she hadn't won anything. Perhaps if there had been more prizes, she would have won something. Lily was also close. Only little Sarara came up with how to cheer everyone up and brought a basket of snacks. Kale came closer and confessed that she felt as if she had forced a comrade in arms to do something against his will, and she was ashamed because of it. Ku asked her not to worry. He reminded her that he had already said they were already heading to the capital. Besides, it wasn't as if he couldn't play the horn. Kusaka took the instrument like a professional musician and put it to his lips. Everyone froze in anticipation. And he began to play. The melody poured from the bell of the instrument, surprising everyone who heard it. Even the slime assistant opened his mouth. A graceful melody swept through the festive streets, and Ku continued to play as if he had forgotten everything. Sarara recognized the composition Sassen's Dream in this music. The ancient musician told him that it was a difficult composition. Iris held her breath at the beautiful melody, and Kale concluded that it seemed Kusaka Ku was capable of anything. However, Ku again considered this only the merit of his skills. Soon, only our heroes remained in the square near the fountain. Kale announced that she had promised to have dinner with her grandmother, so she warmly said goodbye to her friends and happily ran off. They waved after her. Suddenly, someone called Ku by his full name from behind. He turned around. An elderly man, accompanied by a guard, entered the square. Trying to suppress a cough, the man introduced himself as Randolph de Millard, the very Lord Maillard. He said it was an honor to meet the Dragon Slayer, who understood that this man was Count Maillard, who had been receiving treatment in Surrey. From his emaciated appearance, it was clear that he was very ill, and combined with his cough, it seemed he had some chronic illness. The Count continued, saying that he was aware of all the young man's achievements, his victory over the Black Dragon, over the Devil Treant, and even the reconstruction of the Great Zard Bridge. But he couldn't finish. Another coughing fit overcame the elderly lord. After clearing his throat, the Count apologized. He said there had been a major flood in the north about 4 months ago, and he was taking hot springs for his health in Surrey, but he still felt unwell. In any case, Ku had become the patron of the local lands, and the Count was grateful to him. He asked Ku to contact him if any problems arose in the future. The Maillard family's principle was to pay a service with a service. The Count was ready to offer the hero his sincere support and extended his palm for a handshake. Ku reached out to shake it in return. But the next moment, Randolph was shaken by an even stronger fit, and our hero couldn't do anything. The old man became so ill that he simply collapsed onto the cobblestones, clearly losing consciousness. Kusaka knelt beside him, trying to understand what was happening. Then, a black mist rose from his prostrate body. It headed straight for Ku, but in the next second, it collided with an impenetrable barrier around him. Almost immediately, the Reborn received a notification that an incredibly high-level curse had been detected, but it had been blocked by the Anomaly Nullifier, one of the capabilities of his main skill. The girls who had approached froze in indecision. Lily felt a monster-imposed curse emanating from the Count. Iris instantly classified it as contagious and asked if Ku was all right, but she worried for nothing. The guard rushed to the fallen Count, but Sorara reacted first and blocked his path with his slimy body, asking him not to get too close to the infected person. Ku really wanted to know what was happening to the Count and requested information from his appraisal skill. Primary analysis began. Soon, a notification arrived that it was the effect of the Black Death Curse, which was deadly and contagious. Since it could cause enormous harm to those around, it was recommended to use a branch of Yggdrasil to perform the suppression process. Ku immediately reached for the branch in his inventory. Lily instantly recognized the branch from her dream. Ku pointed it towards the Count. The branch glowed with a mysterious green light which transferred to the back of the lying Lord Maillard, suppressing the black mist. And it simply disappeared. Lily hopefully asked if the Count had been cured of the curse, but Kusaka had to answer that he had only temporarily suppressed the effect of the curse, but now it would not infect others for some time. At that moment, what was happening finally attracted attention, and a crowd of onlookers began to gather. Ku decided it would be better to change the setting to a more private one. They left the square and headed to the Shadow Cow Inn, accompanied by guards. Thanks to the innkeeper's help, they managed to put the Count to bed. He still hadn't regained consciousness, and his appearance distressed his loyal people. The guard asked our hero what had actually happened to the Count. The secondary analysis had just finished, and Ku had the answer to that question. The Count was under the effect of the Black Death Curse. The curse activates when the carrier is in a place with many people. The activated curse would kill the carrier within 3 hours. During this time, the curse would also transmit to those around, taking their lives like a fierce epidemic. And only one monster could cast this curse, an Elder Lich. This happened 4 months ago during the Great Flood in the north. The Elder Lich had been discovered by Count Maillard. The Count managed to drive away the skeleton, but he couldn't kill it. Just before leaving, the skeleton pointed a finger at the Lord and quickly spoke in a language that a human cannot speak. The guard concluded his story by speculating that it was then that the Lich had cast the Black Death Curse. He was tormented by guilt that he hadn't realized it sooner. Lily asked if she could try to remove the curse from the Count, since she possessed high-level light magic. Ku decided not to stop her, hoping they could get by with minimal trouble. The girl placed her palms on the elderly aristocrat's chest and began to chant a spell. The room was illuminated by a bright light. A seal of purifying light ignited, blinding those present. But the Count only groaned in pain. The priestess fearfully withdrew her hands. The purifying light hadn't worked, and she couldn't believe it. Ku asked what magic she had used, and the girl replied that it was the most powerful magic of all light spells. Until then, she hadn't known of any curse it couldn't handle. Ku mentally asked Appraisal how one could even remove the Black Death curse. After a moment, the system notified him that information had been received, and Ku didn't like the answer. Lily was the first to notice that the guy had come to a conclusion. Kusaka voiced the information he had received. To get rid of the curse, they would have to get rid of the source of the problem. It was necessary to destroy the Elder Lick who had cast the curse. Immediately, a new question arose: where exactly should they look for this Elder Lick? The guard admitted that this monster hadn't been seen since the Great Flood. Ku decided to try using his map skill, and Iris suggested the same thing almost simultaneously with his words. For a second, an awkward silence even arose, embarrassing the Dragonborn, and the slime assistant on her arms noted that the two were truly on the same wavelength. Upon request, the map indicated a point in the Tris Mountains area. So that skeleton was there. At that moment, the Count regained consciousness and addressed Ku. He had heard part of the conversation by his bed and couldn't comprehend that he had been cursed by a monster. Kusaka confirmed that there were no other options besides defeating the Elder Lick. The Count recalled that the Great Flood 4 months ago had caused severe damage to his family's knightly order and almost completely destroyed it. The duties of protecting the territory had been given to the Adventurers Guild. It would take several years to recover. The Count's heir was still very young. If Randolph died, the Maillard family's territory would be plunged into great turmoil and the situation would get out of control. The Count begged Kusaka Ku to defeat the Elder Lick. The guard also knelt before our hero. Ku looked at Lily, whose gaze was also full of pleading. He realized that the branch's effect was gradually wearing off and the curse would inevitably begin to spread. The Dragon Slayer simply could not allow that, so he agreed. Soon, the majestic carriage set off northwest from Surrey towards the Tris Mountains. A few minutes after leaving the city, Iris noticed that all of little Lily's premonitions had come true. Ku could not disagree with her. The pipe, the branch, and the scene where their carriage was heading in a different direction from the planned route, everything matched. The Dragonborn praised Lily for this incredible occurrence, but the girl replied that she herself had done nothing. She was just lucky with her skills. Iris noticed that the little priestess spoke just like her friend. Lily did not understand what she was talking about, and the girl explained that Ku used to say similar things all the time, but now she did not often hear those words from him. Ku replied that he had simply changed his mind. Even if people have the same skills, some use them well and others do not. Skills are a part of you, including how you use them. These words made Lily think, but judging by the smile on her face, Ku had managed to get his point across to her. Soon the adventurers left the carriage, walked through the forest, and arrived at the mountain. The map indicated that the objective was inside. Iris noticed that they seemed to have been in a similar situation. Apparently, that was why it was easy for Ku to find the necessary boulder and send it to his inventory. A door with a seal on its surface appeared before them. Lily even asked how he managed to find the passage so quickly, and Ku explained that they had encountered something similar in Anan. But the emblem was different from the one he had seen on the door leading to the underground city. But suddenly, the little priestess recognized it. According to her, it was the symbol of the Calamity Cult. The Calamity Cult was a pagan religion that existed during the time of ancient civilization, and as the name suggests, they worshipped calamities as gods. Lily learned about this during her training at the temple. Sorara put on his glasses and said that he had heard about it too. 4,000 years ago, people of the ancient civilization made various preparations to counter calamities, but the Calamity Cult constantly interfered with them. Perhaps before the travelers was one of their strongholds. Kusaka concluded that the Elder Lick had bad taste if he chose to live in such a place. However, his memory immediately provided our hero with new information. Liches in fantasy, anime, and games are often depicted as high-ranking mages who have somehow achieved immortality. Perhaps the Elder Lick was a member of the Calamity Cult or something similar. But regardless of the opponent's identity, their goal did not change. Sorara broke the seal and the team moved inside along a stone corridor lit by oil lamps. But soon they encountered another door, several times larger than the first. Near it, Ku read an inscription, Number 3 Underground Worship Center. It turned out that the inscription was made with special symbols of the Calamity cult, and the slime assistant was extremely surprised that the master could read them. Our hero asked the little one if he knew anything about this place. He replied that it seemed to be one of the larger versions of the Calamity cult church. They built suspicious structures all over the world. Followers came to worship centers to perform rituals praising calamities. The path to the worship center was made in the form of a labyrinth which was filled with traps. They served as a way to get rid of uninvited guests during the ritual. Ku asked aloud what kind of rituals they performed. Iris noted that she did not even want to imagine. The guy opened the map, assuming that with this skill they were unlikely to get lost, but there was one but. According to the obtained scheme, passing through the labyrinth could take time, which they simply did not have. As soon as the effect of the Yggdrasil branch wore off, the Black Death Curse would reactivate. They simply could not afford to waste time. Iris suggested using the automap function, pathfinding, but Ku wanted to try something else. The magical seal of the inventory glowed especially brightly in the dim light. To the girl's surprise, a huge wooden hammer appeared in the adventurer's hands. This was Hikino's hammer, which was among the first tools he managed to craft in this world. No one could understand what he was going to do with this thing. But our hero asked them to just watch. He confidently entered the labyrinth door. The hammer had a very specific bonus which had previously been of little use, but now it perfectly suited the situation. Ku swung and hit the wall with all his might with the hammer. Bricks loudly crumbled into small pieces. The bonus in question was improved wall destruction. It took only one hit to create a large enough hole in the wall to pass through. The girls clearly did not expect such a stunt. Ku looked at the map again. The stairs leading to the second floor were in the center of the labyrinth. Now Iris understood her friend's plan, and he only confirmed her guess, swinging the hammer at the next wall. Wall after wall collapsed under the huge wooden hammer, leaving behind a passage strewn with pieces of bricks. The friends did not even immediately follow him. Lily noticed that Ku himself even enjoyed breaking walls, and the little slime praised the master for his unconventional thinking. In a short time, the adventurers reached the stairs. The second floor had a crumbling floor. Sorara immediately understood that they needed to pass through the room, avoiding the trap cells. Apparently, there were panels here that activated when stepped on. So they just needed to avoid these plates. Ku simply took a couple of sips of flight potion, after which he calmly carried the entire company to the other side. The next room was filled with magical lasers. The assistant warned that speed was important here. It was a long room with 10 orichalcum turrets, 10 on each side. Ku simply took out his wooden axe and they passed through the rooms, destroying the turrets with its help. The combination of the agility, skill, and the weapons bonuses proved to be extremely effective. The last room on the second floor had an oppressive atmosphere. The air was heavy, and black mist swirled around. Sorara suggested that the entire room was under the influence of a high-level curse. He was not sure of its effectiveness, but he was certainly sure of its danger. If all magical power could be poured into the crystal ball in the middle of the room, the curse could disappear for a while, but someone would have to constantly pour magic into it. In other words, a sacrifice was required. All three concluded that this trap was simply disgusting, and only Ku dared to voice this thought aloud under the tense gazes of the others. So before our heroes was a room under the influence of a high-level curse, and to pass it, someone had to be sacrificed. The girls started arguing about who should sacrifice themselves, and Ku even found the scene endearing. He stepped forward and announced that only he would go. Iris was scared for her friend, but he asked her not to worry about him. Then little Lily remembered that Ku had reflected the Black Death Curse away from himself in the city. Ku smiled and nodded. Curses posed no threat to the reborn. The guy moved forward, black mist rushed at him, and the air around Ku even sparked with magic, protecting him from the corrupting influence. The reborn skill blocked all kinds of negative statuses. Therefore, Kusaka was the best candidate for such purposes. He reached the pedestal and placed his palm on the crystal ball. With a furious shout, the adventurer poured so much magical power into the ball that it shattered into pieces with a crash. The girls themselves were scared, but along with the echoes of the shout, the black mist in the room also dissipated. With a nervous laugh, Ku turned to his companions and suggested that he had succeeded. Sorara immediately understood that the master had poured in such an absurd amount of mana that the device simply broke. Lily even wondered how much magical power Mr. Ku actually had. In reality, our hero's mana level had already exceeded 50,000 units. Anyway, the second floor was cleared. The friends approached the next staircase, but instead of the third floor, they saw something unexpected on the map. The map's structure resembled a classic dungeon from a computer game. The mysterious room on the left attracted attention. Ku asked the slime assistant if it could also be a trap, but nothing hinted at these traps, yet Sorara had a bad feeling. The reborn asked the girls to stay behind him and he moved forward, but something quickly made him freeze. Lily screamed, warning her friend of danger from the left, but he had already managed to raise his hand with the spider glove, absorbing the magical attack. 3 armed skeleton soldiers were moving directly towards them, their bones clattering unpleasantly on the stone floor tiles. The enemies, making hoarse sounds, rushed at the adventurers, but the next moment Kusaka shot fire arrows at them. They hit the attackers' skulls precisely, burning them to ashes with the characteristic sound of burning bones. Weapons clattered to the floor next to the burning skeletons, of which only embers remained. But it turned out that Ku had been too quick to celebrate victory. The fire suddenly changed to a grayish mist and the burning process seemed to reverse. Swords were back in bony fingers and the monsters rushed at the guy with renewed force. Ku, taken by surprise, barely managed to dodge a foreign blade. Using appraisal belatedly, Ku learned that the skeleton soldier was a monster summoned by the immortal soldier ritual, one of the calamity cult's rituals. The skeleton would regenerate again and again until its dark power ran out. The skeletons were immortal and this was clearly a problem. Time was short and a decision needed to be made quickly. But then Lily Luna Lunaria stepped forward. The girl pulled a sacred priestly staff from her bosom and summoned holy lightning with a spell which destroyed the skeletons. Under the confident gaze of the young priestess, the skeletons burned in the bright light of divine lightning, which greatly surprised her older companions. Weapons fell onto the stone slabs, the light gradually broke into sparks, and the skeleton soldiers did not revive again. Lily explained that holy lightning was a high-level light magic purification spell. It could completely destroy monsters or undead with regeneration, ignoring their ability to revive. This encouraged Ku. Light magic in this world worked perfectly on the undead, just like in fantasy anime and games. He suggested that he and Iris move as the vanguard while Lily destroyed the undead with her special magic. The strategy was approved by everyone. But Sorara also didn't want to be left out. Ku gave him the task of surveying the battlefield and reporting any oddities. The little slime promised to carefully monitor the situation. It wasn't for nothing that he had gotten glasses. At that moment, Ku received a notification that the undead skeleton soldier could be forcibly purified with a branch of Yggdrasil. He took the branch from his inventory and looked at it in confusion. So he could purify the undead simply by touching them with a branch of the sacred tree. Who would have thought that even as a simple raw material, this thing would turn out to be so useful? Shuffling steps announced the approach of new enemies. This time there were only 2 skeletons and Ku decided to try his new trick. Informing Iris that the right flank was hers, our hero ran towards the monster, holding the branch like a weapon. The skeleton managed to attack first, but Ku easily dodged its blade. With his other hand, the guy raised the branch and decisively struck the undead's ribs with the Yggdrasil branch. The activation of the forced purification process occurred with a notification. A bright flash of light engulfed the skeleton. The weapon fell to the floor and the undead did not rise again, but it was harder for Iris, although the monster's blade clanged against the dragon god's shield again and again unsuccessfully. Ku caught his friend's attention and she immediately understood what he needed. With a shield bash to the skeleton's face, she sent it straight into her comrade's hands. The branch struck the undead's sternum, after which it dissolved in flashes of light. Sorara noted that Ku and Iris worked together perfectly and they agreed with him. Lily admired the power of the Yggdrasil branch and promised to cast spells faster. However, the girls then got distracted for a couple of seconds by some conversation that Ku didn't understand, but it wasn't important to him. After that, they continued to follow the map, taking the shortest path to the stairs, clearing out skeleton soldiers along the way. Soon, there was only one last corridor to pass and the adventurers would reach the final room. Ku was surprised that they hadn't encountered a single trap on their journey. Iris complained that the place gave her goosebumps. A few steps later, Lily reported that she felt a large amount of dark energy, from which the slime assistant suggested that many waiting undead might be ahead. Kusaka agreed with this assumption. The Elder Lick should already be on the next floor. It was unlikely he would have prepared nothing. Staying alert, the group reached another turn. Ku was the first to peek around the corner, and what he saw sent shivers down his spine. The enormous hall was filled with hordes of skeleton soldiers, and the clattering of their bones, echoing repeatedly off the walls, was deafening. A nervous smile appeared on the reincarnated one's face. As they expected, many waiting undead, the girls and Sorara opened their mouths in horror. However, Ku had a plan. He turned to his companions and asked them to come closer. Planning to attack the enemies from the front, he suggested the girls follow him on the count of 5. Lily noted that it looked more like a frontal assault than a surprise attack. But Iris understood that her friend was going to use Divine Speed Blessing. This was what made the frontal attack a surprise. When everyone was ready, Ku dashed off at immense speed, disappearing from his companion's sight. Sorara only managed to ask Master to be careful. With a furious cry, our hero zigzagged through the rows of skeletons, striking each one in his path with the Yggdrasil branch. They didn't even have time to understand what was happening. Ku moved so swiftly and the enemies were cleared so quickly that their destructive light illuminated the entire stone hall. The remaining monsters rushed at the adventurer as soon as he slowed down a bit. But in the next moment, Lily's holy lightning left only echoes of light from them. Ku praised the girl for her quick reaction. Iris summarized that they had conquered the 3rd floor. Sorara was happy that they had almost made it. There was only one last push left. And the friends stepped onto the stairs that led to the final floor, fully prepared for any challenges. The Elder Lick was hiding in the deepest part of this labyrinth, that is, on the 4th floor. The Elder Lick was a type of undead that possessed the ability to regenerate. Since purifying light proved ineffective against him, there was a chance that even holy lightning would not affect him. The option of forced purification using the Yggdrasil branch remained. Would it work on the Elder Lick? After analyzing the request, Ku's evaluation system gave the following answer. A specific forced purification process was prepared for each type of undead. To perform this process for the Elder Lick would require approximately 60 seconds for preparation. For the height of battle, this was quite long. But the preparation time could be shortened by using evaluation on the Elder Lick or by attacking him with holy lightning. Kusaka was more satisfied with this. He then caught Lily's curious gaze, so he didn't hesitate and suggested his friends develop a strategy, remembering that their time was limited. The last floor consisted of a single room, upon entering which our heroes saw the Elder Lick with their own eyes, who at that very moment was performing some ritual. The monster was so engrossed in the process that he didn't even notice the people who entered. Ku somehow thought that if this were a computer game, a cutscene would start now. After that, he signaled Lily. The girl raised her staff, summoning holy lightning. The unexpected attack shook the Lick, forcing him to interrupt the ritual. The monster sharply turned to his enemies. Ku smirked back at the skeleton. Surprise attacks were the key to any fair game, but one attack was clearly not enough. The Lick extended his bony hand forward, muttering a spell. Darkness condensed in his fingers and, forming a dark lightning, rushed at our heroes. But Ku was ready for this. He shielded Lily and signaled Iris, who immediately darted forward, holding her shield ready. The black lightning crashed into the dragon shield's mesh barrier with a crackle, unable to hit its target. While the smoke from the collision cleared, Ku received a notification from the completed evaluation analysis. Holy lightning had been used against the Elder Lick, meaning the time required to create the forced purification process was reduced to 24 seconds. This encouraged the boy, but another jump using the evaluation skill was needed. As a result, Ku learned that the Elder Lick, being a higher undead, was created from the flesh and blood of the great calamity, insatiable glutton dragon, by the ritual of the immortal king for the purpose of performing the ritual of gluttony. This list made our hero overflow with curiosity. But more importantly, the time was reduced to just 10 seconds. The Lick, meanwhile, was clearly starting to get angry. A black mist began to spread from his gaunt figure. The skeleton invoked the powers of the glutton dragon, filling the entire room with a hum, and slowly rose into the air. The entire room shook and stone dust rained down on the adventurers' heads. This all looked bad, and Lily felt a very powerful evil aura. Ku couldn't understand what was happening. 3 seconds remained until the analysis was complete, and he needed to do something in time. He commanded Iris to activate the shield so they could protect themselves from a possible collapse. and he himself rushed forward directly at the elder Lick, clutching the branch in his hands. The Lick grabbed his staff and tried to strike Kusaka, but he managed to duck down, avoiding the blow. The forced purification process against the undead elder Lick was created, and the Yggdrasil branch glowed with divine light. Emitting a loud cry, Ku directed this power directly into the skeleton's skull, which only now realized what the opponent had planned. The girls gasped in fear, their hearts pounding as they awaited the outcome. The branch touched the elder Lick's cloak, and a powerful flash of light illuminated the entire ritual hall. Literally before their eyes, the undead began to melt in the divine light, scattering into sparks. With his last strength, the Lick reached out his bony palm towards Ku. But in the next moment, only sparks fading in the air remained of him. The monster's black cloak remnants fell to the dirt floor. The subjugation was complete, and our hero could breathe a sigh of relief. His joyful companions rushed to him. With the defeat of the elder Lick, the Black Death Curse was lifted, and Kusaka Ku reached level 99. But even the first level was already enough for Ku. Iris was overjoyed that everything ended well, but no matter how magnificent Ku was in the eyes of his companions, everything happened thanks to the team's coordinated work. Ku extended his clenched fist, and the girls happily put their fists to his. They all did well. Count Maillard's curse was successfully lifted, and Iris was glad that Surai did not turn into a ghost town. But one thing still worried her: the elder Lick used this place as his citadel. There were many traps along the way, but he managed to get out and return. Ku involuntarily imagined this creepy guy getting lost in a labyrinth or running from lasers. The thought appeared that perhaps the Lick used space-time magic or something similar. Moreover, something in the assessment's interpretation bothered Ku, specifically what the elder Lick was doing. The friend's attention shifted to the magic circle depicted on the floor. A dark priest worshipping a gluttonous dragon performing a ritual of gluttony, and apparently it was this ritual that the adventurers interrupted. Ku touched the magic circle with his fingers, and the assessment requested confirmation to start the analysis. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, the analysis was launched, and the magic circle glowed brightly, emitting a soft hum. Iris noticed that this process was not only beautiful but also radiated warmth. The priestess asked what Ku was doing. Ku explained that he was analyzing the magic circle to understand what ritual the Lick was performing. Hearing this, Sorara decided that he could not let the master work alone and was able to help him. The little one climbed onto the altar and soon reported that he had gained access to its system. It seemed he could rewrite ownership. Although the reincarnated was not surprised by the abilities of a magical creature born in an ancient civilization, he was still worried if the little one would cope with seizing this object. But then the analysis results came in. There was so much information that the guy clutched his head. The girls rushed to him, concerned, but he explained that he had learned more about the rituals performed there. Believers of the Calamity cult first performed the Immortal Soldier ritual, which summoned animated skeletons. After that, the believers sacrificed themselves for the Immortal King ritual, thereby summoning the Elder Lick. The role of the skeleton soldiers was to protect the temple, and the role of the Elder Lick was to perform the ritual of gluttony. Rumor had it that the Elder Lick emerged to the surface once every few hundred years to collect sacrificial souls using the Black Death Curse, and had been preparing the ritual of gluttony for 4,000 years. In other words, the Elder Lick mentioned in the records of the Dragon Tribe and the God of War was the same Lick they had just defeated. After this, Iris was inspired that they had avenged all the Elder Lick's victims up to that point. But Ku saw a problem with the ritual of gluttony itself. Apparently, it was a ritual to summon an entity known as the Great Calamity. The girls exchanged confused glances. Lily remembered hearing about the existence of such a calamity, one that surpassed all known ones, and it turned out they were talking about it. Ku concluded that apparently the insatiable dragon of gluttony, which the Lick was trying to summon, was even more powerful than the Black Dragon. Iris covered her mouth with her hand in fright. This information was like snow in the middle of a hot summer. If such a creature appeared on the surface, it could become a problem. Lily expressed hope that they had managed to stop the ritual, but Ku was not so sure. Apparently, the original plan was for the curse to kill all the inhabitants of Surai, and their souls would be sacrificed to the gluttonous dragon, but this plan was not executed. But our hero's full support did not give a clear answer to the question. This whole situation seemed ominous to Kusaka, and then, the next moment, dirt started falling from the ceiling again. The guy looked up. And immediately after that, the entire temple complex shook from foundation to ceiling, rumbling like 100 drums at once. The friends barely stayed on their feet. When everything suddenly quieted down, Iris remembered that there had also been an earthquake yesterday. Little Lily complained of feeling unwell, and at that very moment, Ku's inventory opened by itself. The claymore gram appeared from the magic seal, and its hilt trembled suspiciously familiarly. However, the dragon god's shield in Iris's hands did too. The friends huddled closer. This situation was too similar to the last one, and it boded nothing good for them. Ku agreed with the dragonborn's suspicions. And the assessment skill only confirmed their thoughts. The ritual had indeed taken place. The resurrection of the gluttonous dragon was detected. A dangerous enemy was approaching, which Ku informed his companions, feeling fear gripping his entire being. Lily hugged herself, trying to stop trembling. The terrifying sense of presence seemed to crush her soul. Ku squeezed the girl's hand, trying to make sure she was okay. She suggested returning to the surface. At that moment, the little slime helper reported that he had managed to change the altar's owner to himself, and now he could use the transfer device to the surface, but he needed to get closer. The friends approached Sarara and took his paws. A bright light enveloped them, and for a moment there was a sensation of flight. The next moment, all four of them were on the surface, scattering sparks on the grass around them. It immediately became clear how the elder Lick left and returned to his citadel instantly. But Ku was more interested in the surroundings. At the very least, he was sure it should have been noon, but the sky was absolutely black. Our heroes stood on a hill and could see the valley and the city as if in the palm of their hand. Lily drew her older companion's attention to something in the sky, and when Ku looked where her finger pointed, everything inside him turned cold. High in the sky hung a painfully familiar sphere, except this time it was much brighter than the one the black dragon emerged from. An unpleasant sound grew over the plain. The sphere trembled, fell down onto the grass, and as soon as it touched it, it burst with a roar. Graham and the dragon god's shield began to shake violently, and the sound they made seemed to resonate with the growing hum. Ku couldn't understand what was happening. They had stopped the ritual of gluttony. A high-pitched, song-like scream erupted over the plain, making their heroes cover their ears with their hands. The dragon finally appeared before them, but looking at it, Sarara doubted he was seeing a dragon. The same question arose for a paling Kusaka. What they saw could not be called a dragon at all. The creature that appeared looked more like a disgusting larva with a dragon's face, many repulsive thin tentacles, and a spine sticking out. However, the assessment explained this, calling the form of the insatiable glutton dragon imperfect due to the interrupted ritual. The resurrection was not complete, meaning their efforts were not in vain. The only question was whether this would help them defeat this guy. Ku realized that his inaction would likely lead to the destruction of the entire region, meaning he had to do everything in his power. But the glutton dragon was not going to wait for anyone. Roaring like a wounded beast, the great calamity headed towards the city, moving its disgusting paws. Clumps of grass flew into the air. Iris screamed that the city was in danger, but Ku understood this himself. He instantly retrieved the carriage from his inventory, and Dest was ready to follow all orders. Ku ordered everyone on board and to move after the monster. Only little Sarara asked what the master himself would do. Before answering, Ku pulled a flight potion from his bosom and drank it in one gulp. Flying into the sky, he announced that he was going to act head-on and delay the glutton dragon. Rising above the trees, Ku noticed how quickly, despite its form, this creature was moving towards the city walls. He needed to attract the monster's attention to himself. Ku raised his trusty blade. With a furious cry, Ku made a wide swing with his sword, unleashing the war god's strike from its blade. A bright streak of light flew precisely to the designated target, and the blow loudly cut into the pale shell of the glutton dragon, making it roar in pain. Shards flew in all directions. The desired effect was achieved. The repulsive face turned, and the whitish, evil eyes looked directly at the reborn. Stopping the creature turned out to be easier than Ku thought. However, whether it would be as easy to defeat was another question. The glutton dragon let out a high sound, and all its tentacles rose and rushed towards Ku. At the end of each, a greedy fanged maw opened, emitting a loud, piercing whistle. Our hero managed to escape this blow only with the help of his divine speed, flying far to the side of its trajectory. That was close. The tentacles would clearly cause a lot of trouble during the battle. Kusaka had about 80% of his magical power left, 20 of which he planned to use for the war god's strike. In fact, the plan was immediately put into action. The war god's strike flew from the blade as a streak of light, severing the heads of the tentacles, and they rained down on the grass. Oozing a whitish slime, the glutton dragon shrieked again. Where this slime hit the grass, thick smoke began to rise as if from acid. This made Ku think that these bodily fluids were very dangerous, and approaching the creature was not advisable, but the monster was already badly wounded. If possible, it was worth finishing it off from a distance. But then the glutton dragon shrieked again. The stumps of the tentacles suspiciously bubbled, and the disgusting toothed maws grew back and headed towards the opponent. The fact that the creature was capable of regeneration unpleasantly surprised Ku. It was necessary to deal with the calamity as quickly as possible without turning it into a protracted battle. Kusaka raised his claymore, intending to put half of his remaining mana into the war god's strike and finish it off with one attack. Graham was raised above his owner's head, crackling with concentrated magic. Under another shriek of the creature, a sparkling streak of light separated from the blade. It flew precisely into the face of the dragon-like creature, and it seemed that there was no chance to dodge the blow. But to our hero's horror, the attack did not harm the monster, but simply crashed into the grass. Looking at the crack left on the ground by the blow, Ku realized that his attack had just passed through the dragon. The situation was becoming absurd. An attack whose sole purpose was to destroy calamities proved ineffective against this very calamity. A new piercing whistle announced that the monster continued to attack the enemy who had wounded it. The tentacles soared into the sky, again forcing Ku to dodge a frontal attack. With such an attack speed, even the blessing of the god of speed might not save the adventurer from injury. Only 10% of his mana remained. Breathing heavily, the guy realized that he could no longer thoughtlessly spend magical power. As soon as Ku blinked, a clear realization came: the creature had disappeared. Just moments ago it was lying on the grass, and now only the trace of the blade spoke of its existence. Then it dawned on our hero that the glutton dragon was right behind him. Blood froze in his veins. The creature's shriek hit his ears. Cursing himself for his inattention, Ku tried to activate his super speed, but nothing worked. Moreover, he could not move a single muscle, as if an invisible thread had entangled him. One of the dragon's appendages, which served as its limb, struck our hero directly on his outstretched arm, shattering the black spider's glove into pieces and hitting him in the face. Ku cried out in pain. The glutton dragon's blow threw our hero aside, and he involuntarily released the hilt of the claymore. Kusaka Ku crashed into the ground at high speed, rolling across the grass. Pain pierced his body, and only the effects of his armor prevented him from dying. To his horror, he saw what was left of his glove, a few fragments miraculously held at his wrist. Graham had also flown quite far. Ku could not understand what the hell was happening. Divine speed was activated, but he himself was overwhelmed with a feeling as if he was drowning in a dirty swamp and his magical power had run out. Ku thought it was unfair that the creature was able to pass through his attacks while also being able to attack itself. It was simply beyond comprehension. A notification from full support announced the end of the analysis of the gluttonous dragon's unique ability, which was presumably space manipulation. Ku was not even surprised by this. It turned out that the gluttonous dragon could cause various phenomena by interfering with the surrounding space. By making itself semi-transparent, it could slip through enemy attacks, warp space for a short distance, or fix it around an opponent, blocking their movements. And this was a huge problem. As long as the dragon possessed such power, even a reborn had no chance against it. Fortunately, its powers had a limit to the range of attack effectiveness. At that moment, the creature lost interest in the weak opponent and again headed towards Surya. Kusaka really wanted to protect the city but had no idea how to win. He had spent all his magical power, and now he had a chance to retreat while the dragon was no longer interested in him. But then he would have to abandon Surya and its inhabitants. If Ku died, everything would be meaningless. Ku gritted his teeth. He understood all of the above, but the faces of the people he was responsible for flashed before his eyes. The adventurer did not want them to die. If he ran away now, it would not just leave a bad taste. Ku would regret it for the rest of his life. He got to his feet. There was only one solution left. He had not exhausted all his possibilities yet. There were still many items in his inventory and skills he had not used. If Ku tried them one by one, he might be able to find a way to break through space manipulation. It was too early to give up. No matter how much pain he was in, he would defeat the gluttonous dragon. And as soon as he thought about it, a pleasant warmth and magical light enveloped his body. His body was filled with magical power. This reminded Ku of the battle with the Black Dragon. Just like then, his mana exceeded the maximum level and continued to grow. Hearing the notification about the removal of Yggdrasil's seal, the boy remembered the bow Luna had given him. He pulled it out of his inventory. The appraisal reported 20% of its permissible power. Ku was not sure if this level would be enough for the gluttonous dragon, but full support had an answer for this too. Using Yggdrasil's bow required the power of the war god's priestess, which in turn nullified the gluttonous dragon's space manipulation. Realizing he just needed to team up with Lily, Ku wanted to run to find the carriage, but just then, Dest arrived with the others. When asked about his condition, Ku replied that he was blooming and smelling good, after which he jumped onto the roof of the carriage where his companions were. The master gave the order to rush after the dragon at maximum speed. Iris immediately noticed that her friend was literally glowing. Ku thought there was no time to explain it. But Sorara, who noticed that the glove on the master's left hand was broken, was panicking the most. Lily, however, noticed something more important. With a gentle smile, the girl noted that Mr. Ku had removed the seal from the sacred bow. The priestess's expression seemed strange to our hero. She said that she knew the principle of using the bow as she had seen it with her foresight since childhood. Ku was even glad that he would not have to explain anything, and he was counting on the girl's magical power. But her voiced gratitude sounded like a dying message. With tears in her eyes, Lily announced that she would grant her life to Mr. Ku. Ku stared at her in confusion, but he only needed her magical power, not her life. Now it was the little priestess's turn to blink in confusion. She immediately decided that she had blurted out something completely foolish and asked Ku to forget about it. Ku suggested discussing all the details later and for now to draw the bowstring with him. Lily said that this part matched her dreams. True, he had to lift the girl to make her comfortable and hold her close, but now they were ready to strike together. Divine light enveloped the fragile figure of the little priestess, and this light summoned a divine arrow ready to be unleashed at any moment by the will of the two spellcasters. Magic sparked around them. The Calamity Killer arrow was summoned. Forced execution was prepared against the insatiable gluttonous dragon. An irresistible force seemed to concentrate at the tip of a single arrow. And the creature felt its impending doom. Turning around, the gluttonous dragon shrieked and its toothy tentacles rushed towards the enemy. But Iris was ready for such a scenario. She raised the dragon god's shield barrier over her allies and the tentacle's spittle ricocheted off it. It was time to attack right now, and they were both ready for it. As soon as the barrier disappeared, the arrow flew from the bow, scattering bright sparks of light around it. The dragon shrieked, turning into a semi-transparent form, hoping that this would save it. But this time its tricks could not save it, and the realization clearly came too late. The arrow flew into the gluttonous dragon's belly, and its piercing scream shook the heavens. The moment the creature crashed to the ground, Ku received a notification that space manipulation had been nullified by the Calamity Killer arrow. The bow's firepower was astonishing. From Lily's gaze, it was clear that she could not believe she had a hand in it. The gluttonous dragon, oozing acid, awkwardly writhed on the ground, trembling with fear and pain. The situation changed in favor of our heroes. Now it was necessary to continue the attack. Ku's magical power continued to grow, already exceeding 10 trillion. This meant he could use what was hidden behind the spider's gauntlet. Calamity summoning was the ability to summon and control defeated calamities. Ku raised his hand and a magic seal glowed on the back of his palm. He called upon the power of the black dragon of complete destruction. In the sky above them, sparkling with overflowing magical power, the same seal as on his hand glowed, but much larger. And from it fell a familiar black orb. It crashed right next to the wounded glutton dragon, instantly bursting with a booming pop. A different voice, low and fierce, rang out, drowning out the piercing shriek of the inferior creature. The black dragon, gleaming with destructive energy, appeared in this world once more. For Ku's companions, this unexpected trick was a complete surprise. Iris asked her friend if her vision was failing her since she was seeing a black dragon, and when Ku confirmed that he had summoned it using his skill, she didn't even immediately understand what he meant. Only Sorara noted that it was amazing. Ku could not have imagined that the day would come when he would fight side by side with the Calamity Dragon he had fought before. The Reborn One ordered the Black Dragon to roast the Glutton Dragon. The Black Dragon roared as if confirming that it had heard the order and lunged directly at the squirming monster below. And it unleashed a fireball from its mouth at it. Flames engulfed the whitish creature with a deafening roar. Iris noted that it would always be a rather creepy sight for her, but it seemed the glutton dragon should have turned to dust from it. However, when the smoke settled slightly, it turned out that the glutton was still alive, but now looked like a pathetic charred worm that could only shriek. But the creature did not want to give up. Rising up, it again released its disgusting tentacles, trying to attack the new enemy. The black dragon, in response, simply flapped its wings, creating a shield around itself, and the attack merely crashed into the barrier. To his surprise, Ku caught the black dragon's gaze, and the monster nodded at him. Notifications of fulfilled conditions poured in again. The reborn one had exceeded the mana limit of 10 trillion and summoned the black dragon of complete destruction using calamity summoning, and thus, divine technique was unlocked. A small portal opened directly in front of Ku, completely unlike the magic seal of his inventory, and from it appeared the hilt of his dragon slayer. The divine technique, levitain, could be applied against a calamity. Our hero was surprised that Graham returned to him in such a strange way. Looking at this miracle, Lily remembered what was said about the holy blade Graham. They said it was a magic sword with its own will. Probably the sword wanted Ku to use it. The thought arose that Graham understood it was his turn and moved into his owner's hands, and as if confirming these words, the claymore was engulfed in a divine radiance. Ku's face lit up with a confident smile. Gripping the sword's hilt tighter, he pushed off the carriage roof and soared into the air. The dragon continued to deflect the glutton's attacks as if waiting for Kusaku. Its gaze immediately turned to its master. Ku asked if the monster was ready for the final blow, and an approving growl served as his answer. The reborn one raised the holy blade, and behind him, the black dragon of complete destruction spread its wings. The next strike was destined to be legendary. The spell came by itself. Calling upon the absolute heat of ultimate destruction, Ku directed his magical power. Not only the sword, but also the black dragon's maw were engulfed in divine light. The monster opened its jaws, gathering energy. Levitain was summoned, divine radiance mixed with magical flashes, sparkling and intertwining on the blade of the sword. The countdown began for the divine technique to activate against the calamity. The glutton clearly realized it had one last chance to survive. On the count of 10, it shrieked piercingly. On 9, it released its tentacles. On 8, these tentacles began to twist into a common mass. On count 7, a huge, toothless maw formed from the tentacles. On 6, a beam of black energy shot out from the mouth of this toothless creature directly towards Ku. On count 5, Iris thought her friend wouldn't make it and she screamed. On count 4, Ku concentrated all his strength into the holy sword. On 3, the black beam crashed into the black dragon's barrier, but it could no longer reverse the countdown. Everyone heard Ku's furious cry. No one had seen such a bright streak of light as on that chilling night. Compressed magical energy, scattering lightning around, crashed down on the glutton dragon. The monster's silhouette dissolved in a flash of light, and a glowing pillar flared into the sky, filling the surroundings with humming and flashes of lightning. The girls were forced to close their eyes. The glutton continued to disintegrate, and only Ku kept his resolute gaze fixed on the process. When the smoke finally cleared, the black haze from the sky was gone, and only a charred pit remained where the gluttonous dragon had been, its edges still smoking. Ku declared his unconditional victory. The girls cheered joyfully. Lily lifted little Sarara into the air, and he also happily waved his paws. Ku landed on the ground but couldn't stand, so he tiredly sank onto the grass. He also let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, the radiance surrounding him separated and began to rise into the air. Higher and higher until it disappeared. Looking at the fading lights, Ku uttered words of gratitude, not quite understanding to whom he was saying thank you. He wasn't sure what that light was, but it had saved him again. The next moment, Ku learned that he had reached level 108. Upon reaching a level above 100, the skill limit break was unlocked. Ku glanced at his status window. His level was now 3 digits. He had thought it was like a game here, 99 was the maximum. Limit break temporarily and significantly increased magical abilities. However, it had a cooldown time, so it could only be used once a day. Depending on how Ku would use it, a significant expansion of the range of strategies at his disposal would be available. Then the question arose of whether he could now summon the gluttonous dragon. Full support immediately provided an answer. The sequence for seizing control of the insatiable gluttonous dragon had failed. It was assumed that its main body had broken out beyond the limits, so applying disaster summon to it was impossible. Ku froze, not believing what he heard. This world had limits. No such a thing was possible, as he himself had come from another world, but now it turned out that the gluttonous dragon could freely jump between worlds at will. The phrasing "beyond the limits" was too vague. Usually, full support worked more precisely. But then another notification arrived. Space manipulation had been successfully taken from the insatiable gluttonous dragon, and it was now classified as a skill. And this was good news. This skill allowed Ku to warp space over short distances, become invisible, and restrain enemies. A very powerful thing. The result was not just good, but also useful. By the time Ku managed to get to his feet and move towards the carriage, his friends were already running to meet him. Iris was very curious about what it felt like to defeat a second dragon. But Ku admitted that he was very tired. He just wanted to collapse into bed and rest. These simple words made the others laugh. The adventurer was true to form. But then the Dragonborn remembered the strange sparks, but our hero himself didn't know what they were. But it turned out that Lily had a theory about it. No one stopped the girl from speaking. According to the legends of the god of war, souls have a golden glow. Perhaps these lights were the souls of those who had been sacrificed to the gluttonous dragon. Surara thought so too. Perhaps the souls of the sacrificed people, after the master's victory over the Elder Lick and the interruption of the ritual, gained freedom and as payment for help gave him their power. Ku raised a thoughtful gaze to the clouds. This theory seemed true. After some time, the heroes returned victorious to Surya. At the city gates, they were met not only by an entire delegation but also by the Count himself. He was cheerful and healthy and ready to welcome his saviors with open arms. Without their help, the residents of Surya would have faced only death. The lord of the local lands was grateful to them from the bottom of his heart and gladly welcomed them to the inn. Ku admitted that he had only done what he had to do. He offered to provide a full report. Ku described in detail the Elder Lick in the dungeon and how he had stopped the ritual, but the gluttonous dragon had still resurrected. And how the resurrected monster was defeated. With his words, Kusaka Ku confirmed all the rumors about himself. If the wheels of fate had shifted even a little, the boy couldn't imagine what would have happened. Ku couldn't help but assume he was very lucky. The Count noted that many of the city's residents would have been sacrificed. He would never forget what Ku had done for his lands. If any problems arose in the future, there was no need to hesitate to rely on the local lord's family. Ku could only thank him for the trust shown. The next day, the friends received an increased reward from the Count. They continued to report to the guild and attend to other matters. It was only by the evening of their 6th day in the city that they finally managed to sort everything out. Rejoicing that everything was over, the friends went for a walk around the city. Iris noted that settling all the affairs was much more difficult than dealing with the gluttonous dragon. Lily admitted that she was also exhausted, and little Sarara promised to give her a massage later. But then Cal caught up with our heroes with a large gift box. She had learned that Ku and his friends had protected the city from the gluttonous dragon, so she had been looking for them at the inn to give them a thank you gift. Inside was a very beautiful cake with apple roses. Ku asked if the girl had baked the cake herself, and she admitted that her parents owned a pastry shop. Her aunt had helped her bake the cake, and Cal guaranteed that it was very delicious. Sorara was the most delighted by the cake, so the adventurer stroked the little one's head. After that, she added that the fact that Ku had already defeated a second dragon was truly insane. Did his powers have no limit? And Iris agreed with her. Ku tried to argue with her, but the girl insisted that at this rate, her friend would soon kill a third dragon. And Cal was also sure that he could easily defeat not only a third, but also a fourth or even a 6th dragon. Ku certainly wouldn't want that, as it would mean the resurrection of many more calamities. Out loud, Ku admitted that he was not a fan of violence, although several pairs of surprised eyes stared at him, causing an awkward silence. Cal dismissed her friend's joke, then announced that she had given the cake, finished her business, and could now go home. Thanking the departing girl for the cake once more, Ku thought that her carefree nature was contagious. Sorara immediately said that he really wanted to try the cake. Ku immediately suggested returning to the inn and enjoying the dessert. Iris found it a wonderful idea. So much had happened in Surya that they all deserved a celebration. It took some time to set the table, and although the little helper was very hungry, soon the cake was cut, wine and juice were poured into glasses, and the friends gathered at the table. Ku was the first to raise his glass and propose a toast to their hard work. The glasses clinked against each other, finally turning this feast into a celebration. The cake turned out to be incredibly delicious, and everyone liked it. Everyone tried their piece and fell into true bliss. After some time, everyone had eaten their fill, and gradually, fatigue began to replace the excitement and joy. A slightly tipsy Iris admitted that she still couldn't believe they had won. Lily added that if it had not been for Ku, they would have had big problems, but the boy did not agree. He would not have been able to defeat the gluttonous dragon alone. Such an outcome was only possible thanks to the help of his companions, and Ku expressed his gratitude to them. Iris replied with a chuckle that she was glad to be useful to the group, but Lily did not answer immediately. Her whole demeanor suggested that she was not sure she deserved the gratitude. Ku involuntarily recalled her words during the battle about her readiness to give her life. He became very curious about what the girl meant by "I give you my life." Lily could not find the words immediately. When asked if it was difficult for her to talk about it, the priestess replied that it was not about that. She simply did not fully understand everything herself. Sarara urged the girl to share what was on her mind with her friends. Ancient scholars said that if one talked to someone, everything would become clear in their head. Why would the little priestess not try and share her doubts with her older companions? Perhaps this could resolve her problem. Lily was forced to agree. As she had already explained, according to the traditions of the war god's religion, the priestess of the war god had only 2 missions. Ku remembered that one of them was to give the Yggdrasil bow to the Reborn, and the second was to find the magic sword Graham. Lily agreed with this. But in reality, there was a third mission which was not mentioned in the traditions. The girl's fingers squeezed the stem of the glass. She learned about it as a child through foresight. When the bow's seal was broken, she had to exchange her life for the creation of an arrow that would kill calamities. Ku's face darkened. After all, it was not life that was needed, but magical power. Iris asked if this meant that this vision was mistaken. Lily did not know the answer to this question. Perhaps the future had changed due to some factor, or it would happen in another battle in the future. The girl was more inclined to the second option. Sarara asked in horror if little Lily would really die. He did not want that at all. Lily thanked her friend, but firmly stated that she was proud to be a priestess of the war god, and she was ready to give her life. In the battle with the devil Ent in Tuya, Ku saved the little priestess from a dangerous situation. If it was necessary to repay the debt, she was ready to sacrifice herself. Iris tried to object, but suddenly Ku expressed agreement. If this was Lily's decision, then as a friend, he respected it. But he did not wish for her death at all. Even if the same situation as in the vision occurred, he would search for a way to prevent it until the very end. Ku clarified if she was not against it. Lily replied that she was not against it. She would not change her resolve to fulfill her mission, but she also wanted to live longer and visit different places with everyone. The girl was sure that after such words she had become selfish in the eyes of her friends, but that was not the case at all. Iris even said that she considered such a desire normal. Sarara also promised that he would help the girl in any way he could. She just had to let him know if she had any problems. Lily almost cried from such support. She was grateful to everyone present, and this support made her incredibly happy. Ku even breathed a sigh of relief, smiling back at her. After that, the friends recalled all the events in Surya, continuing to enjoy their meal. Closer to night, the slime helper ate so much that he could not even move anymore, and little Lily fell asleep. Iris noticed that she was very similar to Felis in her desire to take on a burden. The conversation took place outside the carriage, where our hero, along with the Dragonborn, hovered over the city. He remembered that they were talking about Iris's deceased twin sister. The girl said that Felis also possessed foresight. Looking back, it became clear that she knew when she would die. Felis settled all her affairs and even left a suicide note. Maybe she learned everything in a dream. Iris was sure of it. When Felis passed away, her sister was consumed by regret. If she had been there, she would have been able to save her. The Dragonborn spent a lot of time on such thoughts. That was why this time, Iris looked down at the city with a sad gaze. Ku guessed that his friend did not want to repeat the same mistake. She nodded, involuntarily comparing Lily to Felis. The boy suggested that this was not bad. It was natural to use past experience to benefit the future. His friend's words comforted Iris a little, and she thanked him. A slight smile bloomed on her face, and she looked at the stars. Before them stretched the night city, full of lights at this hour, and the stars above the distant mountains only completed this beautiful picture. Ku was silent for a while, after which he asked about Iris herself. Could she not have had the same hidden mission as the priestess of the war god, a mission requiring her to give her life? The Dragonborn knew nothing about this and was telling the truth. Ku's thoughts seemed curious to her. The boy expressed hope that this was indeed the case. After all, Iris was his precious friend. He asked her not to disappear suddenly. Iris froze for a second, then suddenly laughed. Ku did not even understand what had come over her. With the happiest smile, the girl confessed that she felt lucky from such a confession from Ku. In the morning, the friends left the hospitable Surai and headed to their next stop. Lily clarified if their next stop was indeed Fort Port. Ku, sitting opposite, confirmed this. From Fort Port, they would travel by ship to the royal capital. Many people came to see the heroes off from the city. Apparently, Count Millard also intended to visit the royal capital later to participate in the award ceremony. Everyone was looking forward to the upcoming ship journey, especially little Sarara. When Ku asked if he had sailed before, the little slime replied that it would be his first time. Well, his reaction was clear. The impromptu song of the slime helper amused and entertained Iris until nightfall. But that night, Ku could not sleep at all, lying on his bed. He decided to experiment with his newly acquired skills, so he got out of bed and changed his clothes using his inventory. The glove, half destroyed during the battle with the gluttonous dragon, fully restored to its original state while in the inventory. Ku concluded that weapons and armor created with creation automatically restore when stored in the inventory. Ku thought he could just leave the room now, but he wanted to use space distortion. He opened the curtains on the window. To apply this skill for a short distance using space manipulation, it was necessary to specify the destination within the caster's field of vision. Ku looked carefully at the clearing outside the window pane, then disappeared in a flash of light. And the next moment, he appeared at the very spot he was looking at. Ku turned to the carriage and found that the range was much greater than he expected, and he seemed to have startled Dest. The golem came closer and asked if the master was going to leave. Ku replied that he was going for a short walk. Dest wished him a pleasant walk. Dest had served as the night watchman and driver of the Grand Salon throughout the journey. Ku wanted to reward him somehow for his efforts. At that moment, he received notifications. Shortcuts were created for 3 abilities included in space manipulation. From now on, the master could activate each of the abilities by recalling their names: short distance distortion, intangibility, and spatial restriction. Ku habitually rubbed his chin and concluded that it was quite convenient. In battles, saving even a fraction of a second could affect a fighter's survival success. Next, he wanted to test intangibility. Ku looked around for any monsters nearby, and almost immediately he heard a loud hiss behind him. The sound came from the nearest forest. When our hero reached the source of the sound, something unusual awaited him. A giant white scorpion stood on the hill under the moon, and the moonlight reflected off its claws. Appraisal helpfully reported that it was a huge scorpion-like monster, very intelligent, fierce, and cruel. It could shoot lightning from both claws, and the paralyzing venom secreted from its tail was extremely toxic. It was hostile to the black spider, and from time to time it could be seen fighting with it. The monster noticed the approaching human, hissed, and raised its claws. Lightning indeed ran through them. Ku thought that such a strong reaction was caused by the black spider's glove. However, it was not particularly important. Poison dripped directly from the tip of its stinger as the monster swung to strike, but against our hero, it was meaningless. He activated intangibility. The scorpion unsuccessfully tried to land several blows, but they all passed through Ku, hitting the ground. Chunks of grass flew in all directions. The monster definitely did not like this. It hissed menacingly again and, raising its claws higher, unleashed lightning on its opponent, but it also passed through Ku. The smoke from the impacts cleared, but to the scorpion's surprise, the opponent stood as if nothing had happened amidst the scorched grass. The scorpion could not understand what was happening. In fact, by manipulating space, Ku was now able to enter a state where he was kind of here, but also not here. In short, our hero had now become invincible. The maximum duration of intangibility was about 6 seconds. Ku wanted to try spatial restriction as well, but then he noticed something strange. Under the nearest trees, a human figure lay face down. Upon closer inspection, Kusaka realized it was a girl in a lace dress who seemed to be unconscious. Plans had to change. Ku told the scorpion that he had to deal with it quickly. He drew his sword from his inventory and prepared for battle. Ku rushed at the scorpion, which was still looking at him in confusion. Realizing that the enemy had gone on the offensive, the monster hissed again. Our hero swung Graham. It took only one powerful blow to cut the scorpion in half. Ku ran a little forward by inertia, stopped, and turned around. The defeated enemy immediately went into the inventory. After that, Kusaka immediately rushed to the lying girl. She seemed completely unharmed and appeared to be simply sleeping. This somehow did not quite fit the surrounding environment. The guy lifted the stranger by the shoulders and shook her slightly, trying to wake her up. If she had been stung by the scorpion, she needed immediate help. The girl opened her cloudy eyes, coming to her senses. Surprise appeared in her gaze. She quietly asked who this guy was. Ku replied that he was just an ordinary adventurer passing by and inquired about the girl's condition. Stating that she was fine, the stranger got to her feet, but at the same moment she realized something. Announcing the danger, the girl asked him not to worry about her and to leave. Ku clarified what he needed to run from. The stranger explained that a white scorpion lived in this forest. Even an A-rank adventurer could not handle it. But our hero, to the girl's surprise, replied that he had already dealt with the monster. Naturally, she did not believe him and thought the guy was joking. But Ku had proof. He reached into his inventory, but then immediately thought that pulling out the entire scorpion was a bad idea. Disassembly solved the problem. Kusaki took out the white scorpion's claw, which still glowed under the moonlight. The stranger was surprised. The stranger asked if the adventurer standing before her was indeed Kusaka. He nodded and asked how she knew, but the girl smiled and replied that she had heard of his exploits. Making an elegant curtsy, she apologized for the late introduction. The girl's name was Letitia de Meteor, and she was an A-rank adventurer. But she asked to be called simply Letitia. She had heard about the achievements of the novice adventurer. Ku corrected the lady, saying that all of it was only possible thanks to the help of his friends. Letitia laughed. The rumors about Ku's modesty were true. This delighted her. Furthermore, the white scorpion was assigned an A+ danger level. To defeat it, at least 8 A-rank adventurers were required, but Kusake managed to do it alone, although it was Letitia who was tasked with investigating it. At this point, Ku had unpleasant suspicions. How then did this lady manage to emerge unharmed from a fight with such a fierce monster, and why did she faint? The girl continued to smile innocently, and although it was extremely uncomfortable for Ku to do so, he tried to use the appraisal skill on Letitia. But suddenly, an error occurred. It was assumed that the selected subject was an entity that existed beyond existing concepts. The system proceeded with the analysis, and a shocked Ku stared at his new acquaintance. Who the hell was she? But then Letitia showed incredible insight, noticing that appraisal had been used on her. To Ku's surprise, she replied that she was sensitive to people's gazes. She playfully complained that the guy tried to find out a woman's secrets even though they had just met. But in reality, the girl did not perceive his actions negatively. She approached our hero closely. Placing her palm on his cheek and pulling him closer, she said that this was expected from a person like Mr. Ku. Not a single glimmer of fear in those beautiful eyes. She whispered almost at the adventurer's lips that she wanted to reintroduce herself. The stranger's name was indeed Letitia de Meteor, and she was an A-rank adventurer. And she was also a recognized great calamity dragon, a natural enemy of all living things. And her name was the bright and arrogant dragon. For Kusaki Ku, these words sounded like a bolt from the blue. This lady was the great calamity dragon. No matter how much Ku looked at her, he only saw a human. Or was this the same dragon that attacked Surya? At that moment, the analysis results came in. Letitia de Meteor's body was human. Presumably, she carried the soul of the great calamity dragon, the bright and arrogant dragon. Ku concluded that she was a calamity in human form. Seeing the adventurer's serious gaze, Letitia giggled. She thought she had scared him. The dragon girl assured him that she had no intention of being hostile to anyone. Ku asked for an explanation. Letitia replied that the calamity's mission was to destroy this world. However, whether she would follow it or not was another question. This year, Miss Meteor was turning 17. One could say that she was in a rebellious phase, albeit a bit late. That is, she meant that she was different from the black dragon and the gluttony dragon, as our hero understood. Letitia interpreted his expression in her own way. His doubt was quite natural. After all, she had hidden the fact that the white scorpion was not the cause of her fainting. The adventurer curtsied again, apologizing for her lie. To the reasonable question of why she lied in the first place, she replied that the reason was simple. If she had immediately declared that she was a calamity, she would have been considered a little scary. Ku had no arguments against this. But then why did Letitia decide to reveal her true self to him? Becoming a little more serious, the girl confessed that she had a feeling as if she had met Ku in the distant past. She understood that it sounded vague. But Ku was sure that this was their first meeting, and he had never seen her face before. However, as he answered this question, a strange sensation pierced him. It was as if he had already conversed with Letitia like this, an inexplicable feeling. Letitia reminded him that large monsters had been seen in this area several times. It was the investigation into this matter that led the girl into the forest. The white scorpion was a fierce monster. If left unchecked, it could cause damage to neighboring towns and villages. It was better to nip the trouble in the bud as soon as possible. Ku could not disagree with her, but noted that attacking a white scorpion alone was a bit reckless. To which Letitia grimly reminded him that she was a calamity and could not lose to a white scorpion. Ku reasonably pointed out that she herself had just been lying there unconscious. The girl herself was not sure, but before losing consciousness, she felt something like pressure from another calamity nearby. She assumed that the gluttony dragon was severely wounded, but Ku realized the true reason. Most likely, the cause was his use of space manipulation. Letitia stared at him again, uncomprehending. In response, he simply became intangible. The girl exclaimed that this was the unique ability of the gluttony dragon and demanded an explanation. Returning to his normal form, Ku confessed that he had simply taken it. Letitia could only utter a confused, "Oh." She grabbed Ku's hand, on which was the black spider's glove and magic rings. The girl said that she felt the presence of the black dragon in his hand. Was he capable of calamity summoning? Ku was surprised that she guessed so easily. Letitia knew what it meant to be a calamity. There were three natural enemies of calamities. One was the hero, who possessed the art of agility. Another was the sage, endowed with natural magical talent. And the last was the demon lord, who possessed calamity summoning. Letitia thought that Ku was the last enemy, but Ku was not. Upon entering this world, he did not choose any path. As a result, he received all the cheat skills. The adventurer was surprised that Ku possessed all three abilities, and it seemed impossible. The guy standing before her was truly an unusual creation. But the next moment, the girl's face lit up with childlike delight. She stated that Ku had incredibly interested her and asked if she could accompany him on his journey. Ku raised his eyebrows questioningly. Letitia immediately began to bargain, since her offer was incredibly unexpected and he might refuse, but the guy interrupted her with his agreement. The surprised Miss Meteor did not immediately believe that it turned out to be so simple. It was already quite late, and leaving the girl in the mountainous area made him somewhat anxious. Letitia thanked him and accepted this permission. She even clarified if Kusaka realized that she was a disaster, but he only noted that she herself said she did not plan to oppose him. Letitia flexed her non-existent bicep and announced that she had decided to direct her fists only at villains and monsters. This answer satisfied our hero. However, the girl's subsequent giggling made him tense again. To his question, Miss Meteor replied that Mr. Ku had a big heart, and that was wonderful. Ku, blushing slightly, thought he was being overestimated. But then he received another notification. Full Assistance agreed to Letitia de Meteor's accompaniment and reported that in such a case, it would help conduct a detailed analysis of the disaster's existence. Using this information, it would be possible to create an anti-disaster item that would be equivalent to or even surpass the Yggdrasil bow. This news pleased Ku. Lily's magical power was enough to use 20% of the bow's power. However, if he was forced to use it at 100%, the little priestess's life might be sacrificed. Such a problem could be avoided by creating powerful items through creation. He did not want to see that expression on Lily's face anymore. On the way to the carriage, Letitia told her new acquaintance her story. She was born in a snowy country far to the north beyond the sea. Whether he believed her or not, she was the second princess. At first, she thought she was a perfectly ordinary person, keeping all her memories and disaster powers deep within her mind. But 5 years ago, the king, Letitia's father, fell gravely ill, and a struggle for the right to inherit the throne erupted at court. And on her 12th birthday, the girl ate poisoned cookies and spent 3 days and 3 nights on the verge of life and death. Thanks to this incident, she remembered who she was. The princess used her disaster power to destroy the poison and survive, being on the verge of death. She then brought the second prince, who had poisoned her, to justice and deprived him of the right to inherit the throne. After that, she decided to leave the country. who even became curious how a person of such high status could leave her country so easily. To which Letitia replied that under normal circumstances it would indeed be impossible. However, every disaster has its unique abilities, and she used one of them. Kasaka was interested in this, although he was not sure if it was polite to ask about such a thing. But the girl just winked and replied that one of her unique abilities was domination. Simply put, it was something like brainwashing. By infusing the dragon factor into everything she touched, she could turn people and things into her puppets. With these words, Letitia placed her palm on a tree trunk. Not in her own voice, she commanded the tree by her name to wither and shed all its leaves. To Ku's horror, the tree's leaves instantly began to shrivel and fall, covering everything around it in an autumn leaf fall. A few moments later, the tree stood completely bare. The girl quietly laughed at her new friend's stunned face. Moreover, she was buried in leaves up to her neck but continued to have fun. Ku extended his hand to help her get out of the pile. Letitia first clarified if our hero was afraid to touch her. She could, after all, use domination on him, to which Ku reasonably replied that in that case she would not have demonstrated this ability. Letitia noted that she might have aimed to lower the enemy's guard, but even in such a case, domination would not work on Ku. Letitia did not immediately believe that he was serious, and Ku stood there like a fool with his hand outstretched. According to the princess's memory, the hero, sage, and demon lord were protected by the reincarnation skill, but the effect of her ability should have been much stronger. Ku suggested she try, and after that, Letitia took his hand. She activated her ability and, stumbling slightly, commanded him by her name to tell her about his hobby. But the next moment, lightning flashed between their palms, and Letitia cried out. Ku heard from full assistance that the arrogant dragon factor had been detected. The effect was blocked by nullifying the anomalous state of reincarnation. The girl admitted that her domination indeed did not work, and leaning on Ku's hand, she climbed out of the pile. Ku still decided to voluntarily answer her innocent question, but suddenly realized that he could not find an answer. Indeed, what was his hobby? When Ku was in university, his hobby was gaming, but since he started working, he no longer had one. And the few books he read were just a way to kill time. For some reason, Letitia found this reaction amusing. She asked him not to force himself to answer her and added that her hobbies were poetry and painting. She even decided to read him one and took a deep breath. What does he think? Where is he going? The one who kills dragons, the hero who can restore the world. He, who came from afar, has the power to summon the black dragon and by pressing lightly on the glutton snatch victory over the disaster. May fate be kind to him, may a peaceful path accompany him, may the millstones of fatal misfortunes never touch him. Ku did not immediately know what to say. He never had an artistic sense, so he simply could not judge the quality of this poem. However, Letitia winked at Ku and informed him that she had taken the liberty of composing a poem about Ku. He had guessed it himself, hadn't he? Ku only sighed. Letitia die meteor. Her poem brought to mind 8th grader syndrome. And once he too had tried to write poems in school notebooks. Early in the morning, Ku was awakened not only by the sun shining through the window, but also by the singing of birds. He stretched sweetly. The first thing he saw was Letitia's face. She looked as if she hadn't slept at all. The girl wished our hero a good morning. Later, when they moved to the living room, Ku asked if Letitia had slept well last night. She replied positively. Thanks to the room provided to her, her sleep was wonderful, and since she woke up a little earlier, she was able to enjoy looking at someone else's sleeping face. Kasaka mumbled shyly that there was nothing interesting about his face, but Letitia disagreed with him. Mr. Ku was very cute. She hadn't expected that the famous dragon slayer could sleep so peacefully. Ku was glad that he at least hadn't had nightmares. Lily came down to the living room with her slime assistant in her arms. They both wished Ku a good morning and then noticed the appearance of another girl, which greatly surprised them. Slala immediately introduced himself to Letitia and asked for her name. The princess introduced herself in return with her usual curtsy and announced that she would accompany Mr. Ku on his journey. Lily stated her full name and said that she had seen the girl in her premonition. And sitting down on the sofa next to Ku, she confessed that this was why she knew the guest's true nature. Letitia was impressed by this. She noted that the girl was wearing the uniform of a priestess of the god of war, and if she was endowed with premonition, then her second skill was a priestess of the god of war. Luna confirmed these words. Luna asked if Ku knew about the nature of his new acquaintance, and as soon as he agreed, Letitia noted that there was nothing to worry about. She herself had told Mr. Ku about her true nature. Slala at this time crawled along the sofa to the new companion and said that he was also interested in learning these secrets. The princess stroked the little one's head and called him a sweetheart. She decided to introduce herself with a poem. Taking a deep breath, the girl began to speak. She said that she was the one who came from a distant land, the one who, cutting through the clouds like a meteor, illuminated the night with a blue flash, the one who alone could bring the world to its knees. She was a calamity, an enemy of all living things. She asked them to raise their hands in praise of her name, the bright and arrogant dragon. Letitia finished her poem, and for a moment, silence fell in the living room. Lily was stunned, and Ku found this explanation not entirely accurate. But the little assistant was very impressed. He squealed in fright, not believing that the sweet Lady Letitia was a calamity. Slala cried out in a panic that if she was a calamity, then they were in trouble, although the new acquaintance did not seem like a bad person. But Ku and Lily were more surprised that the little slime understood the meaning of her poems correctly. After laughing heartily at the little one's reaction, Letitia explained that she preferred to create things, not destroy them. The assistant immediately calmed down. Just then, Iris arrived. Gathering her hair into a ponytail on the go, she was surprised that her companions had woken up so early. But then her gaze fell on the unfamiliar girl. And suddenly she recognized her, immediately calling her by name. Ku had not expected that they already knew each other. At the sight of Lady Iris, the princess broke into a joyful smile. But before anyone could ask about their acquaintance, Lily's stomach rumbled throughout the room. Wildly embarrassed, the girl apologized for rudely interrupting their conversation. But Ku suggested that in that case, they should have breakfast first. Soon the whole company was enjoying hot hodop. Letitia was truly delighted. It was her favorite dish. Ku said that there was still some left, and if anyone wanted more, they should just let him know. Letitia took him at his word. Ku turned to Iris with a question about how she knew the princess. The Dragonborn explained that she had once carried out a mission to destroy a dangerous monster. Letitia had been on the same team as her. Letitia added that it had been a year ago. After that, she suddenly looked up from her plate and directly at the Dragonborn, noting that the atmosphere around her had changed greatly. Iris admitted that she might have changed a little, but according to Letitia, that was an understatement. She used to be much colder and more distant. She really pushed people away. Ku remembered their first meeting and couldn't help but agree. After all, Iris had overcome so much that Ku couldn't keep silent and not note that all the changes had been for the better. The girl immediately blushed and said that she was pleased to hear that, and then Letitia understood everything. She understood who had truly changed Lady Iris, but the Dragonborn asked her to stop. She had a feeling that the princess's thoughts were not quite right, but Letitia said that as her best friend she would root for her. The Dragonborn reminded her that they had only been on the same team once, but in response, she heard that once Letitia considered someone her best friend, they immediately became one. Ku noted that the lady's fearlessness preceded her, but Letitia remarked that the great calamity in her person only feared gaining weight, and again, a tense silence hung in the room. When Iris regained her speech, she declared that she had just heard something insane. Letitia hit her fist into her palm. Right, she hadn't told anyone about it before. Yes, she was indeed a calamity dragon, but she left the details to Mr. Ku. The guy spent a few minutes explaining everything in detail to her best friend. She understood everything, but was surprised that Kusaka had decided to trust the calamity so quickly. But if that was the case, she found no arguments against it. The girl trusted Ku's decisions. Letitia herself was not sure about this. Maybe she was deceiving Mr. Ku, but Iris was adamant as she considered Ku a perceptive person. To which he shyly remarked that even he could sometimes make mistakes. Then Iris looked into his eyes and promised that in case of danger, he could count on a friend's support. Ku smiled back at her. Of course, he always counted on Iris. Watching these lovebirds, Letitia leaned towards Luna and whispered that initially 3 people were involved in the conversation, but she hadn't even blinked before she found herself on the sidelines. Luna, who by this point had stopped participating in the conversation, uncertainly expressed her condolences, and Slala advised her to simply not be discouraged. Then Letitia decided that her situation was also somewhat interesting. She would just observe her friends like a fly on the wall. According to calculations, they were supposed to arrive at Fortport before noon. Until then, each traveler decided to do what they wanted. Ku dedicated his time to creating new items. This time, he managed to create 2. First, he created the Bastard's Gauntlet by combining a black spider's gauntlet with white scorpion armor. Not only did it become stronger, but it could also emit lightning at enemies. Examining his invention, Ku hypothesized that black spiders and white scorpions might have had the same ancestors. Slala confirmed this theory. He had heard about it from an ancient monsterologist. Black spiders and white scorpions were like brothers born from the same monster. Iris remembered that dragons also had a similar legend. Since they shared a common ancestor, black spiders and white scorpions had fought each other since ancient times to determine the rightful heir. Lily, who was trying on the gauntlet at the time, noted that it resembled human history. Ku created the second item by combining a prize horn, a Lix dark mantle, and a branch of Yggdrasil. This strange item was named the sacred Jijalar horn. The horn, imbued with holy power, was capable of returning the souls of valiant warriors to this world and endowing them with great power. However, this reminded Ku of Norse mythology, where this horn heralded the end of the world. Was it really safe to blow this horn? Would the end of the world or something similar not happen because of it? After some time, Letitia looked into the living room, announcing that she had finished drawing. She wanted to show this drawing to everyone and was sure that she had created a masterpiece. On the first page of the sketchbook was a very realistic pencil drawing of Ku and his companions. Ku praised the princess for her amazing drawing. Letitia considered it an honor to receive such a compliment. She made Mr. Ku's face in profile the key point of the drawing. She managed to successfully convey his calmness and composure. Iris noticed that this feeling was indeed conveyed very well, although it seemed strange to Ku. Slala suggested that Miss Letitia possessed the painting skill, and he was right. However, in addition to that, she used her disaster power. Ku initially thought it was impractical to squander disaster power like that, but on the other hand, it was much better when these powers were used for non-destructive purposes. Their conversation was interrupted by Dest's voice, who asked the master to look outside. When the friends followed his advice, they were completely delighted. A magnificent view of the sea stretching to the horizon opened before their eyes. The cries of seagulls added to the cozy picture. Slala, who was seeing the sea for the first time, noted how beautifully it sparkled, and Lily, on whose head he sat, felt the salty breeze. Ku suddenly thought that he hadn't been to the sea in a very long time. It stretched so far and nothing obstructed the view of the water's mirror. Wait a minute, that was precisely what was strange. A sudden chill ran down our hero's spine. They were already approaching Fort Port. In theory, it was a bustling port, but why were there no ships visible? This was definitely very strange. When plates rattled in the buffet, Dest announced that there was a small earthquake and he was forced to stop the carriage as a safety measure. Letitia looked up from her album and noticed that earthquakes had become more frequent lately. If her memory served her right, it shook at least once every 3 days. This seemed like an ominous omen. Ku, staring intently at the calm and clear sea, agreed with her words. Soon the carriage entered the city gates. At least there were living people in Fort Port. Dest announced that they had arrived at their destination. Thanking the golem, Ku put the carriage into his inventory, and at that moment, a local boy approached them. After confirming that the gentleman standing before him was indeed Mr. Kusaka, the boy confessed that a certain situation had developed in the city. He understood that the guests were tired from their long journey, but the team's presence was required at the Adventurers Guild. As soon as Ku and his companions moved deeper into the city, they discovered a gruesome scene. Traces of an attack, holes in the walls of watchtowers, destroyed houses. The most terrible thing was that all the docks were littered with ship wreckage. Hundreds of sailing ships and vessels standing there had been sunk. Iris noted that it didn't look like a monster attack. The boy grimly replied that pirates had done it and had truly put in a lot of effort. Ku looked at the boy with a surprised gaze. The boy explained that an attack had been carried out early this morning, as a result of which the port was completely destroyed. Only one pirate ship had done this. They had an ancient weapon in the form of a huge battleship, and it was precisely the cannon mounted on its bow that caused all this destruction. Then the pirates sent an envoy to the city demanding money, food, and any young women. If the demands were not met, or if even one person escaped from the city, the pirates would resume the attack and burn Fort Port along with all its inhabitants. Ku crossed his arms over his chest. What pathetic scum! Ancient weapons, without exception, possessed immense power, but ultimately what mattered was how they were used. When they fell into the wrong hands, many people suffered. The arrogant dragon's face darkened with anger. Such a thing could not be forgiven. The strong oppress the weak for the sake of their desires. Such evil could not be left unpunished. Letitia announced that they simply had to strike the pirates with the iron fist of justice, and Ku supported her. The others also agreed with this, and even little Slala felt righteous anger. The friends headed straight to the Fort Post Adventurers Guild and saw a whole crowd of people gathered there. The adventurers recognized the black-haired and black-eyed young man, accompanied by a half-dragon woman, as the dragon slayer Kusaku. They had heard of all his exploits, and voices gradually began to rise, saying that now the pirates could be defeated. Iris noticed that as soon as Ku appeared, the atmosphere in the guild immediately changed. It was incredible. Ku was not sure he deserved it. The princess approached him sideways and remarked that his awkward reaction to praise was very cute. Letitia asked the others if it was true that even the dragon slayer had a cute side. Lily admitted that Mr. Ku was surprisingly shy, and it turned out that Slala had already learned that when the master was awkward, he would look away and twist his mouth. The slime assistant was clearly proud of this knowledge, and Ku realized that the assistant was very observant. Moving down the corridor behind the guild secretary, Ku and his companions learned the details. The pirate envoy was currently in the staff dining room, eating and awaiting a response from the city administration, and he was not denying himself anything. The fact that the pirate was so well settled deeply angered the friends, but the secretary noted that if they started to restrict him, difficulties might arise. This was because the envoy said that if anyone tried to interfere with him, he would contact the main group using a communication device, and a total attack would be immediately launched. Ku rubbed his chin with his fingers, noting that this was clearly a problem, but then a woman's voice reached his keen hearing. There was panic in it, so Ku stopped and concentrated on the sound. The dialogue he heard made his pupils narrow. Apparently, the pirate was harassing some girl, threatening her with retaliation against the city. That damn pirate. Ku simply could not turn a blind eye to this. His companions noticed that the group leader had slowed down. When asked what was wrong, he asked them to wait as he had an urgent matter. After that, Ku turned to the door from where he heard the sound, but Letitia followed him as she had also heard that disgusting dialogue. As it turned out, they both could not ignore cries for help, and when Ku compared the princess to heroes from legends, she considered it an honor to hear such a thing from Mr. Ku. The adventurers resolutely burst into the archive. The door slammed loudly. A disgusting scene unfolded before their eyes. The pirate envoy had pinned one of the guild secretaries against the wall and was trying to tear off her clothes. The girl, with tears in her eyes, tried to resist him. When light fell into the dark room, the girl screamed louder. The pirate sharply turned around and demanded not to be disturbed, but seeing Ku, he clearly recognized him. Our hero could not understand how the pirate knew him. The pirate, who called himself Zid, was indignant that he had been forgotten. But for Ku, saving the girl was a priority. Activating his divine speed, he disappeared from the sight of ordinary people. Only the Calamity Dragon crossed her arms, looking indignantly at the villain. The next second, Ku's hand grabbed the scoundrel by the throat, lifting him off the floor. And he did not deny himself the pleasure of trying out a new item. The bastard's glove activated non-lethal suppression mode. After that, Zid's entire body was pierced by a white scorpion's lightning. He screamed. The current was so strong that the guy's eyes even glowed. Ku threw the unconscious bastard to the floor, then turned to the secretary to make sure she was not hurt. Buttoning her shirt and crying with happiness, the girl thanked him for her rescue. Letitia was theatrically upset that she did not even have to lift a finger, but Ku promised to use the power of calamity another time. However, the princess declared that her fighting spirit would not let her sleep today. She was not far from a state of furious calamity. A little later, the friends gathered in the guild branch manager's office. The pirate was tied up and thrown into the corner of the office. The elderly man in glasses expressed gratitude for saving a valuable employee. He introduced himself as Jess White, the manager of the Fort Port Adventurers Guild branch. Ku expressed regret that the negotiations with the pirates had fallen through because of him, but Mr. White countered that he valued his employees as his own children, and he had no intention of fulfilling the pirates' demands. Ku did not understand what the branch head was talking about, but he explained that the pirate ship was an ancient weapon and it possessed terrible power. Even if the Fort Port adventurers united and fought back, the city would still be burned to ashes. However, the presence of the Dragon Slayer could change the main outcome. Jess had heard from the guards that Mr. Ku's crew would arrive in the city today before noon. He was waiting for the hero's arrival, pretending to be ready to negotiate. Ku realized that the old man was stalling for time to protect the city's inhabitants. The rescued girl shared her opinion that if Mr. Ku was here, they would be able to deal with the pirates. the entire guild had heard of his achievements. Just White bowed before the Dragon Slayer, begging him to save the city from the pirates and their terrifying cannon. Of course, Ku had no intention of refusing them. He asked for details. According to the envoy, the pirates originally belonged to a mercenary guild. Ku suddenly remembered that when the evacuation happened in Annan, the guys from the mercenary guild abandoned the city's defense and fled. Later, when they tried to plunder Annan in the absence of residents, Dest drove them away. It turned out that they had become pirates. The branch head sadly noted that often those who lost their place in life became pirates. It was obvious that the two mercenaries who had fled from the devilish Ent had also joined the pirates. Ku had no idea where the mercenaries got the ancient weapon, but he found its possession by such irresponsible individuals unacceptable. He clarified if all the pirates' forces were known. Mr. White apologized, saying he was too busy putting out the fire and had not paid attention. But our hero stated that he understood everything. They still had that unconscious guy. Ku had forgotten his name, but the full assistant immediately reminded him he had called himself Zid. The guy got to his feet and declared that he would simply interrogate the uninvited guest. Lightning ran across his glove. But then Letitia stopped him. If Mr. Ku wanted to get information from this guy, she had an idea. She placed her palm on the pirate's forehead and infused him with the dragon factor. By her name, she commanded the bastard to obey all of Mr. Ku's words. This was the ideal option. Although the princess left the interrogation to her friend, he was now confident in his abilities.